Okay, boys, girls, we're having a late night hangout. It's going to be about demonic possessions and Satan and devils and demons and all the things that scare you in the middle of the night. Ooh. So hopefully you have some candles and you have some dark room that you can go into to hide, maybe a closet. So if you're already not out of the closet, go back into the closet or stay in there if you're in the closet. Either or, though, it's nice and dark. So what we're going to do is we're just going to have an open night hangout. I don't give a shit really what you're talking about, but we're going to talk about ghost stories a little bit because I think we've all had them. Whether they were ghosts or not, who the hell knows? But they're fun to talk about. That doesn't preclude people from talking about like the Clown Car Posse because they're pretty freaking evil and scary too. So whatever people want to talk about, Socka was lonely and needed some company. So, you know.
Pretty much, yeah.
But anyways, who's got the best ghost story so far? Who wants to start off with a ghost story? And it has to be real. You know, can't just make this shit up. That's the thing that actually happened to you.
There's one thing that I wanted to bring up before we started, because like right before we went on air, we kind of talked books there. I loved The Shining. I read The Shining years ago. Saw the movie. It was the first. I think it was one of the first movies that I ever saw. You know, even with Jack Nicholson there, that I was thinking to myself, you know what, the book was better. And then, you know, from there you go on and you realize that this is like a common repeating trend.
See, I saw One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest with Jack Nicholson, and I was like, holy crap, this guy can act. That movie was brilliant, but I never read the book. But I did read, you know, Stand and Tommy Knockers and It, and Needful Things, and then saw the movies. Yeah, the books are always going to be better for Stephen King. The only one that came close, there was a book that I read called Desperation by Stephen King, and the book was really good. And then when they made the movie, I swear to you, I was reading the book as the movie was going on. I had watched the movie literally like the day after I finished the book, so it was fresh in my head. And the imagery of the movie was exactly how I pictured the book. So I was like, wow, this is like scary. Because like a deja vu, right? So if you ever get a chance, read the book Desperation and then see the movie. It's a low budget film, but they did a wonderful job on actually keeping to the actual imagery of the book. Because, I mean, I visualized exactly what they were talking about. And somebody can show her. I don't
think I've ever seen a movie that I've read the novel from and been like, you know, this is so spot on to what I imagined, that, you know, this is perfect.
It's rare.
Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, that was good.
No, even the Shawshank Redemption. Shawshank Redemption was pretty good. It carried on like the same type of atmosphere that the book had. I think one of the best things about that book was their choice to cast Morgan Freeman as Red.
I agree.
Because anytime you cast Morgan Freeman,
because in the book, Morgan Freeman's the character Red is a big burly old Irish guy. You know that his nickname is Red because he's got a head full of red hair and red beard and all this other stuff. And so, like, even in the movie there, where they ask him, he's like, "Why do they call you Red?" And he's like, "I don't know, maybe it's because I'm Irish or something like that." It was kind of like, it was neat little, like, homage to the character being like this really Irish character, but being played by a guy like Morgan Freeman. So it was.
So they took a little creative license then, right?
Yeah. So there's little things like there. But it was still good. It made the movie work, and Morgan Freeman's a great actor.
All right.
But
second book, I'd say the same thing too. Was The Color Purple.
I've never read the book Color Purple.
Oh, okay.
But the Shining that was talking about there was a great book. But I recently read Doctor Sleep, which is the sequel to The Shining. Mm-hmm. And I was so disappointed. It was. I don't think I've ever. I would have much rather have left the ending of the Shining kind of ambiguous to what happens to the Torrance family. I could have played it out of my head any way that I wanted to, but to see Doctor Sleep come along and the way that Stephen King decided to write it out there, Yeah,
Is it a spoiler alert?
Wasn't enthused.
Did you see his latest
Sequel.
story? He did it on Twitter. Did you guys see that one?
What's that?
There once was a man who ran for president. His name was Trump. The end.
Okay.
You know, it's funny actually that reminds me of. It's the like the short horror story. Have you ever read like the one-line horror stories?
No.
Yeah, go online, search like one-line horror stories, and some of them are pretty pretty freaky. Like there's the one that I remember it was there's nothing scarier than the sound of was it there's nothing scarier than the sound of children's laughter at 3 a.m. when you don't have kids. Just little things like that. But
I pulled it up. It's like growing up with cats and dogs, I got used to the sounds of scratching at my door while I slept. Now that I live alone, it's much more unsettling.
Just things like that. And it just, I don't know, like every single one of them, like if I could use the term triggered, yeah, like all of them, like they all hit me really hard for some reason whenever I read those.
How about
they're
this
freaky as fuck.
How about this one, Socka? I woke up to hear knocking on the glass. That's me. I woke up to hear knocking on the glass. At first, I thought it was the window until I heard it come from the mirror again. Do 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 do. Freaky shit, man.
This one creeped me out. A girl heard her mom yell her name from downstairs, so she got up and started to head down. As she got to the stairs, her mom pulled her into the room and said, "I heard that too."
That's freaky. You gotta read it. You gotta read it with an ominous voice, though.
My wife.
No, but that's the thing about Stephen King, though, is that Stephen King doesn't write this stuff ominously. Stephen King, one of the signature styles of Stephen King is he sort of says, "Now, there's a monster in the cupboard that likes to eat your face off," and he just sort of drops it there. And what he ends up doing is he weaves the horror outside of that circle, whereas traditional horror tends to go, "Oh, what's in the cupboard? There's a monster in the cupboard. We're pretty sure of it." There's, Stephen King doesn't do that. He plops the totality of the thing that causes the horror right in your lap right off the bat.
Yeah, but he can spend 6 pages describing something.
Sure.
Something that was like 2 lines, 6 pages in depth,
I don't know. I mean,
you know how many pimples are in his
like,
ass by the time you're done.
Like, that's a kind of that's a kind of charge I'd levy against a guy like Tom Clancy, who will fill up a book. No, I'm saying, but Tom Clancy would go out and he'd be describing like a weapon system on a fighter jet, and he'd go into detail on it and talk about it for 3 pages, and you forgot where the fucking story was.
Yes, but only because Tom Clancy, one of the things he does really well is that he minutely describes the origins of catastrophe. If you read The Hunt for Red October, the destruction of the Soviet sub, the IKV Konovalov, okay, where he talks about a tiny little valve, and because Steve was trained in nuke school, he might understand this. He talks about a tiny little valve that broke free in some esoteric pipe somewhere that got sucked into the cooling system, fucked up the cooling system, caused a runaway reaction that couldn't be scrammed, right? And then the next thing you know, the reactor is essentially turning everybody, in the sub to quiche. And yes, it does take him a lot of time to describe it.
That would suck.
But the way that he describes it, by the time it's over, you completely understand exactly what happened, and you understand why it happened, and you understand that you further understand that once the process began, way back at that tiny little valve cover that broke off and got stuck momentarily in this pipe, it became an inexorable Rube Goldberg machine of death that could.
What story was that?
This was the Hunt for Red October.
Oh,
the IKV Konovalov.
Yeah, that was the Hunt for Red October was a unique design. They were talking about what's called magnetohydrodynamics, using magnetic fields to make the water a propulsion rather than. Is that my mic that's making a noise? Is that your guys's? Is it my mic making a really bad noise?
I don't know.
Weird. Yeah. So it basically was like a new design that actually is true. That the design does work.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Soviets had a number of designs for a number of things that unlike Western propaganda, they did work, and some of them did work better than their American counterparts. For instance, the Soviet Navy was testing a type of torpedo called the Shkval, which, rather than use a screw at the back, essentially what it was a rocket, and it bled off some of its own propulsion gases to create a field of bubbles around itself. So essentially, it created its own pocket of air underwater. Now, it did this through hypercavitation, right? I mean, because the bubbles, would break almost as quickly as they were formed. And when you're flying that quickly through bubbles, it's like essentially enduring a whole bunch of tiny little impacts. And so eventually what will happen is you'll beat yourself to death. But that's not a concern for a torpedo that's expected to only be alive for 10 seconds after it's activated anyway. And so what ended up happening is you had essentially something that could travel at the speeds of an atmospheric missile underwater, because it bled off its own gases and created an air pocket underneath the water itself. You can go to YouTube and you can see tests of the Shkval torpedo, and they're bone chilling. Like one test bed, they drove a flatbed truck with this thing up to the water's edge, turned it on, dumped it into the water, and literally in the time it took you to go one steamboat, two steamboat, it whacked a target 3 or 4 football fields away from the shore. It was just unbelievable.
Do you have the side chat? Or do you have the group chat?
Me? Yeah, I think so. Why?
Yeah, read that in your deepest voice. Come on, it's Halloween. It's Halloween haunt, not warfare evening.
Well, I'm just saying.
Read it in your deepest voice. Scare somebody. Come on. I'll do it then. My wife woke me up last night to tell me there was an intruder in the house. She was murdered by an intruder 2 years ago. Ooh, that's creepy.
There's another one. I'm trying to remember what it is. I'm on my phone, so I can't check them right now. But it was the while tucking my son in at night. He asked me to check under the bed for monsters. I saw him hiding there, saying, "Be quiet. There's a monster in my bed."
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I see
they actually made a short film based on that. Same with Lights Out.
Oh yeah, Lights Out. For as far as I can't remember what the guy's name is, but he has a series of little 5-minute horror movies there. And
yeah, I've seen most of them on YouTube. He's really good.
Yeah, I mean, for amateur productions, they're really good. Lights Out was kind of freaky because there's different genres of horror, that I put out there, and there's the pure just psychological thriller horror. There's the gore horror, and then there's the kind that I absolutely hate because it gets me every time, and that's the shock horror, where it's just a quick camera pan to the right, and you see something that's just oh, what the fuck was that? That wasn't supposed to be there.
Socka,
Yeah.
have you seen the trailer for Monster 1983?
No, I have
Definitely
not yet.
check that out on YouTube. Definitely,
I will.
You'll love it.
This one gave me the chills. My daughter won't stop crying and screaming in the middle of the night. I visit her grave and ask her to stop, but it doesn't help. That's freaking creepy, man.
I told you, man. Those things, they're fucked up, huh?
There was a picture in my phone of me sleeping. I live alone. Yeah, these are fucking cool, man. I like these.
That reminds me of a funny meme that I read actually a little while ago, which was the first time I smoked marijuana, I was sitting in the front seat of my brother's car. It must have been some good shit because I'm an only kid.
Huh.
I love that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That was some damn good shit, man.
Yeah.
Maybe in the live feed they could start their own story since Tim Hem started them off. It was a dark and stormy night. 2 men were walking across the bridge. Take it away, off kilter. Oh, I'm pregnant. Boo. That's okay. You guys don't have any really good ghost stories, really? Come on.
Like real life ghost stories.
Yeah, something that's happened in real life.
Like horror story.
It's Halloween.
You know what? I mean,
Halloween Eve.
I'm sad to say, or maybe glad to say, I don't know. I've never had an experience where I've been like, oh, what was that? It could have been, some supernatural type thing or whatever. When I first joined the military, over a decade ago, I was my very first unit. There were some guys that were amateur ghost hunters, and we used to. They used to go out on the weekends and do their ghost hunting thing, and they had all the little equipment and stuff like the cameras with like the night vision in it, and they keep audio recordings going the entire time. And they used to go and around St. Catharines, Ontario, which apparently there's a lot of ghost areas around there or something like that. I don't know, but I went along with them for a couple times on these little adventures that they go on. And I remember one of them we went to, it was like an old train tunnel that had been, they kind of flooded out and stuff. And I was never scared. I was never, these guys, it was humorous because they're freaking themselves out. Every single time that they'd walk and they'd kick a stone and they'd hear it like, hit the ground somewhere else. They'd be like, what was that? Everybody's quiet. And I'm just sitting there just laughing my ass off the entire time because this is grown men that are doing this. But then you realize that like now there's a whole fucking industry of this shit. With like, I don't know, like 17 different ghost hunter shows on television, and it's
yeah, they're all.
I can't believe that people actually do this shit still.
Yeah, I think the ghost hunters are that's just crap shit. But would you, so for example, if they said, okay, there's this really, really haunted house, there's been like all this supposed paranormal activity, and we'll give you $1,000 to spend the entire night in there, would you do it?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
I would too, in a heartbeat. I'm just going to, yeah.
It's
anybody not.
It's funny. Like I mean, this is how unfun I am. My son.
You know how unfun you are.
Yeah, I know. My son has some friends for school that we kind of watch until their parents are off work, and they were trying to scare each other, by saying that my house is haunted, that they heard a ghost banging on the wall in the garage, and so I go and I sit my son down and I explain to him why ghosts are impossible, why skeletons aren't actually something to be worried about, and all this. And it was kind of funny, like the next day, listening to them talk, and I could hear them talk about, the ghosts banging on the garage wall again. And then there's my son saying, that's impossible. Ghosts are, immaterial. They're consist of no matter at all. That there's no way that they could bang on a wall because they have to be, made of some type of like solid matter in order to do that. And skeletons are skeletons.
We don't know that. If ghosts existed, they might have a mechanism by which they can interact with matter. We wouldn't have no idea.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, but this is what I'm explaining to my 7-year-old, so that he's not fucking waking up in the middle of the night with nightmares.
Yeah, my daughter for some reason had stayed over the night over at a friend's house, and she was telling me a couple weeks ago that like at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning or something like that, this old man starts appearing to them, and that they both saw it. And I'm like, well, it's probably like like the grandfather or something. I don't know, or just whatever, but it's just, I was like trying to explain to her the same thing. I'm like, there's almost always a rational explanation, and you should always look for the natural explanation first.
Yeah, it was a ghost.
Well, that would be the natural explanation.
Yeah, I get. Sorry.
Sometimes is correct.
I didn't know if it was on a burial in like an Indian burial ground or something, or cemetery. Have you ever played with the Ouija board?
Always blaming the Indians. I don't know why.
Has anybody ever played with the Ouija board?
I'm Indian.
Yeah.
Just don't tell you that.
You see? We understand. It's outrageous. Terrible thing.
Very, very bad.
Did you guys ever see?
Very, very bad.
Did you guys ever see the video? There's a guy that used to make a lot of these videos. He's pretty well been debunked because come to find out he worked for a video studio company that did special effects. Go figure, right? But he at one time he had a really, really cool video that people were tripping out on. His name was Mellow Beard, and he had a Ouija board where he took a glass and he just like set the glass on top of the Ouija board and it shattered in like 20, 30 pieces or something like that, and freaked everybody out. Some people think he used a sugar glass, or some people think that maybe something was fired from the outside, like a BB on it or something. It was a pretty good special effect, though. He's got like 1 million views on it. You guys don't remember that guy, Mellowbeard? He had all these, like the videos with the cabinets opening and closing.
That does seem very familiar, but
Yeah,
I can't
he was
say
popular
for sure.
for-
It might be something else I'm confusing it with.
He was popular several years ago, like 5 years ago. He would do these
But
videos of
it's
all
funny
these
you mentioned Ouija
cabinets
board.
opening up.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's funny you mentioned Ouija board because to this day, a lot of my friends they're like, nah, we'd never do that, we'd never do that, and I'm like, why? And they're like, oh, you don't know what you're inviting into your house, and this, that, and the other, and too many films out there. I'm just like, oh, come on, man.
What does cause
Seriously.
people to freak out?
That's why you do it in the backyard.
Well, it does cause people to freak out. I mean, I've had some experiences with it, and I've actually been able to use a Ouija board. And when I say use, I don't mean that there was like an actual spirit, because I have no idea. But I was able to use a Ouija board myself and actually sit there, and the planchette will move in like this weird
Yeah, I've done Ouija board as well.
figure eight type thing, like the infinity symbol. It'll just keep doing that really, and it'll get really, really fast. And it's just like you can actually feel the planchette move. I mean, even when you're using it yourself, it feels like a force is moving it. Now, is it idiomatic? Is it something that's from your motor, just fine motor control being
Yeah, I was just gonna
amplified?
say that.
Probably, right? That's that naturalistic explanation. But I gotta tell you, it's pretty goddamn convincing. If you've never used
Oh,
a
yeah,
Ouija
of
board,
course it
try
is.
it. It is really convincing.
Yeah, like even whether you know the mechanics of it or not, it's still very, very interesting, and the effect of it is still very, very realistic.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I knew a lot of about the like when you put your hands forward in front of you at a certain angle, expecting them to move unconsciously. Sometimes you make them move and stuff like that happening. And even knowing that going into doing the Ouija board, it was still very, very interesting
Exactly.
and kind of creepy. And I get the atmosphere behind that and everything. But people who
Yeah,
say
just because you're aware of
oh,
something doesn't limit the effect,
Yeah.
right?
yeah, sometimes
like-
sometimes it makes it better knowing. Like
Have
it
you-
doesn't detract.
Have you ever heard of what's called the McGurk effect?
No.
The McGurk effect is something for speech perception, and what it is even if you know how this works, it doesn't matter. Your brain will trick you, and so
Okay.
if you're listening to somebody say certain sounds like ba with a b, ba,
Yeah.
ba, b a ba, or bah, ba, and you see their lips with a ba sound, right? And all of a sudden their lips change to like a ga, like a G or an F, a fa. So you see their lips going fa, fa. So they start off going ba, 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 then they switch to fa, fa, fa. If you listen and they're not, and you just have the same sound, the ba sound continue, right? So the guys, so it's the guys actually, you're actually hearing this ba, 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 ba. Oh, it's the only thing you're hearing, but you're watching somebody enunciate it or see their lips move like fa with an F. You hear fa. It'll actually change what you hear, even though what you're listening to is BA, BA or BAH. Even though you
Cool.
know that's what it is, if you see somebody saying it differently with an F, like fa, you still hear it as ba. It's fa. You see, whatever they're lip-syncing, that's what you hear it as, even though nothing's changed. It's really, really weird. But that's called the McGurk effect if you want to look it up. And that's the same thing with the Ouija board. You may know that is an ideomotor effect, but you feel something move it. It's literally freaking like somebody takes a piece of string and pulls the damn thing.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of electro. What do you call it? Not electromagnetic shock. It's like a.
Well, yeah, but
You get like a static shock out of it, sort of thing as
no,
well.
I never been
everybody
shocked.
everybody I spoke to that like did it with me, we did it at my mate's college dorms, and we all agreed that there was like some kind of static, but whether that static was created by us with the tension and everything, yeah, some of them still believe one way, some of them still believe another way.
Well, I think of all the people here, or me, you're probably the one more likely to accept it as possibility of something actually being there, right? Some kind of entity.
You're relating to Ouija board?
Yeah. I mean, do you think there's nothing to it at all, or?
Guarantee, but I would probably describe it more as a force.
Yeah. Okay. But everybody else, I'm looking across the board, would probably think that the Ouija board is just your mind, right? But you would probably you'd be the only one suggesting that maybe the Ouija board is more than just your own mind doing it, right?
No, I don't know that it's could be the force from your mind.
Oh, okay, okay. So you don't think it could be a spirit or anything?
It could be.
Oh, it could be. Okay. How about? But does anybody else think it could be?
I just don't think that it would be Ermine's go-to position, is what she's saying.
Yeah, I get that. I guess anybody would say it could be. I guess, but it's the odds are very, very small. I don't know too many people that are actually like totally metaphysically natural, but maybe a few.
But I think somebody asked this earlier, and it's kind of interesting. And that's the would you spend the night in like a really creepy house for $1,000? And I probably would. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. But is there any place that anybody can think of right now that if you had to stay there all night by yourself, you wouldn't be able to do it?
I know 3 places, and I knew 3 places, and one of them actually burnt down. So now I know 2.
I think a morgue would be tough.
All right, let me.
Yeah, I wouldn't do a morgue.
I definitely that whole haunted house ain't happening.
You wouldn't do it, really?
Yeah, there's just not enough money. And then I'd have to say with my mom.
For enough money, I would definitely do something like that. For enough money.
With your mom?
Oh, with my mom? Hell no! It's almost as bad as the mother-in-law. I ain't doing it.
See, I would see. Here's the weird thing. Like, I'm not scared of the dark. I'm scared of what motherfucking in the dark, right? The dark's never done anything to anybody, right? It's the shit you can't see in there. That's what gets you. Just remember that.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Steve.
Yeah.
I've always had a problem with the dark, but it's not the dark itself. Like, if I'm in a room and, suddenly the light pops out and it goes dark, I don't panic like everybody else. I'm just like, okay, the light's gone. Pull out a lighter, or anybody got matches or anything like that, and it's fine. But it's like, if you're going into a place that is dark, like say on the way home, that's different because you don't know what's in there. It's that creeping feeling of not knowing what's in the dark, sort of thing.
Well, that's the whole thing. Is like, okay, let's assume, even if there isn't, anything, malevolent in the house, or spirits or ghosts or whatever, your brain can do some really fucked up things, right? And we've known this. We know this even with science. People that used to do this whole thing with Bloody Mary, they would go look in a mirror and they'd say Bloody Mary 3 times, right? And people would swear they've seen, a figure or a face, right? And they did.
Yeah.
They did. It actually, you can see something, right? And what it is your brain being deprived of stimuli. Your eyes start seeing things, and in that low light, things get very grotesque looking. Things get the image get changed. As a matter of fact, there's something in the internet right now that you can look at your favorite movie star, and they have it kind of like weird. It's just a little bit weird, but not much. But if you kind of like look to your peripheral vision, they look like a complete monster, right? Have you guys seen that?
No.
Yeah, if you
I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's basically they have pictures of celebrities. And you look it straight on, they look pretty normal. I mean, you tell it's been doctored a little bit, but not much. But then if you kind of look away a little bit, they look like grotesque. It's really trippy.
But it's saying that everybody's had that moment, like when they're sitting on their computer or watching TV, where out their corner of their eye, they think they've seen something move. And like, the longer you try and ignore it to concentrate on what you're doing, the more ominous and sinister it feels, until you look over and you realize it's just a bit of the curtain flapping, or maybe there's cloth over something that's moving slightly, things.
Sure,
things
but
like
that's what sucks.
Yeah, but that's literally the brain's
It doesn't make it
flight
any
or
less
flight
scary.
response. No, it doesn't. I'm not saying
Yeah.
it does.
It's like I like the outdoors. I like camping. I love camping. I will never do it by myself though. No, I could never camp by myself.
So
I could never be by myself.
Okay, so you weren't at camp in a graveyard overnight for $1,000?
You know,
For $1,000? Yes.
in a graveyard.
Van, there's not much you wouldn't do for $1,000, so
No, in a graveyard, I'll be fine if it's relatively close to civilization and all this other stuff. No, I mean I'm talking about like backwoods, northern BC, British Columbia up here, by myself. No,
you got
fuck
bears
that.
and shit up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that.
You know what? I'd happily stand in a graveyard all night for £1,000.
You know, I think some of the places
Yeah,
that
your wallet gets heavy.
they talk about haunted places. You know, they do have some interesting stories. Like I was reading stories about the Queen Mary, and you know, there's a lot of people that seem to have interesting stories about what happened to the Queen Mary. Again, could be all just in their brain. When people tell me like ghost stories, 90% of the time I believe that they actually experienced something. Right? I don't think they're fabricating anything per se. But
Oh yeah, the mind's a powerful tool,
right.
and it's not just as internal as people think. You can externalize something quite easily because the brain works on the senses and the peripheral and stuff in it. So,
But you got to be able to still come up with explanations, and that's fun to think about plausible explanation for things.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
yes, you can always default, okay, the mind was playing tricks on you, but that's the catch-all, right? That's like the go-to. But some of the stories of the freaking Queen Mary, of seeing actual apparitions, yeah, it's pretty interesting. Now, again, I'm not saying that I believe it, but
yeah,
I'm not
but
saying that it was aliens,
whether
but
you
it was
believe it or
aliens.
not, I'd still find some.
I'm not
I
saying
still
it was
find a lot
aliens.
I still find a lot of this stuff interesting. Whether I believe it or not is by and the by. There's still like that. You know, it's almost like a primal need to know or to think beyond your own sort of horizons. Like I often find myself thinking about subjects that I I think I'm pretty 100% sure on, and yet when I'm talking to myself sometimes, which happens quite a lot, a part of me still raises some really good questions against my own argument, and you just think, But then, look, like later on, when you're more rational, you just think, nah, just discard it straight away. But it's always interesting just how much, even you want to be fooled by stuff and things like that.
Yeah, well, I think we all kind of do. I mean, what do you think we have like a Halloween haunt at Knott's Berry Farm, and why do you think people go to these haunted houses? And people want to be scared, but they want to be scared on their own terms, right?
Yeah,
We have
yeah.
thrill seekers and roller coasters and
I love all that stuff.
yeah,
I love anything
Halloween
that gets
stuff.
adrenaline pumping.
But it's on their own terms, right? I mean, if it's in the middle of summer and your house is sitting there and all your lights go out in the middle of the night, and you get this cold chill and it's maybe just a draft coming from your window. I don't think people like that. I think that even the most metaphysical naturalists would still go, ooh, that's creepy, right? They wouldn't believe that's the spirit, but people can acknowledge things are creepy without having to picture there's actually some kind of another dimension out there or some kind of metaphysical thing, correct?
Totally agree. But it's like it's what's I can't remember. I don't know. I can't remember now if somebody told me this or whether I saw it in a video or something. But it's like one of those moments where like there's two people interacting, and one of them like just shivers, and she says, "Oh, somebody just walked over my grave."
Right.
And it's like this is like an old woman, mind you, and the person she's interacting with now doesn't mean to say it, but literally it's just a knee-jerk response to that. He goes, "Not yet. You got a couple of years in you yet." And I just thought taking a situation like that and turning it into like a little comedy skit was just genius because the look on her face is just priceless.
Well, that goes to that whole fight or flight. That the hair stand in, the little
Yeah,
goosebumps come up, and the hair stands
yeah,
on in, so you look bigger and more intimidating. It's a
yeah.
biological
It
thing
can be
from
traced.
evolution.
Yeah, it can be traced back to our primal days because basically, if you're walking through like a part of say dense foliage or something, and the leaves move. Now, there's two things. One, it's going to be something harmless, or two, it's going to be a predator coming to attack you. And because the most successful people who could, like, the most, how can I put it? The most effective people were the ones who instantly thought predator and ran away, even if it was something benign. We got to propagate our genes, so it's been built into us through evolution.
Well, haven't you ever been walking down a street in a dark alley or near a dark alley, and all of a sudden you hear a noise that you shouldn't have heard? It doesn't sound like an animal or shadow that shouldn't be there, or seeing something figure-wise, looming in the distance. I mean, I can't be the only one that's experienced that.
I always assumed it was meth heads.
It probably is. I always assumed it was meth heads as well, because 9 times it is.
No, because I live in an area where you get people out sort of like at all times of night, all times of day, all times of morning, sort of thing. So it's you don't really ever feel like you're walking any place alone around where I live. And I have had moments where I've been places that I'm not exactly sure where everything is, like visiting for the first time or whatever, and things do feel a bit out of place. You do feel a bit discombobulated, but I think because I'm used to being in heavily populated areas, um, it's just sort of it's taken that fear of the unknown out of me, if you know what I mean.
Well, I think that's
Well, there's this really cool thing, and I mean, I think that maybe Steve would can appreciate this too, because you've served on a submarine before, right?
No,
Oh no,
I
oh.
was surface. I've walked on a sub before, but it never left port. It never went into water.
Well, so here's an interesting. So let's say, you're on a ship for like 6 months. You get used to it. Every aspect of your life is just around, being on this ship. So there's certain things you get used to. When you sleep at night, you're rocking back and forth in your rack. As the ship moves. There's a lot of like just the white noise, like just the
Sure.
sound of the airflow through the ship, or the distance murmur of like the engines going or something like that. And it's all the stuff that you just become really accustomed to. And then ship pulls in the harbor, and you have to stand at duty watch. Everybody else goes home. You're staying back on the ship, and all of a sudden the ship's not moving anymore. There's no more of that, that white noise, the ambient sound, all that stuff's gone. And the environment, like the location hasn't changed, but everything about it has. And those feelings, like you don't scare yourself, but you feel uncomfortable. You feel like it's out of
You like
place.
work yourself up
Well,
over it, yeah.
it's a little unsettling at first, but I think the more intuitive thing is that I've noticed, when you're saying that you know the hum, right? You know exactly what the engines sound like. You know exactly what this sounds like. You hear the air conditioning and every sound you hear. And if the most minor thing changes, that's something that's out of place. A scratching sound that shouldn't be there, a bearing that's starting to wear out, a pump that's starting to cavitate, whatever it is, you pick it up. And that's amazing that we have that kind of intuition to be able to pick out a
Yeah, I know
distinct
what you mean.
sound like that over that white noise, because we're used to a threshold of noise that our body, brains actually just tune out. But when something in that threshold is different, we still notice it.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it still goes back to that. Is the rustling in the foliage a predator or something benign? It's still
Well,
that flight or flight that's been built into us, and
it's the
because of
pareidolia.
that,
I'm not sure that it's the fight or
It's
flight.
not. Oh, it's not pareidolia.
Yeah, we're seeing patterns where there aren't any.
That's apophenia.
I'm sorry. Is my mic on?
Yeah, but I think you're
It
getting a
is
little bit of.
mine.
Yeah, I noticed you guys are kind of stepping on Armin a little bit. I think she might be
Um,
lagging a little bit.
I
ahead.
think there's a difference, and I'm careful to say between male and female, but you guys are naming stuff that a lot of women would. Okay, I got to be careful. A lot of people who are highly intuitive would never find themselves in those positions, because as you mentioned, walking down some dark alley and something brushes past you, there's this intuition that goes off that goes, not a wise thing to walk down an alley. Not a wise thing to be
Oh
on.
yeah, we've all been in precarious places we shouldn't have been.
It's interesting how,
hell yeah.
I don't
I
know,
like to live dangerously.
it is like a sixth sense, or maybe it's the first sense. I don't know what you call it.
Well,
Where it's just we're not even going to go there.
Well, I mean, I lived in Seattle, but I had a CWP. I had two weapons on me most of the time when I was out and about in these areas, and they weren't some of the best areas. But I had a Browning Buckmark 22 and a Derringer, so I mean, I wasn't like I was nowhere ever that I was like, okay, well, I'm in a bad situation. At least I knew I was armed, but it just it's the darkness. You can't really see much, and it's something like blows across you, or just you hear something. Yeah, it kind of freaks you out a little bit. Even if you, because I could take an aggressor, right, an attacker. I'm armed for that. But if it's something that's like, I hate to say it, but it's something like a paranormal type thing. Well, the gun's not going to do a goddamn thing against a ghost, or spirit, or demon, or whatever the fuck you want to call them.
See, and I think that's the thing too, is that because my mind would never go to ghosts automatically. Like I brought up the example of camping, for example. If I was out with my 303 Enfield camping out in the woods, I'd feel a lot better, But I wouldn't be thinking about all the things that I can't shoot. I'd be thinking about
You
comfort.
say that, but
Everything you can.
I mean, but even the most diehard metaphysical naturalist, I think at some point has gone, fuck, what the hell, and not being able to explain something. I think everybody has.
I've had those moments, but literally, like, as soon as it passes, I just, if it's something that I can rationalize, then that's often my first response, because I don't know, that's just the way I am.
Yeah.
And I know, like, I'm really misrepresenting Indians here, because I'm pretty sure that half the world, or most of the world, is convinced that Indians are like the most superstitious people on the planet. And I just want to let you know they are. I'm like the 0.0001 minority here. I'm not superstitious or like metaphysical or anything like that.
Well, superstitious doesn't necessarily mean you don't believe in ghosts. Superstitious means more like
You
certain
believe in
things.
coincidence and karma and stuff.
Certain things if you don't do will cause harm, right? If you walk under a ladder, it can cause harm. If you a black cat crosses your path, it can cause harm.
Oh, yeah.
You spill salt, you don't throw something on your shoulder, it can
But-
cause harm. Those are superstitions, and some of them
Yeah,
may have
but-
been based upon actual reasoning. I mean, there might have been reasons why these superstitions have started for legit reasons, right? I mean, you
Yeah,
don't walk under a ladder because it's bad luck, because you might fucking knock over the ladder, kill somebody, or whatever. I mean, there's things that
Yeah.
can actually happen, right?
Yeah, of course, I get what you're saying, Steve, but don't you find a correlation between people that... Sorry, Hermione. Yeah, carry on, please.
No, the people who are most superstitious in the United States are baseball players, and
Yes.
Really?
somebody talk to me about some
Yes.
truth in that, because they are unbelievable.
That is true. I completely agree with that. And
Wow.
here's the reason. I don't know if it can be a justification, but here's the reason I could see why they do it. Baseball players, like most people, they want to win, and then football players are superstitious too. But the
Yeah,
baseball
soccer
players,
play- football
But the
players,
reason they do, like, let's say they wear their favorite pair of socks and they win that game, and right now the World Series is going on, right? So the Indians are what, 3-1. Let's say they haven't changed their socks in the last 3 games. Okay, it's a psychological thing to them. It gives them a psychological advantage, whether it has any substance to it whatsoever. It's a marginal amount of edge that they think they might have, just because it's a psychological thing that they want to have. Now, is it justifiable? I don't know. I mean, again, it's superstitious nonsense. Does a sock actually give them any more empowerment to win the game? No. But if they think it does, then it's one of those mainly mind over matter things that gives them a slight edge. So in that particular case, who does it harm? I guess, right?
But you guys would, if somebody said that that's the reason they believe in a god, you would poo-poo that till the cows come home.
I have no
Yeah,
problem.
I was
with believing
going to
in
say
God,
something along those lines. Hermine, well done.
but I
Sorry,
don't-
is it Hermine or Hermine? Sorry.
Neither. It's Ermine.
Hermine, I'm so sorry.
You know,
That's a lovely
it-
name.
I don't poo people.
don't want
poo-
to. I don't want to
poo
turn this
people.
like into like the just to throw the theological aspect into this. There is, I think that you see the people with this the complete certitude that God exists. Like in the case of a lot of Christians that we talk to here, I would think that those people would actually be the most confident that ghosts don't exist. That
Who, the theist?
yeah,
Yeah.
the theist that would advocate for God with such a level of certainty
Well,
that
why would you think that when the Bible tells them that gods and spirits do exist?
Well, yeah,
well
but they don't
be,
exist on
be,
a plane after death.
because the thing is that the concept of ghost, the concept of a soul living on like our realm or interacting with our realm past death is really unbiblical. Because when you die, you go one or two places. That's it.
Yeah.
There's no you're either banished down below or you're up in heaven waiting for judgment or whatever that stuff is. That there's no middle ground in the middle where you get to hang out and harass loved ones.
Yeah, divination and thermancy in the Bible was more described as talking to unclean spirits, which were the demons. Most at the time, they did not believe that you could actually communicate with the dead. What you were communicating with was somebody like a demon or an unclean spirit that was taking the person's identity, and that's what you were communicating with. So when people say, "Oh, well, the ghost," or if you're saying ghost or the physical remnant of somebody who died, a spiritual remnant that died, that would be unbiblical.
Oh wow, I didn't actually think about that one. Nice.
Yeah, there's other places out there that do exist. It's not just two. I mean, you forget there's actually purgatory. That Catholics believe that's a purgatory, and there's also another one too. But I can't remember the name of it. Shoot.
Yeah, most Indians believe in like
Officially,
reincarnation
Catholics
stuff.
no longer believe in purgatory.
Yeah,
Officially.
it's in the rule book now.
Yeah, they did.
But the other one is like I mean, there's a story. I can't remember what the guy's name is. Like the rich man and the poor man there, and Lazarus and whatever, where the guy goes and the rich guy goes and ends up dying, going to hell, and sees the poor man up there in heaven, and wants him to give him water or whatever. I'm butchering the story, I know, but anyway, the point is that he calls out that he wants to at least go back and warn his family, about what to do, and they're like, they basically say no. You have no interaction with them. You can't warn them. All the warning signs were already there. You chose to ignore them, and if they chose to ignore them, they're going to share your fate. There is no communication with the dead.
Sokka, I read something today where there's actually a service where they'll send telegrams to your dead relatives, and for $5 or $10 or whatever the hell it is, what they'll do is they'll find a person who's dying. It's more than that, but they'll find a person who's dying and they'll make them memorize, a statement or a little paragraph, whatever it is, before they die, and they're supposed to give that to the person, the person on the other side.
Oh,
and
that
I'm
is
like,
grim.
wow, that is a grim business, isn't it?
It's not just grim.
That's a sucker's business, though. I think. I mean, people have to be playing people. That's like saying, hey, you know what? We're gonna have a prayer business. You know what? You send us some money. We're gonna pray for you. We're gonna send you healing energy. Sokka, I'm gonna send you healing energy for only $1,000 a month, dude. You will be healed of all your afflictions and your emotional baggage, because we're going to be sending you white light through our prayers and our empathetic connections that we have with the universe. Does that sound good to you?
Sign me up.
Yeah. People do this. That's a business.
Yeah, the new age is full of that stuff as well.
Because people fall for it.
Every age,
Yeah.
that stuff.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's been more in technology wise because of things, but yeah, that's been around for several hundred years, if not thousands, probably.
Oh yeah, crystals and all of that stuff. Yeah, a lot of it originated in like the older Eastern cultures, like China and stuff, where they still got like feng shui and stuff like that.
Yeah, but Sokka makes a good point, though. I mean, according to the Bible, Sokka, correct me if I'm wrong, but the dead don't hear prayers, correct?
It depends. I mean, within Catholicism, you can pray to the saints, and the saints can pray for you. But I think it works one way. Like you're never going to get a response from them.
Yeah, it's not a two-way communication. Yeah, it's like as I always said. If you want to talk to God, that's great. When God starts talking to you, that might be a time for a little bit of concern.
Yeah, nicely put.
Yeah, but yeah, I think the concept of ghosts. This is why ghost movies don't really scare me that much. I'm probably more affected by like serial killers and monsters more to a greater extent. Those are the ones that really freak me out.
Is your mic just really bad today, Soccer, or is that just me? You sound
No,
like
it's just
it's really.
because it's a clip-on mic. Every time he moves his body, even in the slightest way, it rubs against his clothing or his face or wherever he's got
It's
it
just
set.
really scratchy, isn't it?
So this is this
Yeah.
constant.
Yeah, that's all I hear too.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry about that. I'll hold my mic away from my clothing.
Oh, that's so much better.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think you make a good point there that like really fundamentalist evangelists really shouldn't really believe in ghosts.
They also shouldn't believe in the mediums that can talk to their dead relatives.
Oh, I
But
agree with that. Yes.
but they
turn them into millionaires.
yeah, the amount of money that they dump into these people, like, and it's the people that are using the front of religion to do this stuff too. My grandmother is still very religious and has given tons of money to people that have that are talking to my dead grandfather.
Yeah, but aren't people like James von Prague still doing a primetime TV slot program about like talking to the dead in front of like studio audiences and stuff?
Well, I actually go ahead, Amy.
That actually goes to my question and why I wanted to ask it. Is the problem that they're interceding between supposedly the living and the dead, or is the problem that people are giving money to people who are interceding, or supposedly, between the living and the dead?
I'll answer that. I think
it's both. Both.
Yeah, I think it's both.
Yeah, both to a degree. Yeah.
Because one, I mean, according to their own scriptures, you shouldn't be communicating with the dead, right? That's frowned upon. That's considered to be, a divination and necromancy. But the worst thing is that the money that they're giving these people, these are outrageous prices these people are charging for entertainment purposes. And they even say in their brochures and everything else, this is all for entertainment. Of course, it's a legal thing, right? But I actually started in the Great Debate, believe it or not, with obviously that one or two math problems. But one of the bigger things I started with was actually debunking Teresa Caputo with a guy named Sci-Fake. And his real name is Ron Tebow. And I was always on his videos helping to debunk these spiritual mediums. And they charge upwards of $800 an hour, right, for a reading. Some of them even more. Some of them that's for a half hour. And all it is they tell you anything that you want to hear, or basically anything they can get from a hot or medium read, or do cold. They can do cold reads too. But anybody can do this. You don't have to be a psychic. You don't have to be a psychic to do this. I've done this all my life through chiromancy, which is with palm reading. I would be able to read somebody's palm and be able to tell them a lot about them with great accuracy. But it's just a trick. It's all a bullshit
Cold
trick.
reading.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I always told them so.
There was a woman in America. I think it was Rosemary something or other, and she claimed to be like psychic and a medium and all of that, and she did like actual shows in Hollywood where tons of people would show up, and the money she was making would be ridiculous. And what the thing is, she left like a little card with some of the guests saying, "Look, call this number, ask me for a psychic reading 101 and blah blah blah." And like she would charge like say $1,500 dollars for one of those phone calls, and then when they called her, all she would say to them is, "Oh, your star sign is this. You've lost somebody with like this initial, and your angels are watching over you," and then hang up. That's literally it.
Yeah,
and a lot of these
they're all
people got
scripted.
really, really pissed off because that's not what they took the card home for.
Well, people were suing these companies. You guys remember the Psychic Friends Network with Dionne Warwick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean these operators, they were not psychics, and they even said we just do this because we get paid for it. And they had a script they would go by, and just were telling people just general information. And besides that, I just found out recently, because I totally forgot about this, that there's actually 13 zodiac signs, not 12. But I don't know how that screws up with the readings for them. But
It doesn't, because it's not Pluto. I forget which one it is. The one that has the least impact, but it's still involved. But there is a 13 that's inclusive of there. I have to.
Planet X.
yeah, it would. Well, it's Ophucus. And
What?
if I was Ophucus is the name of the sign. If I was actually
Making
if
that
you,
up.
no, if you actually take the 13th zodiacs instead of the 12, I would actually not even be Aquarian anymore. I'd be
That's exactly right. Like
Capricorn.
most people are off. You're exactly right.
Yeah, it's like 2 days it throws it off. If you count
Well,
Ophucus.
depends on what month, but yeah.
Yeah, if you're on the cusp. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not much of a consolation though. I'll claim your inheritance once soon. Claim if you can't see it on my Google Plus, I'll just add you from the internal. You should be able to come in now. But
I love horoscopes though, because they're just so full of shit. Like if you read most people will just go through and they'll oh, I'm a Libra, go down there and just like, oh, you're gonna face great adversity here. Your opinions are important. Make sure you speak your mind. Your lucky numbers are 3, 13, 28, and 72. And, like this rings true to most people. Just like, yeah, I am at a point in my life where I have, great adversity here. And, well, you know what? Most people do at any point in their life. And then you have this thing that's just reaffirming that, yeah, your opinion's important, you should speak out. Well, again, this fucking applies to everybody, and then the numbers are all arbitrary. Who fucking cares? But what's real fun is go through and read the horoscopes that aren't yours and see how many of them ring true to you there.
Well,
and most of them do as well.
I'm Socka, you got to remember, I'm a diehard Aquarian. We don't believe in astrology.
Yeah, you do.
I'm a Libra. We're all about balance.
I'm a Piscean. We're all about hugs and making friends.
Kissies.
And that, yeah.
What month is Pisces? What does it go from?
March.
Yeah, I like Pisces.
Yay.
And see, I could tell that Armin's a Leo.
Why is that?
She's a Scorpio.
No, she's definitely a Leo.
Scorpio.
You guys are such a crock of crap. You don't even know your shit.
She's a Gemini.
Oh, well, actually, that's such a Leo thing to say.
I know, that's totally cancerous. She's got to be a Cancer.
What sign are you, Armin?
I'm a Gemini.
See, I told you I was right. I nailed that one. You saw that.
Gemini.
Yes, that doesn't count.
You only have to remember the hits. You don't have to remember the misses.
What's interesting,
Yeah,
look at
true.
cultures and stuff like that. Like the Mayans are a perfect example. You were given your name based on the day you were born, and there was 260 days in a given year. And in it, it was interesting because your name dictated what was your purpose in life. So for me, it was interesting because the question was, is your purpose in life indicative in their religion of the day you were born, or is it because of the day you were born, people treated you, called you everything such a, a certain thing that it almost created your future for you?
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
Right,
I could see it being either one.
So
Or both.
it's interesting anyway. But
Yeah.
I should call you internet troll.
Yeah, I mean, if you're born and your name pretty much stands for shit for brains, then yeah, you probably could be treated a little bit different in the Mayan culture.
That'd be quite interesting as a life experiment.
He who fucks serpents. Yeah, not going to go over too well.
Is it true? Is it true that
He
it's like
who
the,
shovels
it's
shit.
like the little Indian boy said to his mom, "Mom, is it true that we're often named for the first things that the mother sees when they're giving birth to us? Why do you ask? 2 dogs fucking."
I like that. And as an Indian, I'm going to use that a lot.
Wrong Indian. Feathers,
I
not
know,
dots.
I'm taking the piss.
Feathers, not dots.
I'm taking the piss.
I can't have my piss. My piss is my business. Don't you know there's a booming trade in saving piss now? Just ask MK.
Do you guys need a Powerade bottles?
Oh.
Did you guys hear the song that somebody made on that? It was fucking funny. I think
Yeah.
Sorry?
somebody actually made that into a song. I don't remember who it was though.
Wasn't as good as the version I made, but whatever.
There was so you remember there's that guy that I think his name was like Joseph or something like that. He was one of the first guys that we kind of called on the community for sniping somebody. I can't remember what hangout it was.
Mine.
Brother Joseph. Or Joseph.
Mine.
Yeah, was it yours?
hangout.
Yeah, it was your
Yes.
hangout. Yeah. But he's come back now and he's changed his name now and he's now Brojo.
Right.
Yeah.
And like I'm not sure. I mean, I know Ermine does, but Brother John has been Brojo for years. And I do not like this imposter Brojo. It frustrates me whenever I see him. I'm just like, you are not Brojo.
Oh, I
Fuck you.
think it was Brother John that made the. It's funny you mentioned that because I think it was Brother John that actually made that song, that EMK song.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Peeing in a bottle. I'm sending out a what is it? Urinate to my friends. It was funny.
Yeah, it was just really.
What's with these
clunky
guys and
lyrics.
drinking piss now? Like, I still don't get
No,
that.
I don't think MK put it in the bottle so he could have a swig later.
No, but there have been videos out there that have been.
He got lazy gamer's disease.
There's been, dude. I played WoW for like 9 years. I never peed in a bottle.
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
It
You're
never
fucking
happened.
Sterling, and you step out of the shower to take a piss. I get it, but you're an
No,
outlaw.
hell no. But I totally lost my train of thought.
We were talking about bottled piss.
Yeah,
It
no, I know.
honestly is
No,
not
yes,
a
right.
lazy gamer thing. There's something else going on there.
There are videos out there of these people that are advocating quote unquote health benefits for drinking urine or using urine to sterilize your nostrils.
Yeah.
And you wash out your sinuses with like 2-week-old urine. Now I don't know who the idiot was who thought of this. I don't know who was the first person to go, hey, you know what? I think this is going to be a really fucking cool idea. Or somebody was going, hey, this is one of the most fucked up things I can think of. Let's see if people will actually follow this shit. But somewhere down the line, something went seriously wrong when people actually started trying this. Right?
Well, I think it's weird because it's one of those things where you're not sure if it was serious to begin with, but it was taken over and now it is. Like there was a good example not too long ago where they started like a Twitter movement or something like that where it was in support of feminism. You piss your pants. And people were posting pictures of them with their pissed pants, like out there, and it started off as a joke, just a couple people doing this, and they just put water in their pants, but it got taken over. Like people were actually thinking that this was a thing, and were actually pissing themselves and forwarding this thing now because they didn't realize that it was. Check it out. It's fucking hilarious.
See, you know what? That doesn't surprise me because I actually had watched a video one time, and I swear to God, it's going to get a little gross. But this woman, she seemed normal, except for the fact that she takes her menstruation of blood and she goes out to give it to Mother Earth, and she asks the Earth where should she dump it at, and it gives it as offering to nature. And I'm like, who the fuck thinks this is a good idea?
All right,
could be worse.
what's going on? I would think that what typically happens is Americans go down to second and third world countries. They see something that they don't understand.
She's from Nebraska or something.
Well, like I said, second and third world countries.
Second and third world countries, right?
They trip out on ayahuasca. They interpret it completely wrong. They come home and they say, put the pee up the nostrils, when it was really something else. So you take out of context, you take drugs, and then you bring it back to America. That's how that crazy sits.
I'm going to use that as an example to my daughter, and why not to ever do drugs. See, honey, if you do drugs, you're going to have with urine in your nostrils.
That they're all just doing drugs, and that's where they get the idea. But this guy in the other hangout that I go to, like he thinks that if everything you put inside of you is good, then everything that comes out of you is good. So you drink your pee-pee.
No.
They eat his shit?
No.
He didn't say anything about poo-poo, but the pee-pee, yeah.
No, no.
It's just the natural progression.
Objection.
What? Yes, Gus?
Speaking of poopage, eating of poopage.
Who eats
Objection.
poo-poo? What?
Talking about some things. If you don't talk about it, it doesn't happen.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm definitely gonna look in that pee in the pants thing because I could see it starting off as a joke, right? People putting water in there because to mock it, right? I get that; it's funny. But then somebody going, you know what? I think this is a great way to promote feminism. Let's pee ourselves. At that point,
Yeah, it's look hashtag piss for equality.
Oh,
and
I don't know what I'm going to be looking at. I don't know.
And
wet your knickers.
It started by people on 4chan. Now, some people have come out and said that, in defense have tried to be like, no feminists actually fell for this. That's a lie. They did.
Oh, you know they had. You know somebody had to. Yeah, come on. Yeah, come on, really.
That's pretty gullible.
It kind of shows that people will kind of jump on a bandwagon, even if they don't really even. They don't stop themselves to think, is this really a good idea? Or is this something that we should really be getting behind? They just want to be part of the crowd, and they would do something that they think is a social activism thing.
I don't really see the harm in it so long as it's like laundry day or something.
I think it's unhygienic, but more than that, it's stupid.
Well,
I mean, it's
No, it's sterile.
it's
For
mostly
about 10
sterile.
minutes.
Urine is only mostly
You're
sterile.
taking that picture and you're leaving that on the internet in perpetuity. Everybody will know.
Yeah, it's creepy.
Dumbass did that. Like, there's
Yeah,
no problem with it.
yeah. I mean,
Imagine that in an employer search when you're trying to get a job. It says here that, oh yes, peed yourself, did you?
Yeah. So you Gus, you have tidy whities with urine stains. Great. Okay, nice. Yeah, let's hire that guy.
Yeah, this is that's an interesting thing. I mean, I've been employed with my current employer for longer than Facebook's been around. So I've never really had to deal with this shit. But I hear about this now, where people go in for job application or job interviews, and one of the part of the screening process is employers will take a look at things like your Twitter feed and your Facebook page and see kind of like, oh, okay, what's this person actually like? And I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like, whether or not like your private self, what you do with your friends and family, whatever, should really be representative of what you do in your professional self.
So you're saying when I advertise for the annual chicken fucking marathons, I should probably keep it under wraps?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Yeah, and that's not really your private life either. I mean, if you're putting it on Facebook.
Well, we're going to be trying roosters this year. We want to go for,
Right.
because
Well, it just depends on the job that you have. And the issue I don't have an issue if they check what you've posted publicly. I have an issue when colleges and universities, as well as employers, want access to your Facebook.
Oh, that's wrong.
Twitter,
Yeah.
whatever, to see what you post in private. No, that's crap. You got
Totally wrong. Totally wrong. I agree with you 1,000% on that. They can look whatever they want to their heart's content and anything that's public because it's public. I have no problem with that. They have no fucking right to have access to anything that's private, and they can go fuck themselves.
Well, the thing with that, and I think what Armin's referring to here, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but things like Skype, for example, save a transcript onto the hard drive or whatever computer you're working on. So it's just like a temporary file file that's generated that keeps track of what the conversation's been, and you can't really stop it from doing it, and it does it. But so if you're using something like Skype, for example, on a work computer, and you're sending messages back and forth, anything that gets stored on those work computers is considered property of the place of employment that you work at. So they do actually have technically rights to go and check that because it's stuff that's being saved on their private computers.
They don't have the right for your password.
I was referring to, let's say you want to go to work for the government and you want to be a Secret Service agent, and the government wants access to your private stuff.
Right. That does happen. That actually does happen. Yeah.
I think that they should, like, if you don't want that job, then you shouldn't, then for that job, I'd say give it up. You have to.
I don't.
Right?
Nope.
So if I'm going to work for a bank and they want the same thing, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, no, you're more lenient than I would. I'd be even with the Secret Service or anybody else. I'm like, no, they don't have any right to your personal information. No, some of these places, like you said, even banks have been known to say, okay, can we have your Facebook password and your login? They've asked people for this, outright asked people for it, and I'm stunned by that. I mean, it's just unconscionable to me.
Yeah, I don't have an issue when there's like public, like for social Secret Service, but I do for anything that doesn't need a clearance.
I would be more willing, okay, obviously with the Secret Service, and if you're applying for like, for presidential bodyguard, maybe I'd be more understanding, and yes, I would give up anything they wanted. I have nothing to hide, but I still think it's unconstitutional, though.
The only reason I don't is because you get security clearance jobs.
Well, I had secret security clearance. I never had to give up anything. But back then, we didn't have really the.
Yeah, we didn't have that back when we got our top secret clearances.
I didn't get top secret. Fuck you. I know you.
I actually got top secret long before I ever needed it, and never did need it.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I was just going to say, I know for a fact that most people that get top secret
access to your phone calls,
never get
all types of things.
Most people that get top secret. Hang on. Most people that get top secret clearance never get exposed to actually top secret information. Isn't that the funniest thing?
What did you need top secret clearance for?
I was in intelligence.
Oh, like actually? Oh, like
I never actually did intelligence.
Yeah, let this.
And even in the intelligence thing, most of the things that are stamped secret and top secret are not detrimental to the United States if they were let out, and that's what it's supposed to be. Top secret's supposed to be to have catastrophic consequences if it was, in the public or the enemy got a hold of it. It's not so much that things that are labeled top secret are mundane at this sometimes, and they really have a shitty way of using classified information. But it's still treated as classified. It's still classified. Don't get me wrong, but
some of the stuff too, for example, could be something as simple as personnel records. For people.
How much oil you ordered for the duplex strainer? I mean,
right, and I think one of the common misconceptions too is that let's say whatever you have, whatever security clearance, that doesn't automatically entitle to every single piece of intelligence that's labeled as that. It still works on a very need to know type thing. Like if you have the specs of how a certain piece of machinery operates, but that's considered top secret, you'll get authorized for top secret clearance just because you know the specs of that machinery. It doesn't mean that you now know who shot JFK.
Okay.
Does this mean that the public person and the private person are two different persons?
Come again?
What do you mean by that? What do you mean the private and the?
Well, we'd certainly like to think so, wouldn't we?
Yeah, Hillary reference.
Oh, yeah, because you have a public stance, you have a personal stance, which I don't get her by that. Okay, if you have two different stances, let's say what you think publicly is not what you think privately. I think that's a little bit deceptive.
No, it's not.
We all do. We all do have that.
But it's especially duplicitous if it's someone who's running for public office. Like, this is a concern.
Well, we're not.
But go ahead, Carmine.
We're not going to doubt that it's duplicitous. That's not the point. The point is when I don't care if I'm like when I explain something, I tell my kids something, or something happens in my house, I have a completely different stance than when I go out in the real world. There's just things that you say amongst friends, whatever. Like if Trump would get this, that'd be pretty wise.
But this is to the public, right?
Yeah,
but she's saying things to the public, right? I mean, this is her supposed to be her public stance. I mean, if she says I'm for this and then she votes no on something, that's duplicitous.
No, but that's not what she was talking about. If she
no,
was
I know that.
Well, it's more like triplicitous.
You might say one thing, and when you're talking to another group, you might say something totally different or whatever. So
I would normally.
What purpose does that serve?
Well, no, I would normally agree with Hermine on this, but what I see though, and it's not just Clinton, it's politics in general. They'll go to like, for example, to like some state where they are producing like Fords or something, and they say, you know what, greatest car ever. And then they'll go over to somewhere else and they say, you know what, oh, this Mazda factory, oh, it's the greatest car ever. And then they'll go over to like, Plymouth, Dodge, Chrysler, or whatever. greatest thing ever. That's the kind of thing that I get really kind of, turned off by. Does that make sense? It's minor stuff, but that's what they do.
The purpose is
What movie was that? There's a movie that
in different circles with different paradigms.
Mac and Me was it? No, what was it? There was a movie that was in.
where he's going around doing all the presidential speeches, and it's just like coal workers are the backbone of America, and then the next clip is like bread makers are the backbone of America, and then it's just like transgendered lesbian war veterans are the backbone of America or something like that.
A Will Ferrell movie.
Yeah, something like it's the campaign.
Well, yeah, but right now you'd be like, go Indians, right? And if you're in Chicago, you'd be like, go Cubs, right?
Latino tilt-a-whirl operators are the backbone of America.
That's true, though.
Yeah, that doesn't was Latino tilt-a-whirl operators.
I think that's what it is with candidates. Where the buck stops is where they vote. So at the end of the day, like, I don't know why people put so much stock in what anybody says, let alone politicians. How did they vote? That's where they really stand.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and that's what I was saying. If you publicly are saying that you're against a certain measure, or certain bill, or certain proposition, and you advocate that all the time, and all of a sudden when you go to vote, you completely vote something else. That is a problem for a public official. Would you not agree?
But it's also a problem if they change their stances constantly. I mean, I think both are Hillary to a worse extent.
Well, you're allowed to change one. If you change once, you're considered to be informed, enlightened, and flexible. If you change twice, you're wishy-washy.
Yeah, Trump flip-flops like every single day on everything.
People in this election cycle, pro-Trump, never Trump, back to Trump, vote for him. I've seen it all this cycle.
It has been really strange, hasn't it?
What are you guys' early predictions right now?
It's gonna be Clinton. Like I actually made a video like last week. Like it got like 4,000 views, going to like the map, making my own electoral prediction map, and I got so much shit from the Trump supporters. There's so many of them online. And I do not like Hillary Clinton. I will not vote for her. I predict her to win nonetheless. And that was enough to piss them off. And of course you get all these accusations. Oh, you're a Hillary supporter. Why do I have to take you seriously?
Well, Prudent, right.
What's the purpose of voting?
Well, hang on,
Trump
Prudent.
supporters, because they're in the same sort of realm as like conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, you can't reason with Trump.
Hang on. I would vote. I want to vote
where they're going to win every vote and they win every debate and.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I would rather have Trump than Hillary any day of the week, but I'm definitely not a conspiracy guy. But if you're looking at electorals, right, there's about 90 undecided out there, correct, Prudent? And
90. Wait, what?
90 that's in the middle that can go either way.
I don't know about that. I think
this is well. Hang on, this is the last thing that I've seen. This was only yesterday. So the biggest state that he has to get right now is Florida. It has 29 electoral votes. Okay, if he doesn't get Florida, he's done. Okay, but if he actually gets, I think it's New Hampshire, Ohio, and like other states, if he gets around 60 of those 90, he can actually win. Okay, it's going to be extremely difficult, but anybody who says that Trump cannot win at this point hasn't looked at the electoral map.
I mean,
because he just took over Arizona, right?
Just Arizona, but you don't hold on. You don't know about Arizona. We don't know about Arizona.
Arizona's still up the grass.
Here's one of the there's a big factor in Arizona
switch
that
to
really
him now.
change the dynamics, and it's this guy named Evan McMullen. Has anyone heard of him yet?
I think I've heard of him. Yeah.
He's an independent. He's basically He's basically Bill Kristol's puppet, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So he's supposed to be sort of like the neoconservative candidate because they obviously didn't get it in the Republican Party. He's a former CIA operative. Like he's just some unknown guy, but he's from Utah. The thing is, he could actually get a lot of the Mormon votes in Utah, and he can win Utah. He's polling very well in Utah. He can also pull away a lot of the Mormon votes in Arizona. He can siphon away the Mormon votes from Trump because Mormons almost always vote Republican. But if he siphons enough from Trump, that could actually make it easier for Clinton to win Arizona.
That's only 17
saying
electoral
the popular
votes.
vote selects who the winner is in per state?
Well, no, but it affects the electoral college. But Utah has 6 and Arizona has 11, so you're talking about 17. He can make that up if he gains. Let's see here. What does he know? I'm trying to look at the map here.
Well,
I think Georgia was in the swing state, wasn't it, at one time? I think it's now favored to hit Clinton.
Yeah. No, it's favored to Trump. Hold on. I actually, do you see the thing I have up? This is the website 270 to win. Like they've already. I mean, it doesn't. It's hard for Trump to really find a pathway to victory because
that's an old one.
Look at this. Like all these states that are essentially that we're pretty sure are going to go to Clinton. At least the safe bets for Clinton. She's at 258. That's at 258 electoral votes. So she only needs to win like one or two of these swing states, which isn't.
I would use a different map though. There's a better map because it has. Yeah, use the map that actually has 90 because it shows it'll have Utah and Arizona actually swinging toward Clinton right now. So not Clinton, but to Trump.
I'll take Colorado is technically a swing state, but it will probably most likely go to Clinton. At this point, Virginia and Pennsylvania are not swing states. They seem to be pretty safe bets for Clinton. Probably even I think she has a safer bet in Virginia. Pennsylvania, fine. I can take that one away. But I mean, look at this. Like Trump is gonna have to win. So he's gonna have to win Florida. He's gonna have to win Ohio. He's gonna have to win North Carolina and Iowa and Colorado.
He has to win a lot of them. He has to win a lot of them. Yeah, he's got to win Colorado, Wisconsin, Iowa, Ohio, Virginia, North Carolina, Florida.
In there for Trump, then he wins it. Okay.
Who? If he gets what?
No, I don't know what you're doing now.
Remains confused.
Arizona and Utah are already leaning toward. Well, let's see here. Okay, so you've already got that. I'm looking at the map now.
I think Utah could go to McMullen.
Oh, Utah will go to McMullen.
Really?
Yeah.
Like I think he's being propped up by Mitt Romney.
Yeah, I mean, he might. I don't think it's going to go to him, but I think it's going to be close. But
there's a funny thing though. If McMullen wins Utah, it would take a miracle, but that would actually give him a shot because if he's able to win a state and neither Trump nor Clinton reach 270, meaning like one of them, as long as he's the spoiler, then it goes to the House of Representatives. House of Representatives is majority Republican, but they would rather prefer McMullen over Trump because Trump's not, he's not part of the Republican establishment. Neither is McMullen, but he'd be more in line with the Republican establishment.
Yeah, that's a Hail Mary if you've ever heard of it.
It's a Hail Mary. But like I said, he has a shot at the Hail Mary. That's the thing. You can't say the same thing about Gary Johnson or Jill Stein and any of these other things.
I'm telling you right now, if that happened, everybody would raise hell.
Oh yeah, everyone would freak the
fuck because we're just told it's going to be Clinton, Trump, and then this unknown guy McMullen comes out of nowhere and just swipes it out of left field, and the first response is, well, who the fuck is this guy, and how did he take the presidency at it?
Well, because the House would.
The best thing that happens to our republic is for something like that to happen.
I think it'd be great.
Everybody in DC would be out of a job. Why? Because they'd be lynched.
I think it'd be great. What did you?
Yeah,
I am all for scorched earth at this point.
Yeah, I will actually, because I mean, I don't know if he's really qualified, but fuck it, I probably will write in McMullen at this point. I was going to originally just settle for Johnson, but he's a moron on foreign policy, so.
I'm still really surprised that California didn't switch over to Trump.
What?
I know
I think
there's always been a Democratic state.
He's showing a bit of a moron here.
Yeah, that's a moronic statement. California has been.
I said that, but you didn't let me finish my statement. Everybody I know in California can't stand Hillary. Like everybody I've ever met. But what happens is the people in the north, that's where the bastion of Democrats are. So
no.
Yes. Oh, north. Oh, Monterey and
LA.
Fresno.
It's LA. It's San Francisco. It's San Diego.
San Francisco's north.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, everything is north. If San Diego's where you're starting from, I mean, come on.
No, San Diego. I would go south of San Diego, Los Angeles.
LA's pretty south.
Up to Modesto.
Is north of San Diego.
Yeah, but we talk about North California. We're talking about Northern California. LA is not Northern California. LA is Southern California.
Yeah, but there's a lot of Democrats there. The last Republican to win California was Reagan.
Yeah.
No. George Herbert Walker Bush won California in 1988.
You're kidding.
Yeah, look it up.
It's true.
Yeah,
I'm pretty shocked that you're a Trump supporter, Steve.
Why? Well, let me
Because
clarify
Trump-
this. Let me clarify this. It's not so much that I'm a Trump
He wants to
supporter.
make America great again.
It's not so much as I'm a Trump supporter. Is I'm an anti-Hillerite. How about that?
All right, but I mean,
I'm anti-Hillary as
I
well.
would
like,
take Gary
if
Johnson
you're going to take into like the
or Bernie Sanders.
the
But
lesser
that's
the lesser of
hold on.
two evils, I would have more ammo. It
But
being
that's
Hillary.
the thing though. I don't think I've ever heard a defense of Trump that wasn't, well, I have to stop Hillary. I think
Right.
that's the only that's like the only defense of Trump I've ever heard anybody give. I do not.
Well,
I
I
have
hate
not
Hillary.
heard.
Yeah.
I have not heard any cogent
Best
defense.
defense. We'll
I
just
have not. I have not heard any cogent defense of Trump's economic or foreign policies.
let me
There-
give you one. The best defense I've heard for voting for Trump has to do with the Supreme Court, has to do with balance of powers, has to do with appellate court judges, other things that actually make and you don't want Obamacare, and what's the other one? Abortion. And then you flip it on the other side. Like, that's the reason I voted Hillary. I want Supreme Court justices that I want. I want appellate court and all those other justices that I want, liberals at least in there. And I want Obamacare to get fixed as opposed to just nixing it. And I want women to have the right to choose. When you look at it from an issues perspective, I don't know anybody who's like, I love Hillary, I love Trump. They exist. But the point is, a lot of people were voting the issues that they'll support as opposed to who they are as people.
I think that's a good point.
People, shit.
That's a good point.
But even like
I don't, because
Is there
I
a
mean,
map that
we
compares
voted Obama.
Well, no, I think
the
she's right.
electoral college to the popular vote?
What?
Is there a map that compares the popular vote to the electoral college?
No. Based on the
Well,
polls I've seen, Hillary is up by 5.5 on popular vote.
I mean, if you're going to be voting issues, I mean, Trump flip flops on the issues constantly.
No, he's been pretty
Extra
tight on
constantly.
the.
You're what
he's
she's saying
been-
is you're
he's
voting
been-
for a party instead of a.
Well, I don't know what you mean by he's flipped. He's been pretty constant on the everything. Everything. Hang on. During this election period, everything remains just talked about. He's been on the same thing on the abortion issue, same thing for the Supreme judges. I mean, he hasn't. He's maintained his immigration thing since day one. He said he always wanted to get rid of Obamacare. In fact, he went to Arizona today saying again, if he gets in, Obamacare is trashed. He hasn't flip-flopped on any of those
Let me
things.
tell you where he's flip-flopped. On immigration, we had a big thing, and maybe I've been watching it more than people, but he literally had a town hall where he started asking, what if I don't deport all the immigrants? What if So when he started off on immigration, when he was in the pool of 16, it was we're deporting the 13 million and building the wall.
Well,
Then
he
he
hasn't.
came back and he said, hold on. Then he came back and he said, we're building the wall and we'll see how we deport people.
Yeah, but that's not a flip-flop. That he obviously he was told that his deportation thing wouldn't work.
Okay, then when he flip-flopped on the abortion thing, this was really bad when he did it. And he said that people who have abortions should go to jail. And then he was corrected. And he's like, no, we don't want women going to jail because they had abortions. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
No, but I don't know. I don't know what I mean by flip-flopping. He's always been against, at least especially third-term abortions.
That's not the point. Like, when the whole thing is what you want to do is stay consistent throughout. Now, Hillary has flip-flopped too. As soon as she beat Bernie, she realized that she needed to push her agenda to the left much further if she were going to get any Bernie supporters. So she started talking about and pushing things further to the left than she had before. So both of these people, to say they haven't flip-flopped or changed their direction or whatever.
Well, there's a difference though. You got to be specific. I mean, changing position is not the same as flip-flopping. Again, you're allowed to change position once. It's when you change it again after that. That's flip-flopping. You know, I mean, to me, yes, flip-flopping is anybody who's changed a position, I guess, if you want to use it that way. But I don't see changing your position as being that bad. It's more of a modification of their positions, right? I mean, none of them have actually changed their position.
Am I the only pro-lifer here?
Yeah.
No.
I think everybody's pro-life. I mean, everybody I know is pro-life, but that's
Silly bugger, right? We know what he means when he says pro-life.
Right.
Yeah, I hate that term though. Just yeah.
I know I hate SJW too, but I'm told to fucking suck it up, Buttercup. So
yeah, no, I can use it. It's an acceptable term.
The biggest thing that Trump has flip flopped on is the whole accepting the outcome of the election thing.
And just to
Wait, what has he
answer,
decided right
just
now? Change his mind again?
No, well, at first he was like, "Yes, I'll absolutely support the outcome of the election." Then he's like, "Well, we'll have to see." And then he's like, "Well, I'll accept it if I win."
Yeah, that's a good flip flop. That's a good example of him flip flopping.
And not only that, but it's the absolute worst thing you could possibly flip flop on because
Worst thing you could flip.
yeah, he's inciting revolution, and no one's ever done that as a political or as a presidential potential presidential
Which is actually the thing. Like, if let's just say, like, on election night when he probably is going to lose. I just don't see him winning. I mean, if he decides to reject the results of the election, and God forbid, like, what if he incites his followers to go out into the streets? I mean, that could very well happen. And
I actually don't mind if it happens. It almost needs to happen. We need to wake the hell up here in the United States.
That's why I want. That's why I want Trump.
More people getting their heads cracked by riot cop batons is going to wake anybody.
I do not want Trump supporters being at the forefront of that. If there's going to be any change,
and out of complete respect out of you, Steve, I'm just going to assume that you're being a memer by being pro-Trump, and you want like more views for your
No.
Yeah.
Why would I'm taking the least favorable position.
Yeah, I know. But on the internet, no, you're not. Like you're taking the dank meme approach.
I don't know what that means.
Well, you're taking the one that would get you the most video hits.
No, hang on, Socka. First of all, let me explain. The hits I get are irrelevant. I get about 30 viewers. It's nothing. Yeah. I mean, it's okay. 30 viewers I'm getting right now. It's not like I have an audience of like 10,000 fucking people, right? I tell people what I think. Period. I don't adjust how I think for any views or anything like that. I'm not G-Man, right?
Yeah, well, it's your news, so you can tie it however you want to, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, I would never vote for Hillary. I would never vote for Hillary. I mean,
so one of the good things about this election, and I would probably fall closer in line with like Ben Shapiro's "Never Trump" view on this one, and
Ben Shapiro can get something right once in a while.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
I like Ben Shapiro actually a lot. I think he's a very smart guy.
Yeah, I think Ben Shapiro is a smart ass. Yes,
smart ass.
Yeah, I'll give you that as well. But the good thing with this, and whichever way it goes, that there's going to be a reformation in the conservative party or the Republican Party in the United States there, and regardless what the outcome is, it's going to happen.
So we might actually go back to traditional conservative values rather than radical religious values.
Exactly, because Trump's not a conservative. He doesn't represent the conservative position. He's not for small government. He's not for free trade. He's not for a lot of the things that are typical of the conservative position.
He's more Democrat.
Hold on. Being against free trade is a right wing position.
That's what I said.
Yeah, but you said he wasn't. He's not a real conservative because he's not for free trade. Being against free trade is a conservative position.
Isn't that what I said?
Yeah, you did,
no,
Socka.
I don't think so.
You said he wasn't.
Yeah, being free trade.
Sorry.
Yeah, you said he wasn't typical conservative.
I misspoke.
Yeah, this is the thing that people don't know about. Like, even though many Republicans are for free trade, that's a strange thing. Like, from a classical point of view, that's a right wing position. Like, protectionism is right wing, and what's weird is like a lot of people on the left wing have adopted protectionism. What's really happened is that the left wing has actually adopted a right wing view and then just painted it as their own.
No, I don't think so.
Protectionism.
Hillary State Secretary of State.
No, that's the fraction's right there. I misspoke on that one there. But regardless, like if Hillary wins, I think it's good because I think it's going to actually spearhead the movement a little bit faster to come back to the conservative values. If Trump wins, then I'm not sure if people are just going to stay on the Trump bandwagon or if it will take longer. But I don't think he'd get a second term.
I don't actually think either one of them would get a second term because both of them have such high negatives.
Right.
Well, yeah, but they're already going into. They're already starting whoever wins is starting off with negative in the weeds, right? It doesn't matter who wins. Clinton has a whole bunch of fucking scandals that hasn't been resolved. This email thing that came up again is going to be tagged to her. Trump has so many things that he's promised in the first 100 days that can't happen, right? He's never going to get anything that he wants done, the magnitude that his scope that he has said. So that's going to haunt him. So again, we're starting off with two shit people that are just going to be ineffective. That's my point.
How is he going to deport 11 million people, by the way?
Well, he's already given up on that. I don't think he's on it.
I got a question.
And this is the problem. This is the reason I'm struggling with Trump. It's actually his decision making. So I don't know if you guys have heard of the Central Park Five.
Yes.
These guys
Yes.
in New York, they were convicted. Well, actually, they admitted to the
Railroaded.
For rape.
They were put in fucking.
Let me get through the story. They were convicted. They admitted to, and they were convicted of, and then like 15 years later, DNA evidence and an additional trial found out that they weren't the ones who did it. People were lying, and so they were not acquitted. Where is it when they turn over? Like
it was a I can't remember the name of it, but it's basically where they did not have their conviction overturned. They were released,
exonerated.
But they kept under a felony.
No, they were exonerated.
I thought that they kept their.
No, they were totally exonerated. Okay, so the problem was before they had even been convicted in the trial, Donald Trump puts out a full-page ad in the New York Times saying how horrible these people are and how they should be executed. So now that they've been exonerated, this guy digs in his heels even deeper and said, no, they're still guilty. I believe.
I think.
Hold on, let me just get to this.
Go ahead.
So if that is how things progress, and you have a leader that's out there that has been given so much evidence, such as Russia really did hack our email, but he refuses to believe it, even though there's so much evidence that shows you're wrong, he doesn't care. I don't know what that shows decision making.
I don't think it's conclusive that Russia hacked the DNC. I just think that the evidence leans that way.
That's not the point. The point of the Central Park Five. There's more than enough evidence that these 4 black kids and 1 brown kid did not do it. They were exonerated. But he still sticks to his guns today.
I think you were looking for the convictions were vacated, but
vacated.
They were vacated and exonerated. But nobody's saying. I mean, again, I'm really getting not you or me, but other people are kind of getting me a little annoyed. I've never said I was a Trump supporter. Nobody's ever heard me say that. I am anti-Hillary, right?
I got a question.
Yes, Trump. Hang on, let me finish. Trump sucks. Let's be honest here. Trump is a horrible president. Okay, nobody's disillusioned. Nobody's advocating otherwise. Okay, I liked him on The Apprentice, but there's no fucking way he's eligible to be president of the United States. He doesn't have any of the conditions, the criteria, the experience, and Hillary should be ineligible from the get-go because there's actually a federal statute in the code that says, based upon the fact that she did mishandle classified information, she is ineligible to run for office. There's an actual code out there because the federal government actually said she did do these things, but they're not pressing charges. Okay, she did mishandle the information. She should be precluded from running for office. Trump is right on that. But yeah, they're both shit people. But I don't want Hillary in there.
Also, President
being that they are both shit, you then want to default over to Ermin's position of what judges do you want?
Okay,
so the Donald Duck campaign.
The lesser of two evils argument works better for Hillary supporters than Trump supporters.
The Central Park Five were actually exonerated, not vacated. Okay, sorry.
Well, the Wikipedia is
they're
it does say something about vacated. I don't know.
The convictions are vacated.
Their convictions are vacated. That's fine.
Can Claim ask his question? He's been trying to ask for like 10 minutes.
Does Hillary stay secretary if she loses?
No, as a condition of running for office, you normally have to give up any cabinet level positions that you hold.
Well, she hasn't been secretary. She hasn't been secretary for 4 years.
Yeah.
For 4 years.
She is. Yeah, she is no longer. Yeah, she was. Yeah, she resigned in 2013.
John Kerry is the Secretary of State right now.
I'm hearing rumors that if Hillary wins the election, Joe Biden could be the next
No,
secretary.
he's already declined it.
Oh, he has. I heard there were rumors. That's good. Because Kerry's already pathetic enough at this job, but it's hard to go lower than Kerry. But
I think Kerry's been perfectly adequate.
no. Okay, I have to ask this question. How exactly? I mean, he's pretty much just let Syria fall apart to the Russians.
What has she been doing for 4 years?
He's pretty much let Ukraine fall apart to the Russians.
There are many things that he has no choice over. What he can do is he can get people to talk.
Yeah,
and he appears to have done so.
Yeah, ask the civilians in eastern Syria how that's working out for them.
That's not his fault.
Exactly.
You know whose fault it is? Syrians.
What's her position?
Wait.
Are you really gonna blame the victims right now?
No, you need to shut up and let me explain this because you obviously don't get it. Okay.
Oh, I pay attention to the Syrian conflict very closely. I read it every morning.
Continue to get muted. You've got to let people finish their train of thought.
You made a accusation at me that I didn't know what I was talking about, and I took.
Okay, I can't deal with it. I'm going to get through this sentence. And somebody can broadcast him, but it's not going to be me. The point is, you blame it on him. It's not America's fault all of the fucking time. Sometimes when you have a government, such as the one that's currently the Assad regime out there, and there's a multitude of things going on, not every single time is it America's fault. Sometimes, I'm not saying it's the Syrian civilians, you Nimrod. I'm saying it's the Syrian leadership. Now I'm done. Thanks for allowing me to finish.
Okay, good. I mean, I'm very
What's her current title and position?
I'm probably more anti-Assad than you, so okay, I agree with that. Misunderstanding. I apologize.
Well, and she wasn't talking about Assad. She was talking about the House of Assad.
What's Hillary's current position, title?
Wait, on what?
What has she been doing for 4 years? What was her title the past 4 years after she resigned?
She was not in government. She was preparing for this election.
Gotcha.
What do you think of Irmeen? What do you think? Isn't Hillary? She wants to put the no-fly zone over Syria. What do you think of that?
You know what? From what I haven't. I'm not that well read. It doesn't sound like the smartest thing.
I'm actually. There are some problems with it. I actually support it just because I think it would be worse just to ignore the obvious humanitarian crisis. I mean,
I just feel like it could create a whole nother humanitarian crisis.
I don't really. I mean, leaving things the status quo at this point is probably the worst option.
Where the fuck is the United Nations?
They're not doing a damn thing.
Well, you know what though? Like, I hate to say this, but it's not the job of the Americans to fix the whole fucking world.
I never said it was.
Quite frankly, here's the thing that makes me scratch my head. Okay, you bump into half the fucking Yanks out there, and you ask them if the government can do anything right, and they'll say, "Oh no, the government can't do anything right." And then, but the very first fucking minute that something goes wrong around the world, they want an adjunct of government to go in and solve the problem. Like, you can't have it both fucking ways.
I mean, do you read about what happens in Aleppo every day? Like the constant barrel bombings that the Syrian government does on their people. I mean,
right, but
that's
okay.
I mean, it's nothing short of a genocide. I mean, it is a genocide.
Of course, it's a genocide. Where's the fucking United Nations, though? Like I love the concept of the United Nations.
We need to call United Nations
the execution of the United Nations has been fucking for shit. And part of the reason that it's been for shit is that they've been able to lean back and fuck the dog because the Americans have been out there doing a big chunk of the fighting. But unfortunately, what that's allowed the Americans to do is pick and choose the causes that they're going to fight for. And often those causes are in direct intersection with national fucking interests, which can you fucking blame them? I can't.
Lean back and fuck the dog? I've never heard that one.
Okay, well, it's an idiom. We can deal with that in a sidebar. But I mean, it's
The
enough is
United
enough.
Nations is effective. Is ineffective towards the United States anyway. The United States pretty much ignores the United Nations.
Well, that part of the reason behind that is that the United Nations has no standing army of its own, and a lot of people go, well, a lot of people would rather saw their own balls off with a rusty tin can lid than see the United Nations have its own standing army. And frankly, they make a very compelling argument as to why they shouldn't have one. But as long as they don't have one, that means that they're essentially held hostage to the members of the Security Council with the biggest armies and the ones that are willing to use them. So, what are you going to do when you live in a shoe? Move to a boot and get laced.
I'm glad we're still on topic though. Demons and spooky shit.
Who has the authority to check the United States? I mean, who has the power to check the United States?
Well, there's actually a couple of countries. I mean, Russia and China come to mind.
Well, Russia's not a superpower. They like to claim they're a superpower, but they're not really a superpower. That's just them projecting.
Yeah, don't fucking kid yourself. If Russia decided to throw its army against the Americans, that would not be an easy fight.
I mean, at this now, if ever we were to go to war with Russia, it would be a pretty quick fight. We'd win it pretty easily.
Oh, I doubt that very much.
No, it's not. I mean, like, this is what Russian defense analysts are saying. The only reason that you hear a lot of crazy shit from Russia about how there's going to be a nuclear war upcoming, there might be a possible World War III. They're trying to scare everyone else away. But the thing is, everybody in our Defense Department knows that we have the edge against Russia. This is all Russia can do. Their only strategy is to scare everyone else into not confronting them.
Okay, so Prudent, help me understand something that seems simple in my mind. How does anyone, either side, have the upper arms when both have nuclear? How does either side have the upper
Russia, that's the thing. Like, Russia, you ever heard of this thing called mutually assured destruction? Like, no one's going to use nukes. Like, there's a...
Yeah, unless Trump gets in.
Right.
Even with Trump, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Trump's crazy, but come on. Like, nuclear weapons, this is... I mean, at least if we're going to talk seriously. Like,
Well, let's just use his words. What's the purpose of having them if we don't use them?
Right.
More to the point, somebody will physically stop Trump from
he's
pushing
just
it.
trying to pander to a bunch of right-wing lunatics in the U.S. to get votes.
There would be a coup in the United States before they let Trump launch a nuclear weapon.
One of the generals.
The president can't. Yeah, the president doesn't have the empowerment to unilaterally launch nuclear weapons.
Well, according to Hillary Clinton, it'll only take him 4 minutes to do it.
I don't know where she got that from.
If that was true, I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know where she ever got that.
That was more info than I.
Hang on. First of all, it's Trump. It would take him about 30 minutes just for him to figure out how to use the football. Okay. How do you? Yeah. So I mean, I don't know how you get in 4 minutes. That's absurd. Yeah. Who? If we had that kind of response time, I'm sure generals would be like, "Oh shit, that'd be awesome." You know, they would love to have something like that.
Well, 4 minutes is a long time when you're talking about nuclear war, though.
But what Prudence said there is right there, or fraction, sorry, is the mutually assured destruction pretty much guarantees that it probably won't go nuclear. And so here's the worst case scenario. Okay, let's say Hillary does put in a no-fly zone above Syria. Okay, that can put the U.S. and Russia right at odds with each other right there. Enough to spur a global conflict. I don't know, like maybe, but
there's a lot of things people don't know about Russia, and it's that Putin tries to project himself as a strong leader, but he's actually very weak. His economy is starting to collapse. His inner circle. It turns out like that's how a lot of these oligarchs run. Like they have like an inner circle. A lot of members in Putin's inner circle hate each other. You need a very strong nucleus in your inner circle if you want to survive as a regime. Putin doesn't have that luxury. And then there's a few other things too. He also can't afford to stretch out his army anymore. I mean, he's already got troops in Syria. He's already got troops in Ukraine, and he's trying to just deal with the rebels alone in Syria. But if he has to deal with the world's most powerful military, he's going to see he's not exactly in for a good day. And again, like I do not want to poke the bear too much. I don't want to get into a conflict with Russia, but I'm just not scared of Russia. Like a lot of people want to be, a lot of people are scared about Russia. I'm just not.
It's not going to be a fucking cakewalk. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like I've read quite a bit. It seems like
this isn't going to be like taking on fucking Iraq, where the minute American troops hit soil, everybody gives up. It's not going to be like that. I'm telling you.
They might not give up, but let's be honest. Like it wouldn't in that hypothetical scenario. It wouldn't take too long to wipe out their fleet.
All Putin has to do is flip the fucking switch and say this is another patriotic war in the minds of fucking Russians, and that'd be it. You guys would be off to the races. Remember, this was the same people whose army fucking managed to take Stalingrad against a fucking army that was, 5 times more technologically advanced and better organized than they were.
These guys
have got human beings to burn. Okay.
It's like in the same club though. So like I don't understand.
I don't know what you mean by in the same club.
They are in the exact same club.
I don't know what you mean by in the same club.
Club room, Masonic, or whatever you want to call it.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
What?
Where would a war between Russia and the U.S. be fought?
It's a very good question. Certainly wouldn't be fought on American soil.
It probably wouldn't be on Russian soil either.
But in order to defeat the Russians, you would have to fight that war on Russian soil.
So you're saying they're actually fighting?
What?
You're saying they're actually fighting?
What?
Are you saying they're actually fighting?
Crack is bad for you.
Are you saying they're actually fighting?
Yes, that's my question.
I heard the words, but it's like saying, "Are you Pop-Tarts blackly wondering?" Like it doesn't make any sense.
No, they're not fighting right now.
No,
obviously
I mean, fighting in the sense of they're getting ready to fight. So fighting starts with arguments. Okay. So you're saying they're actually fighting?
No, the Russians are sort of just like flexing their muscles at this point.
Oh yeah, they're trying to stretch their dick out, and that's the best way to put it. It's trying to stretch out the military dick.
They actually disagree or whatever.
Yeah.
No, like the Russians, like they're bombing shit in Syria. Like they're not even really. I mean, they say they're fighting ISIS. They're actually fighting everybody but ISIS. In fact, they're fighting rebel groups that are actually fighting ISIS themselves. So when you fight the people who fight ISIS, you're actually helping ISIS. But, apparently a lot of people are stupid enough to believe the narrative that Russia's actually fighting ISIS themselves.
Exactly. That's my point. That the United States and Russia are on the same team.
No, they're not on the same team. You're not paying attention. Fuck off.
You just said they're fighting the opposition. I mean, the opposition to ISIS.
No, yeah. When you fight the opposition to ISIS, you make it easier for ISIS to move in with their ground forces.
All right. I just want to say that this seems like in Syria there is at minimal 3 different sides right now.
4.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At minimal 3. So it's just more complex than.
Oh, it's very complex. Like I read so much about it. It's not really just like the internal struggle, but everything in Syria is like also being influenced by like the regional states. So like you have like Jordan has interests, Turkey has interests, even Iraq has interests in Syria. Well, even Israel bombs some of Assad's positions every now and then, so they have interests as well. Everybody wants a piece of the pie in Syria.
I don't know. After seeing the shots they have of Mosul or however you say that in Aleppo, that looks like a dump right now.
Oh, it's a sad.
I don't want any of that pie.
Like Aleppo is like such a like it's a city with such a rich history. It's just sad to see how it's deteriorated to the state right now.
Okay, let me get this straight. both the United States and Russia are fighting the opposition to ISIS. Am I right?
No, well, the U.S. is funding the opposition to ISIS.
Well,
man.
Hey, by the way, everybody in here, I think, has mods. Maybe except for like 1 or 2 people that just joined us, but I mean, everybody else here has mod control. So, got to show people when they come in, guys. Poor Geist is in there. He's like all sad and bummed out, and nobody can hear him. And he's a very sensitive guy. So come on.
Shit, man, I'm on my phone. I can't do anything.
Yeah, you and Gus are.
I'm in
no, is Gus on your phone? You're on a phone, right?
No, I'm not on a phone. I'm tabbed out and doing other things.
Oh. Was you on a phone last night? Who was on the phone?
I don't have a cellular phone.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're on a phone, it's right.
Sorry, I was reading the outside chat.
Okay, so the Club of Rome does not exist. Is this what we know about?
Oh,
The what?
The what?
Other organizations and these things don't exist, like Freemasons and stuff like that. They don't exist.
Okay.
Freemasons exist.
Now it got boring.
They're a fraternity.
But they don't control the world.
Right.
Well, my granddad was a 32nd thing Mason. He controlled the world.
Well, that's just because it was your granddad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what is it? 30. He was 33.
No matter what you think, your father nor your grandfather are actually Superman.
They were 32nd or 33rd. I remember. Where's a
33rd is as high as it goes.
That's a Shriner, right? Yeah, he was a 33rd level Mason. Yeah.
Saying that Masons are running shit is like saying the fucking Elks Lodge is fucking running shit.
Don't knock a good Elks Lodge, man. Cheap beer.
We all know it's the Possum Lodge, right, Gus?
Yeah. VFW bill,
Okay, I don't agree that necessarily so maybe this makes more sense. I don't know that the Masons are running stuff, but I do agree that there are probably groups, people with money, influence, that have a hell of a lot more say in how things are run than your average Joe. That's the furthest I'll go with it.
Okay, so the Bilderbergers don't exist?
Nope. The what again? Doesn't exist. I didn't know.
I think the burgers do exist, but their degree to how much they influence different things is questionable.
So when y'all brought up
that they're like all trying to like take over the planet and do conspiracy shit and hide aliens.
Yeah,
they're all reptilians.
I think conspiracies is a good topic.
No, I don't.
Because if you have
in California the other
you have Putin and Obama in the same club, that should tell you that they're on the same team.
I met folks in California that actually believe that there are numerous people living amongst us that are reptilians. That they are, what did they say? They're from outer space. They have morphed themselves to look just like us, and they're the ones really running the show. Like, I'm sorry, now you have to be able to back up some of your claims with real evidence before it's safe to talk about.
Well, what is so hard to
membership in these secret clubs private, to where you can't really find out which club?
And that's where a lot of the misunderstanding comes from. Like people, like they don't tell you like everything that they do, and therefore people insert whatever the fuck they want into it. Like they don't know something, therefore they're reptilians trying to take over the planet through conspiracies and money.
You know what my
hey, you're not supposed to talk about the reptilians.
Are we saying that conspiracies don't exist?
Yeah, you know what my Masons do? They collect coats for the homeless here.
That's like I gotta say though, the reptilian overlords, they don't exist. They don't exist. Please, just everybody with me. Just don't piss them off, okay?
So are we saying conspiracies?
You wouldn't like it when the reptilian overlords get mad. Fourth time that you're gonna say, well, you're saying this doesn't exist. We're not saying they don't exist. Like, and just because they exist doesn't mean that they have some sort of sinister sort of plan to take over your life.
But the reptilian
overlords doesn't mean that they have a benevolent plan either. But what I'm asking is,
I mean,
are you saying that conspiracies don't exist?
That's like the fifth time you said like you're saying they don't exist.
Well,
Again,
I'm asking for different parts.
Because they exist doesn't mean that that there's some sort of nefarious plan going on.
So you're saying
Like,
they do exist?
There might be some sort of a conspiracy going on somewhere. Yeah.
Might be.
Okay. Like, I mean, what? I mean, you have to be more specific, man.
I mean, you brought up. You said conspiracies. You said conspiracy is some type of retardation.
Brought up the
that doesn't even happen.
You were the one who brought up the first conspiracy that got us down.
Well, I didn't call it a conspiracy. All I said was that they're in the same team, on the same team. And you said, and some guy said conspiracy.
The conspiracy brought up was so they're all like Freemasons, right? That was the conspiracy that was brought up.
Yeah, that was the conspiracy.
I thought it was reptilians.
I got a diner club card.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
I mean, and what most people don't realize is the diner club actually controls like kind of a global cabal. That's
It is the global cabal.
pretty much runs everything. We control the food.
Do places still take that?
I don't know. Is diner club still a thing?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
All right, cool.
It's pretty high.
We actually
our power is waning.
Back in the day when I was still working at Domino's, we were actually contemplating accepting the Diners Club.
Or that you don't know anything.
I don't. Can you imagine a chick being out with Socka and he's playing with the Diners Club? That would be like really kind of weird. I don't know. You whip out that Diners Club. Hey, look, I'm retro. Welcome back to the 80s.
I mean, because there are people who actually run things.
Yes, we call them governments.
Yeah, I don't believe.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I don't believe in a vast cabal. I don't believe,
actually run these things. So
I do believe that.
Happening.
I do believe that Rothschilds exist and the Rockefellers exist, and I do believe they're big, money-making corporations and people out there with political power. But do I think they have like global power empowerment to destroy the world and control finances to that degree? No.
So
you know what control?
okay,
You know what?
so
You know what? You know what? Hey,
Security Council.
do you know what? Because you know what controls finances? Media. When people say something, that's when the market's fucking fucked.
The same people that
Security Council.
The same people that you mentioned own the media.
What Security Council are you talking
referring
about?
The United States. Council of Foreign Relations. My fault.
CFR.
And, yeah, and so they basically run this country. Everybody knows that. Even Hillary came out publicly and said it.
The CFR runs the country.
Yeah, of course. You didn't know that?
And what mechanisms they use for the CFR to run the country?
I don't have a clue.
Okay.
I don't get that technical into it.
Well, they obviously have to have some kind of means by which to, make logistics, right? They have to tell people where to go.
Their wealth.
But you still have to be able to buy things with their wealth. You have to do something with it, right? I mean, where's this money going?
The officials are bought and paid for to do whatever it needs to be done.
And you've got a paper trail on some of these things?
Me personally, no. But there are people who do study this in depth like that.
Yeah, they're called nutbags.
Well, they're called conspiracy theorists. They're generally not given a whole lot of thing because their evidence and their causal chains are spurious at best.
I like how people study it. Like, okay, people.
From my paradigm, anyone who requests evidence and doesn't review the evidence provided is a nutbag.
Have you provided evidence?
Yeah, I requested evidence.
I had the evidence.
Oh.
I said that there are people
other people have the
who study
evidence.
this in depth, and you automatically dismiss them as nutbags.
Yeah, people.
It's not an automatic. Hold on. It's not an automatically dismiss them.
Studies.
We've looked into this and found it nutty.
Right. Yeah, this is not the first time I've heard about the CFR.
With the paper trail,
they do exist, by the way.
WikiLeaks people like that on that level of study.
Who says we haven't? Wait. Who says we haven't? Who says we haven't?
You're saying you haven't.
I didn't say anything of the kind. There's 10 people in this room called.
If you're not aware of a paper trail that shows that the government is bought and paid for, and everybody knows
there's always someone out there.
Everybody knows that lobbyists don't get their agendas passed, dude.
Calling all in
Lobbyists.
transit,
Lobbyists pay
calling all
officials
in.
to
So
do
wait,
their
real quick. So basically, your biggest hang on. Your biggest complaint is that
No,
lobbyists.
the reason I'm singing is I'm trying to get him to stop talking over top of me, Steve. That's not
Yeah,
your
he
cue
stopped.
to-
He stopped. So
Okay.
his biggest complaint is that the lobbyists are getting paid to lobby.
I didn't say lobbyists are getting paid to lobby. I said
That's their job, though,
lobbyists pay officials to get their agendas passed.
and that would be
No, they pay to influence.
It's a well-known fact.
So you're saying that
They don't pay them; they pay to influence their decisions. It's two different things.
Oh.
They pay the
You're
officials.
saying that lobbyists actually give money to these people to change their vote, like literally hand them money. Because if you could,
No,
if you
I'm
could
not
prove
saying
that,
like,
man, that'd be awesome.
I'm not saying like here's like here's $5 million, change your vote. It's my company does this. My company has so many jobs that we can do if we make this construction project, whatever. Can you please vote in my direction?
Sure. They, of course, but that's not what he's implying. He's not implying I'll
Yeah,
scratch
I'm
your
just trying
back,
to.
or scratch
I'm
mine
just trying to
kind of thing.
clarify.
Yeah, he's
And
actually saying that they buy
they
them
also
off.
do get literal money straight to themselves, just similar to like say a
Is illegal.
college football player.
And that would be illegal, highly illegal.
Okay,
And I'm
okay,
well,
that's
hang on,
fine.
one sec. All you have to do is provide that paper trail and call the FBI now, or call the special general attorney.
I'm just saying,
dude. But I'm telling you,
I'm just trying to establish that these things happen.
Well, you haven't yet.
Like just
You've
saying that
asserted
it's
it.
nutty.
Well,
It's not nutty at all.
What is
assertion is not evidence?
Yeah, you asserted it, but you provide no evidence. If you could provide evidence, you say
You were establishing my assertions by showing what you know about the situation.
If you have this evidence that you claim, if this stuff does happen, why aren't you informing the government? Why don't you provide the evidence?
Because I don't care to stop it.
Oh, okay. That's okay. Then why bother talking about it?
Because I'm just saying that it exists.
Well, that's an assertion.
You're saying that it doesn't exist.
I didn't say that. Did I say that? I didn't say. Did anybody hear me say
You're
that?
saying that officials do not get paid.
I said it would be against the law. I said it'd be highly illegal, and if you have evidence for it, we would love to see it.
I already told you about the evidence, bro.
Well, that's
No,
the
you
problem.
made an assertion. Assertion without evidence can be rejected without evidence.
Yeah, so we're rejecting what you're saying out of hand because you don't have any evidence to support your claim. It's not that we're saying that doesn't happen. We're saying that we have no evidence that it does happen, contrary to your assertion.
And that's exactly what I said earlier, that you haven't looked into it, because I'm not the person who has the evidence.
Well, I think a lot of people have looked into this.
Well, there are many people who gather this type of evidence that you're asking for. Sir.
That's an assertion. All you have to do is give us the name of everything.
It sounds like Rose's brother.
Well, the basic, what it falls down to is it's
I
not
got a real bad cold. That's why.
She meant in context, not in.
I know exactly.
Okay.
Hey, Claim. Just one quick question here. Well, what shape is the Earth?
It's completely flat.
Oh my God! You're have to be a troll.
Oh no! Here goes the troll word. So you can what you want to unbroadcast me for responding to?
No,
a
actually,
question?
I know of claim of your inheritance. He's not a troll. He actually does believe this stuff.
No, he's got to be arcane.
No, claim of inheritance has been around.
He's not arcane.
He's a.
No one's called us a blue ball throwing a poo.
Yeah,
yet.
no. Claim your inheritance. Correct me if I'm wrong. You're a black Hebrew Israelite, correct?
Yes, I'm an Israelite.
Yeah, and you're a flat earther. Yeah, I know who you are. He's not a troll. This is actually what he believes. I mean,
he's just a nut.
Yeah. I mean, flat earther to me is. I mean, wow. I mean, good God.
This has officially been the scariest hangout.
Thank you. Yay. Thank you. That's the nicest thing somebody said to me tonight. That's awesome. We had a flat earther and a black Hebrew Israelite in here. It is a fucking scary night. Yes.
It's Halloween. What do you?
It's Halloween. Yeah. So I don't know if okay. I'm not trying to open a can of worms here, guys. I'm really not. But it's going to sound like it. But Claim, man, come on. I mean, do you really think that with all the science that we know and all these mathematics and the ability to just put men in space, which you don't believe, that the Earth is actually flat. I mean, do you really believe? Are you using that as be honest? Be honest. Are you using it as a vehicle to promote other agenda?
No, not at all. Why would I do that?
I'm asking you.
I just know for a fact that there are many lies in the public paradigm, right? The generally accepted public view of things. Okay, so
but this is the shape of the Earth. This is going to be measured.
And once they are revealed, right, and then the actual reality of things enter into the public paradigm, then policies will change and lots of things will change. And
word salad.
Yeah, claim that doesn't even address anything I was saying. Look, we can actually.
It does address it. You asked me, do I use the flat Earth theory in order to push some other agenda? And I'm saying that the flat Earth theory is not the only paradigm that I push in order to reveal lies in the public paradigm,
okay. So
in order to change my
word salad
reality.
So hang on. Let me ask you this: if you found out with conclusive evidence, okay, that the Earth was not flat, undeniable, they stick you in space, you fly around the Earth, you go round, oh shit, it's not flat. Would you now say that you have been lying to people all this time, and every other thing that you've expressed conspiratorial-wise could be complete horseshit as well? Would you acknowledge that?
Of course.
Okay. Okay, that's good. No, I want to make sure of that.
Well, if he didn't know, I mean, if he just believed, he was not lying to them. He just didn't know.
Well, okay.
He said he knows.
Yeah, he just said he knew. He did. But I'll take back the lying, but giving out misinformation. How about that?
Of course.
Okay. I mean,
it's the same thing that I did with the ball. I used to defend the ball.
It's not a ball.
What evidence, evidence would you put forth that the Earth is not an oblate spheroid?
Yeah, first of all, the ball round Earth is not any defending.
The official NASA photos of Earth from space.
What about them?
It's a complete perfect sphere.
Well, no, it's not.
So it's not an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, it's an oblate.
You know what an oblate spheroid is?
Irregular oblate spheroid, to be honest.
Like a pear shape.
Okay, do you know the difference at the equator?
I know the pictures that I see.
Well, hang on.
Do you know the difference at the equator for the oblate spheroid of the Earth?
Damn near nominal. The eye couldn't really see the difference.
I'm talking about the official NASA pictures.
What is it?
You know there's many pictures out there besides just NASA, right?
Look at those figure out that the Earth is
perfect
a sphere.
Right, guys. What is the difference? Do you know what for the Earth equator?
From the difference between the two poles and the equator?
Yes.
It's 0.001 of a degree.
Okay, so that's pretty much nothing. Okay, your eye couldn't even get to that kind of resolution to determine that lack of spheroid shape. So
people on the conspiracy side bring up what Neil deGrasse Tyson said when he says an oblate spheroid, basically like pear-shaped. But then they stop the quote right there. If you continue on with this quote, he says, astronomically speaking, we're a perfect sphere.
Yeah, it's true. And a matter of fact, if you may not know this claim, but if you would actually shrink the Earth down to the size of like a basketball, we would be the smoothest thing ever. We would be like glass. The difference between the highest point on the Earth, like the Mount Everest, and the lowest, the Marianas Trench, is so minimal on those scales. We literally are perfectly spherical. We literally are smooth on the crust.
Only when speaking in astronomic
terms. Yes, of course.
This is another thing where I've noticed where flat earthers, much like young creationists, have no concept of scale.
That is true. Yeah, scale is highly important on this, right? Because I mean, we scale it down to a basketball. But good God, we are so polished and smooth.
But now you've given us a reason to think. Now you've given us a reason why you think that the official photographs of the Earth being a sphere are fake. What evidence would you put forth to say that the Earth is flat?
This is a real discussion that we're having right now.
Well, it's a good question. Yeah, what we're asking for, instead of having negative evidence against a round Earth or spheroid Earth, we want positive evidence that demonstrates that the Earth is flat. What positive evidence do you have to offer that the Earth is flat?
If there's more than 3 dimensions, that's the only way.
The one thing that comes to mind, you gotta remind me now. It's 5:20 in the morning, so like I didn't come here to think. But
nobody ever does.
You gotta. All right. So the math on everything ball is incorrect. I mean, it doesn't work at all.
Give us an example.
So give an example of the curve. The curve.
Well,
math.
we already assumed no claim. Hang on. The Earth is not round. It's fine. Let's say for the sake of argument, it's not round. Give me your evidence that it's flat. We don't want negative evidence against the round. We want positive evidence for the flat. So what is positive evidence?
That's how I get to the flat. You have to rule out.
We already ruled out. Yeah, we already ruled out. It's not round. Go ahead. We ruled it out. Let's say for arguendo, it's ruled out. Now,
well, then that shows you that it's flat.
No, it could be trapezoidal.
If all things round are ruled out, then it's flat.
No, it could be square. It could be rectangular. It could be duodecahedron. There's a lot of other shapes other than round and flat. And by the way, flat's not a shape. Right, I know. But we've assumed that it's not round. Okay, so give us some other thing, right?
Give us the evidence that it is actually flat and not square or dodecahedral or
rectangular. Is a flat out all ball evidence, so that means that it's flat.
No, I am really. I'll say it again.
Now
I'll say it again. You've now ruled out that it is the sphere. You have, and for the sake of this argument, we're going along with that. Now we would like your positive evidence that this is actually a plane and not a cube. Or
give me an example of positive evidence.
And a circular plane, a circular one too, right? It has to be flat and circular, or flat. I'll take flat and square too.
Give me an example of positive evidence.
Positive evidence would be for like a round Earth. Positive evidence would be that the angular diameter of the sun doesn't change from morning to the evening. So
give him an example of like a positive evidence that you could find for a flat Earth.
Positive evidence for a flat Earth would be throughout the day. If the Earth is flat, the sun's angular diameter is going to be greater in the morning and lesser at the evening time. We're going to notice to be able to measure the difference in the angular diameter of the sun and see, as it went further away from us, that it actually was going further away rather than going below the horizon.
Just to be a stickler for fucking clarification, flat can't have mountains. So by definition, if it has mountains, it can't be flat.
I'll give it by definition, but that's fine. But give him that.
For the purposes of this argument,
yes, I know. I'm just making a stickler point on.
It could be a regular. It could be a regular on the surface thing, but that's fine.
But I understand what he means by flat.
Yes.
I am really sorry for asking this question. By the way, sorry.
What?
Why?
Asking him what shape he thought the Earth was.
Oh, I love it.
I think it's fine.
That's why we come here, man.
It's I just had this conversation with like Arcane the other day, and it was
that's stupid.
It hurts.
Yeah, and I can do the same. I can give him exactly the same argument that I gave before. That you can go out and do it yourself. But
can I ask you something, Socka?
Sure.
Why do you bother with Arcane? Why does anybody bother with Arcane?
Everyone needs a hobby.
Because
oh my God, but
it's fun. It's so
dude,
much fun. Did you see the Xbox Hangout? The word triggered is like my new favorite word because I triggered Arcane. Like
you guys are playing like it's like playing
or dank memes.
Yeah, you guys are playing with a retarded stepchild. It's just mean to me at this point.
Well,
but anyway,
the first time I came in here, Steve, I remember there were quite a few of you that were calling a lot of the flat earthers stupid and stuff like that. And I brought up I asked maybe that's not the best thing to do. And since then, one of the main reasons I actually came in here was to apologize for that because
I remember that when you had that, yeah.
Yeah, well, I came in here to apologize because I've been in the flat Earth discussions and the Earth discussions channel quite a bit, and because I have to learn sort of from the ground up, and being down in those ditches, I understand now why people get so insane about this stuff because it's so
fair
frustrating.
Enough, dude. Fair enough. And, that's what we told you. We said find out for yourself. You realize that they are fucking stupid.
Yeah, and sometimes you lose your cool with them. Sometimes the madness just gets out, and what I noticed with a lot of flat earthers is that they never provide any evidence for their claims. And this guy's sick, and it's 5:30 in the morning, and but I wouldn't expect anything different when he's healthy. No offense, man. I'm just saying.
No, I know we've been down this route a million times with flat earthers.
No
By the way,
offense.
Amar did ask a question in the side chat, but I want to clarify. Amar asked, what happens to water that falls off the edge? Actually, with a flat Earth model, and I don't think Clay would know this, but in actual physics, if the Earth was flat, water actually wouldn't fall off the edge. That's a misunderstanding how gravity works.
You don't think I know that? Really?
I don't know.
And I'm a flat earther.
Well,
how do you think? How do you understand how gravity works?
Yeah, how does gravity? How does gravity work?
No such thing as gravity.
Drop something on your foot, and you observe the effects of it.
Well, I would ask then, what is it that keeps us on the ground?
Density.
Thank you.
No, let him answer.
Hey, Steve knows the argument.
I know the argument. Yeah, but here's.
Tell me. I've heard many different explanations. I'd like to know what yours is.
The real explanation is density.
Okay.
What
makes up and down?
Density and buoyancy.
Can I answer?
Well, okay, buoyancy is what propels you up, but what makes up?
You said up and down. I said.
I have a perfect response for this. I have a perfect response for this buoyancy and density question. So once again, just to clarify, your position on this is that it's buoyancy and density, right?
Yes.
Okay. How does your cell phone know which way is down?
Density.
Cell phones are
a cell phone when you turn it, it changes its density.
The density changes.
Mm-hmm.
That's word salad.
Yeah,
that's nonsensical.
Well, that's not word. It's not even, we haven't even gotten to word salad yet. It was nuh-uh.
Well, to say that. No, if he was to repeat that, if he was to say that.
Can I ask a question about the flat earther? Because I've always been curious about this.
I'm just before we get into that, I'm just trying to get clear. I'm just trying to get this whole buoyancy and density thing.
I'm going to go ahead and ask my question because this is really important.
Go ahead.
When you say that the Earth is flat, what direction is it pointing? Okay, so I'd like to know if we're flat, like relative to the sun, or we're perpendicular to the sun, flat. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. The sun is we don't have the exact size of the sun, but it's been estimated at about 30 miles across.
Okay, but are we like facing the sun, or are we perpendicular to the sun when we're flat?
Perpendicular.
Oh.
They basically think that it's a spotlight as it goes around the Earth, which is impossible.
So here's
what
is the sun flat or is the sun circular?
The sun is spherical.
Whoa, the sun is spherical, but we're flat.
Mm-hmm. Kind of
what moves the sun?
What moves the sun? I would have to say wind moves the sun, if I'm not mistaken.
Wind in space?
How's that sun burning? There's no oxygen in space.
What do you mean there's no space?
That's my answer to your question. There's no
okay, so the sun. So the sun is lighter.
I want him to answer my question. You need to wait, Socka. What is in between you don't call it space. What do you call it?
There's no such thing as space. The sun is very small and it's perpendicular to Earth. The sun and moon are within a closed system,
which is not observed in reality.
Encompassed by a firmament, a hard
firmament
shell.
Okay.
Except we don't reserve that in reality.
Yeah, that's the biggest. No, we don't claim that, and that's the problem that I see. Honestly,
no, we don't.
Hang on, claim I'm not sharpshooting. I'm not going to ask you questions about this that much, but you have to admit to people that you really don't know much about physics or math. Correct? That's the truth, right?
When you say much, I know enough. I know more than a layman.
I don't think so, because if you're using buoyancy and density the way you're using it, you clearly don't. Okay, because density is actually how much displacement in a space that a material has. Okay, So something that is denser going to have more. It's going to be like more compact, right? You're going to have more molecules in a single area than you would if it's less dense. Okay, so water when it's cooler is going to be more dense than water when it's heated up. That's density. Okay, gravity, as somebody else has said, if I drop something, right, and
no such thing as gravity.
Let me finish.
Yes, there is.
Let me finish. If I drop something, it falls to the ground. Do you agree upon that?
If you drop something that is dense in water,
no. I didn't add. No, don't add things. No. Claim this is.
If you drop something that is very not dense in water, it will float.
We're not in water.
Well, first of all, we're in
water.
Hang on, we're in a fluid.
There is water.
We're in a fluid. But hang on. My question is very simple. Don't add on to the question. It's very simple. If I drop something, if I drop a pencil, does it fall to the ground? A simple yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. That observation of the pencil falling to the ground, we're calling gravity. Okay, that observation.
Call it whatever you like.
Okay, but hang on. That's what gravity is. Do you know what gravity is according to relativity?
Well, they call it. Let me see here. Mass times acceleration.
That's force. But what actually is, that's actually Newtonian, right? Newtonian is a force. Okay, in Newtonian physics, gravity is a force. Okay, but in relativity, it's not a force, it's an inertial force. But what's the difference? What is it about GR that we say, oh, look, this is completely different than what you would think of as a regular force? And I'll tell you what it is. What's happening is the pencil's following the natural curvature of the space-time, okay? That's all it's doing. It's following a natural path of least resistance like water would, okay? That observation, whether you agree with it or not, whether you agree with the theory, whatever you want to believe, that observation, that is what we're calling gravity. So when you say gravity doesn't exist, you're literally saying that observation does not exist.
No,
that's the problem. I think everybody in this room understood this.
Like I just said a little while ago. Nuh-uh.
Right. I mean, that's what he's doing. He's saying.
No, I'm actually explaining it.
They observe something falling, and they call it gravity. That is just a made up. You could just name anything that you want to name it. So
exactly.
Sure,
it's like exactly like fucking cats existed before we called them cats.
Yeah, it doesn't change the observation. We can call gravity.
Whenever I put I put tiny metal shards around a magnet, I can see the force, the field that's around it.
Okay, but that's a different
type.
type.
Do that.
That's still that's an observation.
Oh, yeah, that's a different
observation. So observation does exist clearly.
Yes, and
that's our point.
Observing something
can observe
falling is
the magnetic
observation.
field around the magnet.
Yeah,
but
you can't see that magnetic field. You have to. The pencil is the metal shavings in this equation.
Right. So you people are not observing.
No, the equation here would be like us saying that magnetism doesn't exist.
Right.
No, I think we've just solved what's at the center of the Earth, a big fat magnet.
Sort of.
You're assuming that there's a center of the Earth.
There's a dynamo there. That's what reduces the magnetic, fields that we have. There's a dynamo effect.
If you take a very powerful electromagnet and you try to put a tiny little piece of paper up against the electromagnet, it's not going to stick to it
unless it's charged.
Yep, unless it's charged.
Paper.
Just like a balloon.
Yeah, electrostatics.
Rub it against your hair, it sticks to you.
I mean, we claim everybody in this room pretty much, maybe everybody, most of us have taken physics and advanced physics.
Well, I haven't taken advanced, but it's been many years since high school physics.
I would still like to get an answer to what I asked earlier. If gravity doesn't exist and it's buoyancy and density, so when you rotate your cell phone, how does it know which way is down?
The cell phone has its own closed system on the screen. I thought you were talking about a cell phone drop to the floor.
No, I'm talking about when you rotate it. How does it know which way it is down all the time?
There are no moving parts.
Because it has its own closed system to determine it.
If the
word salad, that's not an answer.
That's not a question based on the gravity.
If the world
it is based on gravity because it's called a device called the.
Why?
Hermie, can I finish this before you start going off on something else?
No, it's not a different tangent. If the world is flat, the cell phone should be able to tell which way's flat versus which way's in the firmament.
No.
Well, I don't know about this buoyancy part. Okay.
That's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, the buoyancy density.
You're talking about the
models.
cell phone in a closed system. What's this closed system in the cell phone called?
It's called a cell phone casing.
No, the system inside the cell phone is called a what? That you're saying is this closed system in the cell phone that does gravity or knows gravity. What is it called?
Wording that, Geist. Even sounds weird to me. I think I know where you're going, but it does sound kind of strange.
Yeah, I'm just. When you rotate your cell phone, the screen, when you have the screen thing set on unlock, and as you rotate your cell phone, the screen always orientates with a correct orientation, i.e. facing down or facing correct orientation for down. How does the cell phone know which way is down in a buoyancy and density environment?
Guys, can I give a real quick, better example? I know exactly what you're saying. How about using the application where if you take the phone and you put it up to the stars, it shows you the stars. It knows which way you're focusing.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
Perfect.
that's another. That's all that deals with.
Use that one. Use that one.
Well, that's also working with another part of it. That's also working with the compass.
Yes, but how does it know what direction it's facing?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask him. He's trying to tell me that it's a closed system inside the cell phone, and I want to know what the name of that closed system.
In any case,
I'm not going to let you weasel from this.
Answer your question. Whichever way you turn the phone, there's something in there that is moving downward and
nope, there is absolutely zero moving parts.
Yeah, I mean, if you open one of those things up, there's nothing in there that's moving. It's rigid.
It's solid state.
Yeah. First of all, you'd have to have at least at a minimum 2 axes. You would have to have at least something moving in X and Y.
I'm just going to go ahead and answer the question for him since I know he's not going to get remotely. It's called an accelerometer. Accelerometers measure 2 different things. One is called the static force, which is a measure of gravity. That's how your cell phone knows way is down. The other one is called the dynamic force. It's the accelerometer in front of your car that sets off your airbags in an accident. Both work on the same principle, except one works on a dynamic system, one works on a static. So a cell phone in a buoyancy and density environment, as you rotate, would have to change its buoyancy and density for the screen to change. But an accelerometer only measures the force of gravity, which is the acceleration 9.8 meters per second downwards towards the center of the Earth.
Oh, well, that's what I just said.
And that changes.
I just said there's something in there that only goes down.
It's not a moving part. There is nothing moving.
So what is an accelerometer? I mean, I'm not saying there's a moving part. I'm just saying there's something in there that
it's
determines
called an accelerometer.
Down. Yeah. So I mean, just because
I know the name of it doesn't change
there was not something in there.
An accelerometer does not change its buoyancy or density as it rotates.
It's just a sensor.
You can put that thing in a lead box. You can put that thing by the most powerful electromagnetic force on Earth. It will not change the accelerometer because the accelerometer doesn't work on magnetism. It works on the pull of gravity at 9.8 meters per second for static.
Yeah. If correct me if I'm
wrong. Can you demonstrate
but,
this 9.8 meters per second?
Yeah.
Yes. Of course. It's actually 9.8. It's called 9.8 meters per second
Squared.
acceleration. So when you drop something from your hand,
per second.
Yeah, meters per second. I'm sorry. As soon as you drop something from your hand, it does not instantly go from 0 to 9.8 meters per second. It accelerates to the speed of 9.8 meters per second with that is what we call gravity.
Well, keep in mind also that gravity doesn't just govern the things that are falling. One of the things we notice, for instance, in harbors, one of the things we notice in maritime harbors is that extremely large ships will accrete ships that they're berthed beside to them over time. Right? You'll see that ships will drift towards each other because very large objects exhibit their own gravity.
Their mass.
Okay. You know? I have a couple more questions.
Go ahead.
The other, like, do you think there's a moon out there and other planets?
There's no such thing as other planets.
So I can see them with my telescope.
Earth is the only plane.
Wait, so Saturn doesn't exist even like that?
No.
Those are other planets.
I've seen Saturn and I've seen Jupiter in my telescope. I've also seen Venus in my telescope. I have seen the cloud bands on Jupiter. I have seen the rings of
then
Saturn.
take videos of them and put them up so that people can stop thinking that the Earth is flat.
Why?
There are videos out there.
Every time somebody shows you a real video, you just say that it's been fucking X-shopped or photo-diddled or fiddle-battled or something.
What do you think the stars in the sky are?
They are excited particles.
Oh God.
Okay, so on that note, Steve, thanks for the hangout, buddy. I'm really glad you did this.
This was scary. This was really scary.
But I gotta go to bed now. This is as fun as this was.
You see, Steve, you're having a horror themed hangout after all.
I'm flashing back to nuke school and wanted to kill myself.
Twas the night before Enlightenment, and all through the house.
You believe that we would be able to see something as
ridicule is not evidence.
No, ridicule is fun.
No, ridicule is ridicule. Really?
Sorry. Go ahead. I mean,
you would be able to see particles out in the sky.
What?
She said you're
those they're light particles out in the night sky. We can see them from here. A particle?
I didn't say stars were one particle.
Well,
I said the stars are excited particles.
Okay, well, that's definitely so many things. That's one way of putting it.
How many excited particles would they have to be before we could see them? How many millions and gazillions?
It doesn't need that many, actually. It's photons. Well, I kind of see what Cliff's claims going for, but it's okay. We do see photons from these stars, okay, but you ever wonder why certain stars, all the stars twinkle and planets don't claim, even though you don't believe they exist. But if the old adage is that planets don't twinkle and stars do. One of the reasons, and the main reasons for that, is because the light from these stars are so minimal. We're getting so few photons that any atmospheric disturbance is going to cause an aberration. Okay, while the reflected light from planets is much stronger, so you don't have that effect. Okay, so yes, we are getting particles from those stars, but we can actually determine the wavelength of these particles. We can see actual information about the star. We see how fast it's moving relative to us. Right? We see that it has a relative velocity away from us. That's called red shifting or blue shifting. Okay? Same thing called the Doppler shift. We can see this, right? We know those are not static little points of particles up there. We know that, and then we can put we can actually see the disk of a few stars. I believe Betelgeuse we've seen the disk of, and there's been a couple others we can actually see the disk itself.
Vega is one of them.
Vega.
So
okay, it's a huge star.
You think, Steve? I get what
you can see the disk of Saturn too. But
hang on.
Go
ahead.
That's the rings of Saturn, not a disk.
I'm more interested in what he thinks because I've never heard it before. I've heard what you think, right? Like,
we've heard it before.
I want him to clarify his position and tell us how the universe looks and works from your standpoint.
He won't do it.
I've been asking him questions and he's been telling me. So can you tell me a little bit about your universe and the closed system?
Yeah, my universe, right? I don't know what's outside the firmament other than what's recorded in the Bible. Okay, so inside of the firmament is only the stars that are affixed to the firmament, which is the hard shell that circumferences the earth or whatever technical English word you guys like.
Okay.
That would be a sphere if it was encircling.
Right, exactly.
So it wouldn't be a disc.
That's it. I didn't call it a disc.
It would inscribe if it was but it's not. We're not. We could be inscribed in a circle.
Okay, let's not get hung up on the specifics. Just let him explain.
Well, he asked.
Okay, and then the sun and moon are very small inside of this hard shell, and they circle around the earth, over top of the earth, parallel to the earth. That's the universe. There's no other planets. The planets that you see are moving stars with right there in the firmament.
Well, we can see the disk though.
So the sun is
not unlike the moving sun and moving moon.
Except the moving sun in your world would have to change its angular size as it gets closer to you, and as it goes away from you, it would have to get smaller.
Right.
Which it doesn't.
That's what you can say that all you like.
It's the same thing like this. If you take a basketball and you put it over your head, and there's a basketball.
Even if you try to observe,
let's just listen to somebody else's perspective. Shit, we know what
I have listened to these flat Earth perspectives. This is what I do on a daily basis. I know the arguments already.
if you attempt to,
I mean, at this point, why don't we just throw him out then? I mean, if we don't want to hear what he has to say.
Well, no, hang on. We're hearing what he has to say, but we're able to respond.
No,
to what
but
he has to say, too.
the problem, Steve. Like this is what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is he gets one little, two little, three little words out, and then he gets shit kicked. And I don't blame you for doing it because you and me and the other dude knows he's full of shit. But at that point, doesn't it just become kicking a dog for the sake of kicking the dog?
He's a dog that wants to stay in here. Yeah, he can ramble. But we do have to be able to address what he's saying. He can't just ramble and we don't explain to him. Then he doesn't learn anything.
A sentence or a concept.
Sure.
But explaining your paradigm is something that I already know. So you're not saying anything that I haven't learned. We all learn the same thing in the same schools. So now, as far as the angular thing that you're talking about, if you observe the angles on any sun tracking site, you'll see that the angle changes.
No, it doesn't.
Explain the diameter change.
I can't think of it off the top of my head this late, but if you go to any sun tracking site that tells you the angle of the sun relative to any location, you will see that the angle changes.
Okay, first off, he's saying angle. He's saying, I need to clarify something.
Stonehenge. No, when I go to Stonehenge, I don't know. I'm asking, does the
angle and angular are not the same? There, thank you.
Two different things.
Let me ask.
Okay, so define angular.
The disk size of the disk shape of the sun.
The size of the sun?
Disk. The disk itself. The angular diameter is the amount of space, the amount of distance that it takes up in the sky relative to the celestial sphere. Think about this. If you have a basketball and you move the basketball...
But why do you say it changes on a flat Earth?
I'm going to explain to you real quick. If you have a basketball and you look at the size of the basketball and it's like a couple of meters away from you, and you take that same basketball and you move it a mile away, the basketball is going to look smaller to you, right? The disk size changes, right? Would you agree? That's the angular diameter we're talking about. On a flat Earth, that's the model that the flat earthers have been promoting.
Okay, but that's not what he was talking about. He said
the ball is actually the same size.
Right.
It just looks smaller when it goes.
Which is angular size.
Which is angular size, and that's why we don't observe that.
Of course you do.
No, we don't.
No, we don't. The sun, the shape of the disk of the sun is the same from the morning to the evening. If you were to take a micrometer and measure it, if you could, right, and look at it in the size, it's the sun. And you can actually do this. You actually could do it with a camera box, with a pinhole camera box.
Red Reddick did it already.
So why doesn't it change on the ball then? If the Earth is rotating away from the sun,
it's not rotating away.
Say what?
It orbits the sun.
The Earth also rotates on an axis, right?
But it's not.
You are 93 million miles away from the sun. Its angular size, you will not be able to detect with your bare eyes.
With a 24-hour, actually in a 12-hour period, right? You got to remember you're going around the sun very minimally. The eccentricity of the Earth orbit does change, right? The distance to the sun's Earth does change over a period of time, but in a 12-hour period, it is nothing that you can ever be able to notice and resolve with the naked eye. Or even with really sensitive equipment, I doubt you could resolve that.
Okay, well, I would have to see that demonstrated because.
Go to Red's Rhetoric channel. He filmed it. He did a sun. He observed the sun for every 30 minutes from morning to night, and the sun doesn't change size one iota.
I've seen it.
You say
I've seen it too, but I recorded it. Red's Rhetoric.
I'll give you the link. Hold on.
I was just about to run away and do that and be useful. Actually, can I ask? I'm not sure what your name is, Claimy or whatever it is. Just a quick question, just because this is something I've heard a number of people that propose the flat Earth theory. Is there's a lot of people that claim that all the navigational maps that we use are based on a flat Earth? Is that something you subscribe to?
I would think so. Yeah.
Okay. If you go to places like the FAA or the Ordnance Survey and so forth, they all talk about the maps being sectional because they're sectional from the globe. Every single one of them.
That doesn't help your argument at all.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't, because why would it need to be sectional?
Because we can't project a three-dimensional hologram of a globe.
Butter.
You can't project a three-dimensional hologram on a globe.
Of a globe. We don't have the technology to do so.
Yeah, so we take strips of the globe, and that's what we make the map out of.
Why not?
I don't know why we don't have it.
If I can make a well
I would like to have one.
jump out of a high school gym floor.
Oh, this is not...
Why can't I project a three-dimensional globe?
Well, for one thing, we don't
have the technology.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
Isn't the issue that you can't actually project a globe accurately onto a flat two-dimensional plane?
No, it's the other way around. You can't wrap maps because we haven't created stable freestanding holography with photonic integrity yet.
Well, it's the same thing because it's one way or the other.
Getting up the point because the whole point of the maps is the fact that they're sectional, so they're kind of like almost like ellipse-shaped cuttings from a globe. And if you actually look at a globe,
they're tranches of a globe. That's great.
Yeah,
but but he's asking why can't we just see the globe? And I was like, because we don't have the technology to project a freestanding real-time globe in the air yet. We just don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
And more interesting, if you actually look at the maps that people like the Ordnance Survey and the FAA use, or the Marine Surveys Department in the UK use, they're all described and defined as sectional maps, and they describe the amount of arc that they're covering. So, and that's specific towards a globe. So that's why I've never understood that argument. It doesn't make sense for you to use it.
That and every longitude and latitude line south of the equator all converge to a point.
Yeah.
Went to bed.
Converge to a point where?
Good night, Armin.
At the south.
Good night, Armin.
No, I'm not going to bed. I thought, great.
You've only seen that on a globe map.
Are you sure? Because you're this, like, right now. I'm letting you know right now. You are currently talking to somebody who worked in Antarctica from 92 to 93, and who has stood at 90 degrees south and 0.
I don't think you have.
Okay, that's fine.
And I've been around the world, and
I talked to a gentleman who worked in Antarctica for 8 years.
Oh well, then he trumps anything the other guy has to say.
And he's a flat earther.
And he's full of shit.
Probably having you on.
Well, I mean, the Antarctic Treaty is another thing that gets misrepresented a lot by the flat earth. I actually went and read it, or read a reasonable amount of it. I can't say I actually read all of it.
Well, I mean, you don't have to call that
research. It's just a research compact. That's all it is.
Well, actually, it's more than that. It goes actually into no military buildup in Antarctica. And
no military, no resource gathering,
weapons testing,
no drilling,
no weapons testing, no drilling,
no flat earthers.
So claim
no exploration.
No, lots of exploration. Huge amounts of exploration.
No exploration.
Okay, this is great. So claim. Let me ask a question, because I believe it sounds to me like you have a strong faith in God, in Jesus Christ. Am I right?
Yep.
Okay, great. So you've taken some of the passages very. Can I just assume literally?
Yep.
Okay, so with it, what if you got some information from the Holy Spirit that allowed you to see some things differently? Go ahead.
Then I would accept it.
And do you think it would be more helpful to be in a room of Christian, or like, what would you need to see that there was other possibility than the flat earth?
Evidence.
Okay, so you can either take evidence or you could take the Holy Spirit, right?
You're a funny lady.
I don't know what's funny.
For a question.
Yeah, what's funny about it?
You would think that somebody who really only has half of the answers to anything he's asked would be a little bit less condescending and chortly and
I think it's condescending.
You would think.
I'm being condescending.
Wouldn't the Holy Spirit tell you that the
I'm
earth
talking about Claymykins over here, because he's playing a very interesting game of He's apparently got just enough answers to get us going, but not enough answers to actually answer our questions, and that's getting old fucking fast.
Well, I didn't change the subject to the flat Earth.
Doesn't matter. You know, you're the.
It does matter.
First of all, if you want to go back,
you interrogating me and me being gracious enough to answer your question.
You know what? You're the first one that brought up the first controversial topic all the way back. And so you guys don't think there's any conspiracies? And you made goddamn sure. And you made goddamn sure to answer. And you made goddamn you made goddamn sure to ask that question 5 times until we finally engaged you about it. So don't tell me you're not here to start some shit.
You dismissed
don't tell me you're not here to start some conspiracy.
Hang on.
Don't tell me you're not here to start some shit, thugga motherfucker.
Well, hang on.
I'm not here to start any type of argument. You're here to argue with me.
Gus, hang on.
No, Steve. That's why he asked 5 times. 5 times, okay? 5 times.
You dismissed 5 different realities.
You don't think there's any conspiracies? Even when the conversation had begun to move away from sort of the
conspiracy means 2 people conspiring.
And then he would say, "Oh, well, you don't think there's any conspiracies to drag it back."
I know. I agree with you, Dress, but I want to point something out very clearly that when we had asked him for evidence, what did we get? Oh, I don't know. Somebody else studied it. Oh, I have nothing to offer you. But when he asked us,
a paper trail.
Please let me finish.
Yeah, when he asked, saying that I don't know about everything.
Let me finish, please. When we asked you for hard evidence, you gave us nothing. Literally nothing. You gave us, well, it's out there somewhere. When you asked us for evidence of a spheroid Earth, we gave you evidence. That's the difference between somebody who knows something about this topic.
You didn't give us any evidence.
Oh, yes, we did. Now,
you said 9.8 meters per second. That's all you said.
Well, we didn't. We did more than that.
Yeah, we started telling you about angular diameter, what we would expect, what our observations would be, what our predictions would be, predictive modeling. We explained to you some basic physics because obviously this is not a topic you're that familiar with. Okay, and I get that. Flat earthers don't know science. They suck at science. I mean, they're the most ridiculous people at science I've ever seen in my life. They're worse than young earth creationists when it comes to science. But we're willing to help you, and I think most of us would explain. I know Geist would, be happy to explain to you why the flat Earth model is wrong. We're not trying to diss you. We're trying to.
If you want to change the subject, that's fine, man. But I get.
God, I come to these
hangouts, and then all the focus shifts towards me because I have unique.
That's because I get that, but you dragged it up first.
And then some guy gets
towards yourself.
Pissed to know.
Yeah, you drag the focus towards yourself.
I mean, Claim, with all due respect, Gus is spot on. You put out all these conspiratorial stuff, and it's like, you didn't have any information to back any conspiratorial stuff off. That's not how you handle a conversation. You don't just throw shit against the wall and not clean up your mess, right? I mean,
can I mention something? I just want to ask, Claim your inheritance. You laughed at Amin's questions. I want to know why you laughed. What was so funny?
I don't know either. I thought they were, from a Christian point of view, I think they were very fair questions.
Because it's funny to have people who don't believe in the Holy Spirit.
She's a Christian.
Why do you think I don't believe in the Holy Spirit?
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I thought your paradigm was. Okay, so that's why I laughed.
This is one of the problems: is you haven't qualified what the beliefs are in this room, and you're making an assumption, and that's another way that you're making mistakes is by making assumptions. Because I'll tell you that there are probably more theists in this room than atheists at the moment.
And there usually is in my room. There's usually at least.
Okay, so I'm just automatically. Am I supposed to be psychic or something?
Wait. There's a follow-up question to that. Let's suppose, for argument's sake, that you were right and that Hamid didn't believe in the Holy Spirit. It still doesn't explain why you would laugh.
The question's valid either way, regardless of Hamid's position.
Some people laugh at any damn thing. So
we're asking you why you laugh at any damn thing with no reason. We usually call insane.
I mean, you can call it whatever you like, bro. But
just enough. Enough answers.
Well, since I can't answer the question, I'm trying to mute myself.
You see what's going on here? Just enough answers. Just enough.
Hold on, Gus. Let him answer.
No, but this is crucial though. We're getting just enough physical reply to keep the argument going. No more, no less.
Oh yeah, there's no question about that. Hey, Claim, you're also a young earther, right?
Not exactly. As far as the Bible goes, the Bible tells us, it documents the human experience. Okay, so it tells us how long humans have been on Earth, and it doesn't tell us the age of the Earth.
So you have no idea what the age of the Earth is. You're agnostic on the age of the Earth.
I mean, I have to assume that the Earth is younger than let me see, 12,000-ish years old.
That's young Earth.
Yeah.
Oh, I asked if you're young Earth, and you're like, well, not exactly. You're exactly a young Earth. That's what young Earth is.
Well, young Earth, you guys label us as saying that Earth is 6,000 years old.
No, not necessarily. 7,000 to 10,000, 12,000. That's anything. Okay, we're talking orders of magnitude, right? I mean, orders
anything
of
less
magnitude.
than a billion, I kind of class as a young Earth.
Anything less than a billion sounds good to me too. Well, I would go with the billion. Sure, let's go with that. Yeah. I mean, seriously, I'm not going to quibble.
Science is concerned, the age of the Earth has changed many times.
No,
we have learned more.
Yeah, but that betrays your lack of understanding of science. The age of the Earth has never changed. Our refinement, unable to measure it, has gotten better.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. The agreed upon age of the Earth has changed.
Okay, but wait a minute. Can I just say something, Steve?
Sure, but let me finish real quick. That the earlier measurements of the Earth were never really agreed upon. They were what called lower bounds. Okay. There was always an upper bound that we weren't even aware of, that we didn't know. We were saying it has to be a minimum of this. For example, supernova of 1987 was a minimum of 168,000 years. We had to know at least that. Okay, that's what's called a lower bound. So it doesn't we just say, oh, this is the age of the Earth. Now we've got enough technology. We can say, you know what? We know the age of the Earth is approximately 4.54 billion years plus or minus a couple hundred million.
The publicized age of the Earth has changed over time.
Again, no, we just got a little more refined. The age hasn't changed.
Oh my God.
We've just gotten better at measuring.
I said the publicized age of the Earth has changed over time.
Yeah, just
sure. Okay, and then so and okay.
Give him this one.
Go ahead. And
let's give him this one. Okay.
And then what follows?
What's the follow-up of that?
Yeah. I mean, here's another thing which is related to what follows. Let's say we looked at how young Earthers estimate the age of the Earth, and they may have differences between them. And in fact, you can envision the possibility that some young Earthers will refine their age that they claim based on, better or what they might consider more accurate biblical interpretation. Okay, so what? What would that prove?
What you say? What's the significance of the Earth being young?
No. What's the significance in you saying that the publicized age of the Earth has altered?
Oh, that just shows that the scientific community doesn't know the age of the Earth either, and so they publicize different ages over time in order to satisfy the majority.
Okay.
The majority of people on Earth are atheists.
What you're doing there is
we're not.
No.
What you're doing there, I think what you're doing there is you're confusing knowledge with absolute certainty, right? That when we say we know the age of the Earth, it is always within the what is fallible. We don't know it for absolute sure, and we refine our knowledge. That's not the same as we know for certain of the age of the Earth, and we always did. And oh, look, we changed it. Here we were certain, and now we've changed it again, and we're certain. That's not what's going on.
Exactly.
Do you know
within the parameters of science?
Right. Mm-hmm. Do you know the age of the Earth according to the Bible with absolute certainty? Yes or no?
I could have swore I answered that earlier, but
he did answer that earlier. To be fair, he said he didn't know.
Well, no,
doesn't state it in the Bible.
He said approximate.
Then you don't know.
He said in the Bible it does not state the age of the Earth, and I agree with that. I would actually follow up with, so why do you not agree with Bishop Usher's chronology for the 6th of October?
The 6th of October?
9 a.m. to be exact. I'm sorry. Yeah, 6th of October at 9 a.m.
Oh, okay, so I'm aware of that.
The date. That's the date of the creation of the Earth, according to Bishop Usher's chronology.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
when you say bishop, you're talking about some Catholic, correct?
Nope, I'm talking about a Protestant.
Okay, well, I don't have a clue.
And if correct me if I'm wrong, Drew, but isn't that the exact same
calculation?
I'm sorry, go on.
This is where you get your young Earth creationists from. It's from Bishop Ussher, was back in, I think, 1576 or somewhere around that date. Don't quote me if I'm slightly wrong there.
With all due respect, don't tell a Christian where they get their young earth from. What we all can do who've read the Bible is go backwards in time from the time that, and it says in there the chronology of how long various people, how many years they lived. So you can back in there and get a 6,000 year. So this bishop guy is totally irrelevant.
Actually, it's not. It's completely irrelevant.
It
Bishop
is
Ussher was
irrelevant.
Bishop. Well, there's a couple reasons why it's relevant.
Instead of quit bringing your stuff into it, he is trying to get his perspective, but you're throwing in yours. I don't know why.
Well, it's not a matter of perspective, but Bishop Ussher was the first one to actually do the chronology here, and they take into account. Let me finish. They take into account. They take into account. They didn't take into account with the chronology is the fact that when you begat, it doesn't mean a generational to one generation to the next generation. There could have been several generations from begat to begat that's not included in the Bible. Bishop took a lot of creative liberties. He actually came up with a specific day. I believe it was Monday at 9 a.m. on October 6th or something like that, which is actually the same exact time that I believe the school started for a particular college he was at. Coincidence or not. But yes, that is one of the
but you don't show how much you can listen.
But that is one of the foundational things for young creationism.
All right, here's how we can resolve this, right? I don't like doing this usually, but I'll do it. So it's like Socratic question decision tree. So claim your inheritance. You said that the Bible doesn't say what the age of the earth is directly, right?
Right.
Okay. So then, but you do base your belief that the earth isn't billions of years old on the Bible, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but then it must follow that, you have inferred it from what's in the Bible, correct?
Yeah.
And you also accept that inference is fallible, correct? So then you could be wrong about the age of the earth, whatever it is, whether your estimates of roughly how much it is, or if you've got an exact figure, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the same in science. Where our inferences are fallible.
I really appreciated that process. You actually asked him questions, let him answer without inserting your own shit in there, and we actually got to somewhere closer. Thank you.
Yeah, and also people with the scientific perspective assert that these are absolute facts. They say that these are absolute.
Well, no.
I've never heard that.
The term absolute fact.
Say that all the time.
Yeah, they'll say the term
these
absolute
are facts. These are facts. These are absolute.
No. Okay, first of all, absolute facts
Earth
doesn't make
is
any sense.
4.5 billion years old.
That is a fact. That is a science. That is
Yes,
that is a scientific fact. But the term absolute fact doesn't make any sense to me. All a fact means is something is true, and it's understood in provisionally and tentatively in the realm of science.
Yeah, the fallibility of inference shows that it may not be true. Therefore,
it may not. Yeah. Well, things again. That's why it's a fallible. That's why they're fallible.
That's how it's not a fact. Something.
No. Okay, that's not what. Okay, you have misunderstanding the definition of the word fact. Okay.
Fact is something that is not true. That may not be true.
Fact is by definition true to the best of our knowledge based upon our information. Okay, that's what a fact is, right? Facts can change in science. Facts change all the time. We can say, hey, the smallest
change.
Facts change all the time, right?
This is a confusion.
Change, but truth doesn't.
Yeah, he's confusing.
The Christian is you have the truth, right?
Yeah.
So the truth doesn't change. Facts do.
Yes, it does.
The truth does not change.
Does too. Well, you want me? You know how I can demonstrate it?
Oh Jesus!
Let's do it.
Okay,
okay,
to a colorblind person, a fucking gray Christian. To a colorblind person, the orange is fucking gray. Is that truth or a fact?
Okay, so then that means.
I asked the question.
That means that the truth changes based on.
But she said truth doesn't change.
The facts change based on whether you're colorblind or not.
No. That's not what I said.
The truth of it.
To a colorblind person, they say the orange is fucking gray. Does that make it gray?
I would actually argue that that's not quite a very good analogy.
Yeah.
I would actually say that that's not a good analogy because you could say from the point of the observer, because they're colorblind, that orange looks grey.
Yes, but is that true?
Wait,
no,
it's not true though.
Is that true?
Or is that a fact?
It's
true.
I
actually
not
finish
true,
my
and it's not a fact at all.
If it's true, the orange is gray, then the orange is gray.
GV, can I actually finish my point? So what I can do is I can then say, okay, this orange looks grey to me. It looks orange to someone else. We've got a problem here. Therefore, I will now start to bring in tests. So I can start to say measure the spectrum of light that is reflected from the object.
Yes.
And I can start doing confirmation tests.
Well, would be a fact.
So
you don't need to do that.
Yeah,
you just need to do this. It is true that to this person, the orange appears gray.
Nootropic.
It is true to this other person that the orange appears whatever.
Nootropic. But then you start running into the difficulty of which theory. Subjective and what theory of truth do you want to subscribe to, right?
No. There's no problem because
it's not a problem. No, it's not a problem.
Here's the point I was.
It's not a problem.
Here's the point I was trying to make. Regardless of what perspective you come from, there is the truth that exists, whether or not we can tell it, whether or not we can discern it because we have bad eyesight or other things, there exists an absolute truth.
That's depending on.
That's the point I was trying to make.
Some people believe that, but not all. I mean,
I don't
not everybody
subscribe
believes
to
that.
absolute truth.
Yeah,
I think there are very few absolute truths in the universe.
That would be
Wait a minute. Whether or not we know the answer for them, there is an absolute truth.
Well, again, it depends on your belief system. I mean, I believe that's absolute realism. If that would somebody who believes in absolute realism, right?
Yeah.
And not everybody ascribes to absolute realism.
The Christian does.
Well,
that's fine. I'm not a Christian.
I wasn't talking to you. For some reason, you've had a problem this whole night where I'm talking to Claim Your, but for some reason, you think I'm talking to you. I was having a question and a discussion to him, which you chimed in on. Brother,
no problem, sister. No problem.
So what I was saying, Claim Your, is if you're going back to the Bible, and that's where you start your truth from, right? And that's where you get your truth. I'm down with that. I completely understand it. The only question I was asking 30 minutes ago was you made this statement based on you would either need the Holy Spirit or evidence to show you that the earth was otherwise than what you see it. That's the whole point I was making. The question for me was, what type of evidence would you need? Or what connection would you need from the Holy Spirit to see something a different way? That was all my question was. So the scientific evidence that people have given you so far has not worked. So you can't tell me any.
I can't tell you any because they haven't given. All they've given are the education that we all learned as children.
That doesn't mean it's wrong.
What I'm asking is, what type of evidence would you have to see to believe that the earth was round or spherical? Forget what we've all learned in school. What would make you see the world differently?
Okay, so I have to bring up specific examples. Okay, so my answer was any, and you don't believe that. So again,
because we provided some and you didn't accept it.
You didn't give me any evidence at all. All you told me was that that object drops at 9.8 meters per second.
You're not answering what I mean.
That's not evidence. That's an assertion that cannot be demonstrated.
Okay, so what evidence? What would you like if somebody?
So now my specific evidences are, I would need to see a uninterrupted video from very high up without a fisheye lens that shows something other than that right there. What he's showing.
Well, you could just all you would say is
retardation.
But all
retardation.
All you would say is video's
Himawari
faked.
satellite.
Yeah, first of all, what skills do you have to determine a fake video from a real video? Second of all, the Himawari puts out images every 10 minutes. High resolution, the Himawari 8 satellite.
Okay.
And I think the 9 goes up pretty damn soon. And it's going to be higher resolution, right? But this satellite puts out an image every 10 minutes. Literally, you can zoom in. You can zoom into a very small portion and get high resolution.
Why would it need to put out an image every 10 minutes?
Because it tracks weather.
Satellite.
He said uninterrupted, so that's
So I have a question for Steve.
If you were to go into outer space yourself and could look back on the Earth and in 24 hours supposedly see it do its rotation, would that make you go, okay, maybe that was right?
Yes, and I wouldn't even need 24 hours if I could see an actual image from very high up and could see the shape of the Earth myself, then I would accept that it's a ball. If it's a ball.
Okay. But the reason I have a challenge with this is if that happened, what would that mean to the truth in the Bible?
That would mean that the Bible is a complete fallacy.
Why?
Whoa.
Wow, your entire belief system and religion and Jesus and God is based upon the shape of the Earth?
Of course. If the Bible says anything incorrect, then I will reject the entire thing.
Oh well, I can show you incorrect things in the Bible anytime. That's trivial.
No, you can't.
Actually, we could. But before we do that, what are we looking at here, Adblock?
This is the ISS live stream.
This is the ISS live stream. Okay.
Can I ask a question to Steve? So
that's so beautiful, man.
These these flat earthers. So they'll talk about, well, if I could go in space, right? But if they were put on a rocket, they would say, oh, it's an illusion, la la la, right? So how about this? How about this one? So they both, lots of flat earthers pull together, and they buy themselves a rocket, which they can make, and mount a camera on it, and then send it off.
This has already happened many times, guy.
Oh yeah, what?
They've done many balloon launches, and they've done like 1 or 2 rocket launches.
Okay, can you show me what they've seen? Can you show the camera? Have you seen that directly?
Have I seen the launches?
But seeing the launches is not. Everybody's seen launch. That doesn't mean anything. Have you seen the camera results?
Yeah. And why you're asking that, real quick claim, when are you actually saying that there's actually no scribal errors in the Bible as well? Like there's been no introductions of errors over the countless amount of
no, not at all.
Really?
But they are minor and can be retraced and
okay. So there's
hold on. Just say not at all, and they are minor.
Yeah. Wait. So he's saying not all. He's saying that there is scribal errors, but you can't have it both ways. Either the book is absolutely perfect, or there's scribal errors. Okay. You just said if there's any errors in the Bible, and now you're saying
there was any errors in the Bible. I said if anything in the Bible is untrue.
Well, scribal errors are untrue. There's information. Yeah. So there's just places in the Bible because of scribal errors that the information is incorrect. Like 2 Kings 8:26 compared to 2 Chronicles 22:2.
That's not a contradiction.
It's a very well-known scribal. It's a scribal error.
No, it's not a scribal error at all. Are you talking about the chariots and the horses?
No, I'm talking about when Isaiah began to rule over Jerusalem. In one passage, he mentions he's 22 years of age. In one passage, he's 42. It was a mistake.
Okay, well, mistake is not a lie.
I didn't say it was a lie. Did I say it was a
lie?
That's what
I said I had to find a lie in the Bible.
No. You did not say that.
Error. I said if I find out anything is untrue in the Bible.
Untrue.
It's untrue.
This is untrue.
A mistake is not an untruth.
Wait. By definition, it is. By definition, it is. A mistake.
Not the way that he means it. The gist of it is the Bible, the essence of it in line with what it's supposed to be. And if at the end of the day, like 20 years, right, like you make that as a huge distinction, what is it that the story of Isaiah was trying to say?
Right, but the point being, though,
I said a mistake
you're
can
missing
be
the bigger picture, though.
retraced and corrected.
Right, but anything in the Bible, including the whole thing about flat Earth and anything else, could be mistakes too. And you have to take that into account. You can't just say that the Bible is completely inerrant, then say, "Oh yes, but let me finish." But then the scribal errors you admit that are mistakes, right? The Bible is written by man, right? Maybe God inspired it, who knows? But the man wrote it down. Okay, men make mistakes. We know there's scribal errors in the Bible. They're uncontested. Every biblical scholar in the world.
I mean, the Bible
knows
even
this.
warns us about scribes. So what are you talking about? He says it gives us 4 woes for scribes.
You're missing the bigger picture here.
No, you're missing the bigger picture. I'm telling you that there's no lies in the Bible.
Nobody's said the word lie but you.
I want to go
That's
back.
right, and that's my assertion. That if I find a lie in the Bible, I'll reject it. But a mistake can be retraced and corrected.
Okay, but the mistakes might also be for the flat Earth too, right? Could you acknowledge that? How do you know that wasn't a mistake? How do you know that anything in there dealing with the firmament isn't a mistake? Anything dealing with the 4 corners
because of the evidence that I've.
You have not provided any evidence yet. Not a single shred of evidence.
Genesis 30:38 is wrong.
And speaking of evidence, you said earlier that what you would need to see is some sort of evidence. What do you think about this right here? What I'm presenting?
I think it's full of shit.
Do you think this is all fake?
Yes, I think it's completely.
Why? How do you know?
Fake. Well, fake how?
I think it's green screen fake.
Mm-hmm.
So you got a technical expertise in video processing, I assume, at least something that you know of, right? So let's analyze this. Can you show me? Put that back on, please. What makes you, in your professional opinion, make that fake? Now I do a little 3D modeling, and if that is
witnessing
fake,
of the green screens where this space station, where this satellite is housed, and the fact that the people who work on the ISS that do the maintenance on it have never seen it in their entire life.
What?
Exactly.
We think the guy outside is doing.
When we say what, we're not understanding what you're saying.
The guy that has worked for NASA for 25 years and does the maintenance on this satellite has never seen it.
What are you talking about?
If he does maintenance on it, doesn't that mean that he's
that guy right there is looking at it right now?
In charge of the maintenance for it.
Are you talking like the structural engineer
that's on the ground? Then he probably hasn't seen it.
The amount of detail that's actually in these images or this live stream is actually pretty profound.
You wouldn't be able to render that quickly.
Can I just again, right? Because they're going to distrust this. They could say made up. What about the camera and the balloon launches and the rocket launches? You said that there have been several. Have you seen what the results of those are?
Yes.
Can you show us or describe it to us?
YouTube GoPro rocket. That's one of our favorite ones.
GoPro.
I sure narrowed it down.
Is that right?
Sure.
GoPro.
Guys, you're familiar with that one, guys, right?
What does it show? I've never seen this.
They're about a couple thousand ones when you're dealing with GoPro.
For one thing, it shows it has a fisheye lens on it, right?
Most
so as
GoPros
it's spinning
do.
super fast, it kind of looks.
What does that matter though? But
do you know anything about fisheye lenses?
And then it also has a shot of the moon is in the video. So when they launched the rocket from Nevada desert, the moon was over Australia at that time.
Yep, and Sly Sparkane already did a video on this one.
Okay, so I'm very interested in hearing how the moon was seen.
No, but wait a minute. I'm not talking about that.
He said he saw the answer to that because I was watching that today,
That's
and I
not
said
what I was saying.
The moon could be seen at that height.
Wait. No. Wait a minute. That's not what I said. I said have a bunch of flat earthers got together and created a rocket with their lens and launched it upwards to see what they're seen.
Oh, my fault. I thought that was a flat Earth effort.
No.
Okay. So, but that's what I'm asking you. Why wouldn't you be prepared to do that? Have people done that? Why aren't they doing it? And then also, when it comes to the lens and stuff, you've got to have some knowledge of what happens, because if the lens is spinning and appears to see things, you've got to know what you would likely see if the Earth was curved versus if it was flat. So you've got to have some knowledge of physics to say, okay, yeah, this, that, and the other.
Can I address this camera thing?
Yeah,
Sure.
because I would like to know too what the problem is with fisheye.
Okay,
lenses, because-
first off, one of the big ones that they use is called the red dog camera that flat earthers like to propagate as showing the Earth being completely flat. The problem first off with that is it's a fisheye lens, yes, but I don't think you notice how fisheye lens is, because as soon as the image moves to the center of the fisheye, there is no more distortion whatsoever. So yeah, all you got to do is wait till the horizon is dead center in the middle of the screen, which is easy by taking two pieces of string and putting it across your screen and making an X wherever the point is. That's dead center. All you do is wait till the horizon's at dead center, freeze the frame, and then change the brightness and contrast to take away the haze of the atmosphere, and you can see the curve of the Earth where it curves at the both ends of the screen.
So it's only on the peripherals, right? That you're gonna get
yes,
some
because
fisheye effect,
the
right?
Earth is so
because of the fisheye lens, it only has an aberration towards the
no. When the image is dead center on a fisheye lens, there is no distortion.
That's what I'm
This
saying.
is
It's
what
only
I
toward
was
the edges.
talking about. This is what I was talking about. If you have to know something about lenses to say, okay, given this situation, what can we infer? And given this, what if we observe this through the lens? What can we infer? And where would we infer? You know, if it was flat versus where it not? And I'm asking.
Did you look up that video that you asked for?
No. I was asking you.
Yeah, well, I mean, why don't you address what Geist said? Because what he said is true. If it's directly in the field of view, straight ahead, right?
How
and you measure
I
the
respond
horizon,
to
you can
Geist
see
is
this.
I would not launch a fisheye lens into that altitude. I would use a lens that doesn't need to. You have to adjust the contrast and all the rest of it.
You're not just the contrast with the
Does
he know regardless
of what kind of camera you use, regardless
of a lens that doesn't need manipulation.
You're not manipulating it. You're not manipulating the lens.
Yeah, I mean, does he know the purpose of a fisheye lens? Does he know about a field of view?
Regardless, you're not manipulating a fisheye lens. All you gotta do is wait till whatever you're looking for is dead center in the middle of the screen of the picture.
I would send the lens up where you don't need to wait for it to be dead center.
I think you guys who are claiming this are insincere, because if you really had the balls, you would actually propose proper testing with an appropriate rocket or whatever, and know enough about lenses to then say, yeah, if it was this, it's flat. If it's this, it's not flat. And actually go out and do the experiment. Why don't you guys do that?
Yeah, do you know how many physicists we know that are flat earthers? Zero.
I mean, if you did that, right? If you did this, it would be the greatest discovery ever. Right? It would be of such monumental proportions, because it would overturn everything. But you don't do it. Why not?
Yes,
why don't you do
overturn anything? Just like you asked me about those type of launches, and I gave you one of our favorite examples, and you haven't explained.
Hold on, I'm bringing up an example
because you want the Earth to be.
I'm bringing
up
something
to argue about, I guess.
I would love to find out the Earth was flat. I'd be like, "Fuck me, this is awesome."
Yeah, it'd be like, "What the fuck? I'm living in the Matrix."
Yeah, I mean,
you know?
I mean, I think we all could use a good paradigm shift. It'd be cool shit.
But you guys
Not
are
gonna
too
happen,
cowardly. You guys are too cowardly to do this. Why are you such cowards?
No, I don't think they actually know how to do it.
Well, the technical expertise is nominal.
Right.
I mean,
there are companies that build rockets, dude. So all you have to do is hire a company to build a rocket.
Why don't you do it? Why don't you guys do this?
Hold on, I'm bringing up one right now. I'm bringing one right up right now. Give me a second here.
Yeah, but
that they used that the guy modified the camera of the GoPro and took out the fisheye lens. Give me a second.
Ooh, yeah.
The reason why I'm suggesting you do it yourself is then you can't say that there's some sort of conspiracy, or they did this, they did that, and then you'd also have to know what you would observe if it was flat versus what you would observe if it was curved, which involves knowing some physics.
Hey, one sec.
So why don't you do that?
Hang on one sec. Don't play
why
this
the
video.
moon
Don't,
was
one sec.
evident in the video.
One sec. I'm muting you. Don't play this video. Show only screenshots from it, please. I do not want
Yeah, I am. I'm not going to play it. I'm just trying to move it along certain parts.
Okay, you're going to unmute now. I already got 2 copy strikes. I'm not going to get another one.
Yeah, I'm not going to play it. I'm just going to advance it by manual.
That's fine. The other access is public, so that was fine.
Anyways, the video that the video that you're seeing, the guy modified the camera of the GoPro and took out the fisheye lens. This is a 94 degree cam. Sorry, I got to go the other direction. This is a 94 degree 94 degree image. There is no distortion.
Where's the curvature?
Water doesn't curve.
If this was if this was a fisheye lens, then this right here would not be straight from this point to that point.
Yeah, you can tell that.
So, what does Claim say to that?
Hold on, stop right there. Don't try to move.
I'm not moving.
Okay. Now, in one frame, you showed a curve. In this frame, you showed an inversion.
Do you know why?
No, why? Tell me why.
Oh, you being a smartass is I'll just ignore you and you can figure it out.
Tell me why.
Because the camera's field of view is showing less of the Earth. You notice that the size is not the same as this or this.
If you zoom in on a circle close enough, it looks like you've got lines.
It also inverts, huh?
What?
A circle also looks inverted at times.
Do you know why?
If you zoom in far enough, huh?
No.
He doesn't know how lenses work. You can go ahead and stop presenting me, Steve.
I mean, the point is that you have to know something about geometry and something about optics to say these things, but you don't seem to understand really basic, obvious things about circles. The obvious things.
Yeah, this is pretty obvious to me that circles don't look inverted no matter how far you zoom in.
Well, how do you explain the rest of the video, like the parts that are curved?
In that one,
the lens effect.
The lens effect. Well, why isn't these flat parts and these inverted parts? Why is that not a lens effect? Why is the rest of the video a lens effect, but not this one?
That's exactly my point. That it's all lens effect.
We'll claim. First of all, are you admitting though that rockets are up there taking pictures of with the fish eye lens? Are you admitting rockets are actually up there?
You mean satellites or something?
No.
Because rockets don't last long.
I didn't. Have we put rockets in space and taken pictures of the Earth from outer space? Then what do we argue about? Because you're basically. What do you think these pictures are? What are why do you care what the lens are? If we've never done it, what are these? All CGI? Every one of them? Every single one of them is CGI. So the GoPro lens, it doesn't matter whether it's a fisheye lens or not. You just said that you wanted to have a picture of something in space without the fisheye lens, and now you're saying, well, that doesn't matter because there's no such thing as rockets, anyways. Basically,
I said there's no such thing as rockets
that go into that actually make it to outer space.
I said there's no such thing as outer space. So the photos, the official NASA photos that you see of Earth from space are just.
Do you understand how disingenuous you sound right now?
Are just photoshopped images.
No, you're missing his point.
Yeah, you totally missed my point.
Yeah, when you let me try.
Okay,
I don't know if this will,
go
it's
ahead.
not going to work.
You know
Whatever.
where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I got you totally. So his point was this: when you were first given that example with the rocket, right? You said, "Oh, it's because of the lens,"
Mm-hmm.
but now you're saying, "No, it's the whole thing is fake." So which one is it?
Yeah, it's not
Which
because of
one
the
is it?
lens. It's because
Okay,
it's fake.
okay. First of all, I would have to take a look at his video, you know, in totality, right? And then I would have to see that it's not a fisheye lens. And then I would have to, if it's not a fisheye lens, then when it's spinning like that very fast, I would have to know the effect that it's having to do that inversion and then curve and then inversion and curve. So, you know, I don't know that what that effect is.
But then you're now saying you don't know, and you defer judgment because you have to know all these things. But before you didn't say that. You made a positive claim about what it is. You said, no, this is because of distortion, definitely.
Yeah, it's not real because
I mean,
of distortion.
Why did you change
distortion?
Why
And
did
I don't
you
understand why you reject distortion.
No. It's not about
when
what
you
I
see
said.
a curve inverted.
Because I know how a fisheye lens works and how to work for the distortion. You wait for the image, whatever you're looking for is directly center of the screen because a fisheye lens will not show distortion with the image in the middle of the screen.
It's not about what I think.
The image looks inverted on one
what I
frame.
think.
I know how a fisheye lens works.
It's not
You just
about
said
what we
that's not
think.
a fisheye lens.
It's not about what we think. It's about what you said. First,
Didn't you
you
just say
said,
that's not a fisheye lens?
Whoa. First, you said it's because of lens distortion, and then you said no. Then you said I'll have to look at this and consider that, which means that you couldn't, if you were being reasonable or consistent, say that it was because of distortion, lens distortion, because you don't know.
Say that because when you look at one particular frames of it, the curve looks inverted. This is common sense, dude.
Yeah, but you're assuming that there's a lens, right? But after then, you then said there are no rockets that were launched up. It's all fake.
I didn't never say it was
You
no
contradicted.
there was no rockets that were launched up, my man.
You said there was no outer space.
Said there's no outer space, right?
So where do they go?
But he did say that it was fake.
Yes.
He said it was fake.
I
So
said
what
that
was fake? What's fake exactly?
official NASA pictures of Earth from space are not real images from space.
That's not what you first said. You said they're fisheye lenses, and that's why they're distorting it. And if they
I didn't say
lenses,
that the NASA pictures of Earth were fisheye lenses pictures from Earth.
No.
I said the rockets
that was
Can
shown.
you present me, please?
I said the rockets that go up always have fisheye lenses. That's ridiculous.
Because they want to see the most what they can for their money.
Right.
Steve, can you?
No, they don't.
Steve,
They want to present that the Earth is curved.
You know that.
This is a picture taken with a fisheye lens.
hang on,
You notice that everything is curved except for the center.
Can I ask a question? I love this picture, by the way. Can I ask a question?
You can see just as much with a flat
claim.
lens
Claim. Listen to me very carefully. If NASA wanted to fake this shit, right? Why would they even say they're using a fisheye lens? Why did they say, "Hey, here's an actual picture of the Earth from space using a normal lens, and look, it's curved"? Why wouldn't they just do that? Why would they say? How come they say, "Oh, well, we're going up there, but we're going up these fisheye lenses," or any amateur person, right, with a rocket?
I never said that NASA used fisheye.
Okay, fuck
lens
NASA. Why would anybody?
Picture of the entire Earth. NASA is the only people allowed.
Forget NASA. Forget NASA.
Well, that's blatantly and trivially
I mean,
false.
not NASA, but space agencies are the only.
Why would anybody be putting out images of GoPro with fisheye lens then? Why do people do that? Why don't they just say, "Hey, look at, we're going to make a CGI thing. We're going to show the Earth is round, and we're going to forget this whole GoPro fisheye lens thing"? Why don't they just do that? Why do they say, "Hey, make it without that"? If they're going to be fooling people, it doesn't make any sense. Your logic is ridiculous.
Not at all. You're explaining your logic as being ridiculous, saying that if they use a regular lens, then they can clearly see a curve. So you're explaining that if they do not use a fisheye lens, they will still see a curve. So
No,
why don't they just go ahead and
you-
use
you-
a regular lens?
You missed
Because
my
they want
entire
to see as
argument.
much as they possibly can with the smallest device, which uses a fisheye lens.
Incorrect. Incorrect. And this image that you're showing here, if you use a regular,
hold on. This right here is taken. This was taken with the fisheye lens.
That you're showing,
this is taken with the
a
fisheye
regular
lens.
You will still be able to see all those different.
Is this right here curved? Is this right here curved?
Of course not.
This isn't curved. This right here does not view as curved.
No, it looks curved because of the fisheye.
Okay, hold on. Okay, is the bottom curved?
No, man.
Look at the middle line now. Look at the horizon.
Okay, this line right here is perfectly what?
Curved.
No, it's not.
It looks curved.
This is curved. See how it curves?
It looks.
Goes
It
from
looks.
down.
It looks as if
down.
it's.
Hold on.
It
Down.
looks as if it's bulging inward.
Down and
it looks
down,
as if it's bulging inward because
and
the squares in the middle are bigger
okay,
than the
now the middle is
outside.
completely flat, is it not?
No, I think there's it's dangerous to say that.
Yeah, the middle line. You have to move up one. The next line. That line is perfectly
between
flat.
these 2 points, because this is center point.
Yeah, no, but even
I
that.
see,
What
I
are
see.
you
I get you,
saying?
I get
He's
you,
saying
I get you, yes.
there's a bulge, but
Yes, but the thing is, though, it's not. It's not
let me
curved.
finish. Let me finish.
I'm
What
sorry,
I
go ahead.
think, what I think you're saying is that if you project that onto 2 dimensions, then it's a straight line.
Yes.
Right. That's different to saying that he can see a bulge because
Right,
3-dimensionally
you.
it looks like it's going away, and that's the ambiguity that he might be exploiting.
Yeah, you would have to.
I know what he's talking about. I know he's talking about like this right here seems like it's
Yeah.
like down and this is up and this is farther. I completely understand, but when you're looking at something that's supposedly in a GoPro looking at an edge that they say is not curved, or they say it's distorted. Yes, it's distorted until it gets to the middle of the fisheye lens, then it's no longer distorted.
Still looks distorted in the middle.
So whatever you're looking at, when you're trying to see if the Earth is curved, you wait till the image is in this center part of the fisheye lens, and that's
that
the part
you should not have to do. You should just
the point.
the regular lens.
The point, but they've already explained to you why they don't. But what he's saying exactly looks perfect to me.
Hold on, what was the explanation that they don't?
Because you have to get as much view in your area for your angle that you're.
And
up
I
there.
just debunked that. I just said
you did not.
If you have a regular lens, you can still see this entire area.
No,
what kind of regular lens?
A lens that doesn't.
What kind of regular? Telephoto wide?
What's your
lens
angle?
that does not do this?
What is
distortion.
a regular? Wait. First of all, what do you mean? What is a regular
lens that does not provide this distortion?
Okay, then what field of view? What field of view are you going to get with what resolution?
I don't know the technical names of the lenses. I'm saying the lens that just shows reality.
This is reality. Is this not reality?
No, this distortion is not reality. No.
Yeah, it is. Are these squares all the same? This is all reality.
Distortion is not reality. No, it's not.
You're talking about distortion as in like some magical thing versus what you're seeing.
Yeah,
all you gotta do is wait till the horizon is dead center of the image. Yeah, where there's no distortion from a curve or a curve.
Like say if I were to put a gold filter over this lens here.
What kind of filter?
A gold filter.
What's a Go filter? What the hell's a Go filter?
He said gold.
Shut up for a second so you can hear the answer.
He said gold.
A gold colored filter.
Yeah.
Over this, that would be a distortion that does
it's
not reflect
that's not
the actual colors of white, green, and red and blue.
No,
I'm not talking about colors. I'm talking about the lines. I'm talking about lines.
So I'm talking about distortion.
That's not distortion.
Is distorted.
No,
clearly.
Stop. Changing color is not distortion. Don't. That's hurting my ears to hear. Okay, adding a filter, a color filter, is not distorting an image. Okay, a blur filter will distort. Okay, or even having a Barlow lens can distort.
A very simple analogy to this is every black and white photo a distortion to you,
or grayscale. But the point, he doesn't know how to answer that. But the middle part is perfectly, you can tell, is not distorted. Anybody can look at that middle part and tell it's not distorted. It's a complete rectangle in the middle where the X is right there, dead center. There's no distortion there.
Yeah, it's distorted.
No, it's not.
Okay, but here's the point. even if it's it's less distorted, and we can say, we can predict when we have a fisheye lens, it's going to be more distorted towards the side and less distorted as it goes towards the middle. So you take that into account because you know optics when you go up in space, and you say, okay, given that this thing is mounted with a fisheye lens, we can work out that, okay, it's fisheye. We know how it distorts, so then we can work out whether it's distorting so much that the outside of the Earth is curved versus not curved. That's my point.
That's how I take pictures with my 360 camera.
I agree. Yeah, but you know what's funny is what the biggest problem I'm hearing is that he wants to see observations rather than the actual hard science. The actual hard science we can show him, right? He thinks that visually, he has to physically see this to go into outer space to determine it rather than rely on the fact that basic physics, a grade school physics, could explain to him that the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, can we send this guy to the moon, please?
And that to me is an unwieldy point of view to have. That is a worldview that I cannot imagine. That you're looking at actual hard science that a grade schooler could understand and go, shit, yes, of course the Earth is not flat.
Where's this hard science that you're talking about?
Which means that you've somewhere along the lines your education failed you, and I'm sorry for that.
Where's this hard science?
I've actually got a really good point for Claim, and I think this is so. What you want to see is you want to see pictures that are not distorted, that you can view, that show things in a way that you will accept. Is that a reasonable estimation?
Yeah.
Have you ever looked at a Magic Eye book?
A what?
Magic Eye book. Where you can see optical illusions appear in front of you. This is the problem with relying on things like eyesight as your final arbiter.
It's notoriously unreliable.
It's an unreliable. This is why we use science. This is why when Geist is talking about lenses, you've got to understand the type of lenses that you're using and the effect they will have on your picture, because then you can say, well, I know that if this is the case, then I would expect to see this, because this is what the information that I'm constructing tells me that should be there. If that evidence is then wrong, I have to then go back to my base premise and say, where did I fuck up, or have I fucked up?
Exactly. You have to know, you have to have some knowledge of optics and even the eye, even to know what you would expect if you saw X versus not X. That's what I was trying to get at.
And be able to distinguish between them?
See, I will be honest and say, could I definitively prove that those videos from NASA are not CGI? No, because I don't understand enough about the subject. And I think if you were honest, you would say the same.
Hey, real quick, Claim. See, the problem with optical illusions and stuff, if you look very closely, this is a very famous optical illusion. Everybody's seen it before. You can look at these two lines, and your brain thinks that they're bending in the middle, correct? Mm-hmm. And so would you say that these lines are parallel or not?
Yes, they're parallel.
Okay, but your brain is not telling you that. You know that because you know the illusion. But you cannot tell me that your brain is not looking at those saying that they are parallel lines. They're saying it's not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or actually,
that's a better example. The last one you pulled up. That looks really bowed to me.
Yeah, it looks really bowed.
And it doesn't look symmetrical to the lines at the edge. And it looks like it is conforming around the circle. So I would say, gosh, look at that curvature.
And there's another one with color. Ever seen the one that has the checkerboard that has?
Oh, yeah.
Love that one. I was trying to find that one. Can you guys find it? Oh, here we go. It's like this one.
I mean, there's a rotating object that I used to use in one of my training courses. And you look at it one way, it looks like the face is protruding out. You look at it the other way, it looks like the face is going in. It's the same object. Yeah. And it's actually flat.
Hang on, real quick. Claim very closely. See where it says A and say B?
Mm-hmm.
Are they the same color or different colors, grayscale?
Different colors.
Okay, no, they're exactly the same. This hue is exactly the same as this hue. Your brain is tricking you and saying that it's not. But if you look, if you block out everything else and just take a very small sample of one and then take another sample of the other, you can see that they're exactly the same color.
If you do what?
For example, if you just like put your hand over.
You've gone quiet, Steve.
If you put your hand over everything but just A, and then put it over B, you'll see that they're exactly the same hue.
If you put your hand on.
If you block out everything except for the square A and square B.
Yeah, they'll have the same RGB. They'll have the same.
I actually tried to
code.
do that.
Yeah.
If you were to take
if
that's true.
Yeah, if you were to
It's
take
hilarious.
listen, if you were to take this and you take an eyedropper, right, which is called a sample, right? So you take an eyedropper and it takes this color, give you a hexadecimal number. If you took a dropper here and you took a dropper here, it would come with the same exact hex number. Yeah. Now this is why this is the reasons why your brain
This
is
is why I
very
don't believe
unreliable
you.
shit.
This is why my brain doesn't believe you, because you clearly see beside A, to the left of A and to the right of A, is the white square.
Okay, so you don't think they're the same color?
It's the letters themselves that are the same color, not the squares. Do you understand that?
Yeah, A and B.
Just checking, dude.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the A and B. Yeah, the letters A and B. Right. Yeah.
Exactly. See that?
So if you look at
yeah,
A
yeah,
and
but
look at B,
nobody was saying that. We were talking about the color of the letters,
Great.
not the squares that they're
Exactly.
on.
Exactly my point. That's what the problem is with what you're doing.
The colors of the letters are different, though. Or it's about the same, but they look different because of the object here. It looks like it's casting that shadow, right? But the actual colors itself is the same.
Well, the colors of the letters look exactly the same to me as well.
Well, you said that. Oh, okay, that was in reference to the square. Well, if you look closely, you would see that they actually look different.
Right. Okay.
Have a look.
It's not up anymore.
Hang on.
The point is that observation is not as reliable as science.
Right. No. The point is that
hang on. By the way,
you can remix.
By the way, it's not. By the way, it's not. Hang on.
You
It's
can
not.
cause an illusion.
It's not. My mic not working. It's not. It's not A and B. It's actually the tile. By the way, it was not just A and B. The tile itself, they're different. They're the same color. The tile A and tile B is the same color. The tile is the exact same color.
Completely retarded.
But they're the same color, even though your brain's telling you they're not. Here, I found
really?
it. Yes, this is the tile, not just A and B. It's the tile.
Oh shit! In that case, I apologize for being wrong.
Can you
Really?
put up?
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh.
Here. The tile here, this whole tile is the same color as this tile. Oops. Did you see it?
Are you
Yes.
serious?
Yes, I'm serious. Let's see if I can go to the page. What says it?
Funny
Here
guy.
here we go. An example of a psychological illusion is the checkerboard of shadow illusion suggests that tile A and tile B are different colors. Tile A and tile B. Okay, but if you draw, look at, they're exactly the same color.
Holy shit!
That is actually weird.
It's a very pronounced optical illusion, right? But if you, like I said, if you took an eyedropper of this tile and an eyedropper of this tile, they're the
They
same
changed
color.
the color of it.
They did
No,
not
it doesn't change the color of it.
Yes, it does, because the black tiles look much darker.
Because
That's
there's
because
a,
it's
there's a
optical
shadow.
illusion.
No, there's a shadow being cast.
Not
over
at
it.
all.
You can see the shadow. that
When
they're
he's
drawing
showing
over.
his face, he still denies it.
Yeah, even this is the problem with flat earthers and young
Not
earthers.
denying anything.
When you're
I'm just,
confronted with absolute fact,
denying the retarded thing here.
Okay. Here's how you could test that. All you'd have to do is to take that second
put
picture,
a Photoshop.
right, and just cut out the two tiles, and then see that they are exactly the same color.
And you know what's funny is if you actually look at it this way, you can tell B is the same color here. These are the same color. Okay, B and B match. Do you agree?
Yeah, but the A,
Okay. Wait.
A
No,
is much
hey,
lighter.
Claim. Let's do this systematically. B and B are the same color, correct? Would you agree?
It's maybe a hue darker.
I see the same color. They're the same color. Okay. And then when you draw this,
I see that A is a few hues lighter as well.
It's not though. That's the opposite.
And then they even lightened the block right next to it.
That's what you think.
No, that's what this
listen
person
to me.
did
Claim.
to trick
No,
you
claim.
guys.
Listen to me. Put your eye right up to that tile. Okay, put your eyeball right up to your monitor on
I'm
A.
looking as close as I can possibly get it.
Okay, well then you don't get it because I'm telling you right here. In fact, these are exactly the same tile. They're exactly the same color. That's why this is one of the very.
All right, you just expect me to take your word for it. That's fine.
Okay, don't. Then just cut it out in Photoshop and do
Yeah,
it.
take it in Photoshop and do an eyedropper on it, and it'll tell you that's the same color.
Yeah.
Do it for the top one.
Yeah.
Do it for the top one, and you'll see. You don't have to do it for the bottom one because you think that the color's been changed, but do it for the top one, and you'll see.
I
would actually do that right now, but I don't think the flat earthers like Photoshop very much. So.
Go ahead.
You want me to do that?
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead, do that.
Oh,
you know what's
do the animation.
you know what's funny? Claim. You remind me of like, like a long time ago. I was, and I still do every so often, explain to people basic math. And even though I give them proof, mathematical proof, there's always somebody going, you know what? It's wrong. The mathematical proof is wrong. Okay, well, show where the error is.
Which math are you talking about?
Well, if you don't understand this, you're not going to understand the math. Okay, but
what is the name of the math that you used to do these things with that people would reject?
It's just very simple. It has to do with infinite decimal expansion. 1 equals 0.99 repeating.
Oh, that one, yeah.
That one, yeah.
What's the name of that math?
Algebra.
Okay. Go ahead.
Do you have the group chat?
Huh?
Do you have the group chat?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That formula that I put in the side, that is exactly equal. And I still have
I can't see the whole formula. All I see is 1.
That is the whole formula.
0.999.
Dot. Yeah, that's the whole formula. That's all you need to know. That is a correct statement. Now, but there's people out, because my point is that there's still people out there that don't know math very well that'll still argue that is wrong, even though this is math. Math is not up for debate. 1 + 1 = 2. 2 + 2 = 4. I don't care what you believe, what God you pray to. Those are true statements. This is
well, in reality though, you can say that that's technically incorrect. Because every increment counts.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
This is
so
what I'm
if you were to take this on a microscopic negative
claim stop
20 level,
claim stop.
You would
This
see
is
that
stop. Listen to me very
in a
carefully.
slightly different position.
No. This is mathematics again. This is absolutely true in mathematics. Okay, there is no debate on this. Okay, there's no debate on this. That is exactly.
I just debated it.
Well, you're not debating on it.
Correct.
You're just demonstrating you don't understand basic math.
Yes, I do understand.
No, you don't.
There you go.
So you can. It's just like when you approach zero, right?
There you go. That's the first.
When you're approaching zero, you can when you do these halves.
Claim. Do you have any background in mathematics whatsoever?
No, I got enough.
No, you clearly don't.
Tell you
exactly what I think the problem here is quite simple. Do you understand what a recurring number, a recurring decimal point is? Something that regresses into infinity.
And yes, Nootropic put a perfectly good proof in.
Yeah.
I want to mention about that proof though, but go ahead, Russ.
It's a very basic algebra proof.
The whole point is when you have a recurring number, so it's we do a calculation. It's 1 point whatever it is recurring into infinity. Yeah, that number just keeps going.
I don't want to. Let's not get into the math because we're going to lose people. I just wanted to point out that even in mathematics, where we can actually prove something beyond any doubt because it's math, a flat earther and a young earther denies reality. And Nootropic, here's a trivia question: Who was
not true at all?
Who was the person that came up with that procedure to do that? There's a trivia question for you.
Actually, I don't know, but it might have been Cantor. I don't think it was though.
Nope.
I don't know.
I think it was.
It was Euler.
Was it Euler? Oh,
Yeah.
Of course it was not. Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to, as a technicality, Steve, you know that writing stuff is not quite like what it's because you're actually talking about assuming convergence and principles of convergence for infinite.
Well, you're not
series.
assuming. I can prove convergence.
No. That's my point. That's why you can't always manipulate infinite series.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. No, in
Unless
this particular,
you know.
yeah. But I can prove it on this because I understand the actual formula
right.
that actually
In this
converges a point.
particular case,
It's the limit as x approaches infinity. The summation
Right.
of x equals 1 to infinity.
I'm saying in general.
9 times 10 to the n, raised to the nth as n equals 1 to k.
Right. Yeah. My point is you can't always do that.
Actually, just on a
Anyway,
slight shift.
I've had
topic,
calculus. I
because
get it. Trust
this
me.
is fun. Claim, what's your view on Genesis 30:37 to 30:39?
Before you,
why are we jumping topics again?
Sorry,
I want to know why he thinks that he can correct mathematics when you have formal mathematical proof. Like where's
every increment of space.
No. I don't want your opinion. I want you to give me the exact reason that proof that Nootropic just posted is wrong.
Tropic just posted. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Where's the mistake in that proof? Because this is called a proof.
Okay. Let me see.
Go ahead.
X equals okay.
I'll tell you this. Euler himself used this to prove that
10x equals 9.9 repeating.
I'm going to mute you while I'm talking here. Euler himself used this exact same procedure to prove that 9.99 repeating was equal to 10. Okay, and this is Euler. Okay, Euler has a number named after him called E. Okay, Euler's number. It's a very famous constant. It's used a lot with logarithms and exponentials and all this other shit. So it's if you can prove this to be wrong, you would have falsified one of the greatest mathematicians of all time.
Why do they give him a number that's a letter?
Hey, Steve. On a side note about the tiles, I just brought up a digital color meter where it measures the hues.
Yeah, I want to see this. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to screen this without showing my whole top bar with my name and stuff in it.
Well, you're screening it right now.
Yeah,
no, that's me.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Do you want me to do this? Like I got it set up.
If Ad's got it, go ahead. So you.
All right. So I mean, I don't know how well you can actually.
No. Do the test and then use snipping tool to just grab it out of the picture, and then you won't have to show anything.
No, he's showing it right now. He's doing it.
Well, go ahead.
Okay. Well, you got the hue here, and then saturation value, and then RGB. So you take the first one. Wait a second.
You broke it. Stop breaking shit.
All right, so it's 61, 47, 120, 120, 119. I'm just going to write this down.
I can remember 6 numbers if it helps.
I can't. I'm sorry, man.
Well, I got to remember. You just remember the. Okay, that's fine.
Well, actually, I can. Okay, hold on.
I thought there was a single hex number you can memorize.
Can you just simply cut the A out and paste it right next to B?
It's the same
It's
thing.
exactly the same. That's exactly the same.
Exactly. It's right. So, and I clicked right on the square, like you could see.
Well, what I was suggesting was to actually black out everything else apart from the tiles A and B, and then you could actually. I mean, that would take a lot more work. I suppose.
Yeah, that would take me a minute, but
yeah. Can you just cut a section of A? Just cut a section of A out.
I mean, I can do it.
Yeah,
just cut a chunk of A out.
That's right. Cut it.
Cut A and cut B. That's right. All right. Now watch carefully here.
Hold on.
You'll need to create a new layer.
Need the toolbox. Layers. Okay. This isn't Photoshop. This is GIMP.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what
I have GIMP too, but I haven't really played with them much.
I was gonna say.
How
come there's so much work?
Yeah.
GIMP. I hear GIMP has a high learning curve.
Nice. I can see that already.
Yeah.
I got a color meter on my computer. So.
All right. So that's one. That's one.
So that's one. Okay.
I need to actually anchor this. So there we go. New layer. Well, actually, okay.
Okay.
So, rectangle.
It's almost like you're doing a biopsy.
I know, right?
Yeah.
So copy.
Can't you just paste that section straight onto B?
And look at that. They're exactly. Look at that. They're exactly the same shade. Do you want to correct? You want to correct what you're saying now? There, claim your inheritance.
I mean, if you did this in you could do it in Paint, right?
You could do it.
So where is reality going wrong here? Since obviously reality is telling us one thing, and what you're saying was completely wrong. After we try to correct you, would you like to admit that what we're telling you is true?
I could once as soon as he does the dropper, I drop it then.
He just did.
He just did.
I just did that.
He did the dropper, and he also did the copy, cut and paste of the sections.
This is one of the most effective illusions there is.
Yeah, I was fucking bowled over by this one.
That's cool. That is very cool. And that really proves my point about the fact that observation requires scientific validation.
Do y'all remember?
Yes. All right, so both of
them back.
The eyedropper gave the same situation too.
The eyedropper gave exactly the same numbers.
I actually still have them here. It's 61, 47, 120, 120, 119, and then when I switched to the other one, which I just did. 60, 147, 120, 120.
And you know what? And you can validate on your own time anytime you want, Claim. But this is what I'm telling you. We're telling you something true about this. We're telling you something true about math. But instead of listening to people that probably know a little bit more about this stuff, you don't. And that's the problem that flat earthers and young earthers have. They don't want to learn anything. They just don't. They don't want to accept reality. They will come up with any excuse.
Territory.
They will come up with any excuse to accept what they want to believe as true, regardless if all the information in the world is pointed out to them that they're wrong. Because I tell you what,
could I ask him
one sec.
All the information in the world.
Well, we just demonstrated you were wrong on this, and I could swear to God it would be trivial for me to demonstrate that you're wrong on the math too, but you wouldn't understand it. But you're wrong on the math too, okay? And again, you would win a freaking Fields medal if you prove this be incorrect. Because you don't know what convergence is, you don't know what a sequence is.
You get paid a lot of money if you win one of those medals.
First thing I said was about the 1 equals 0.99 repeating forever. I know that's true. And then I said, technically, someone could argue that 0.1 on the
wrong
in the 700,000 position.
No,
is still a change of position.
But anybody can argue anything, but they would be wrong.
Wait, that's really, what are you exactly trying to say? I don't even understand what that means.
Yeah, what do you mean change of position?
Position of what? Are we doing a summation change, like a sequence change? Or?
I don't know.
The difference between,
you said something about the 700 million digit. I don't understand
when you
what
say
that means.
the difference between 1 and 2, you're talking about positions.
On the number line, okay. Sure.
Okay, so when you say 100,000 zeros and then 1, that's a change.
But that's not what this formula is. The difference
extremely small change of position.
No. You see, here's where your misconception is. I know what he's saying. Let me finish.
I understand what he's saying.
Wait, I understand what you're saying. The difference in distance between 1 and 0.999 point repeating is 0. That's the distance. There is no distance between those numbers on the number line. They are the same point on the number line. It's no difference. What's the difference between 1/2 and 2/4?
What is the flat earth's name? First of all, I don't even know his name.
Wait.
Claim.
What?
What?
On
Claim.
the number line,
Okay.
1/2 and 2/4 fall in the same position, do they not? They're called equivalent fractions. On the number line, 1 and 0.99 repeating fall in the same exact position. If you take 1 minus 0.99 repeating, you get 0. Okay?
I think you first have to teach him what convergence means.
I'm not going to sit and talk to explain to him calculus, and I don't want to lose the
Can I
audience.
just go to
I
the
just want to point out
point.
that I just want to point out that flat earthers don't understand basic math. They don't understand basic science.
I had a quick question.
You've already lost the
Claim. Do you know basic calculus? Do you know basic calculus? Have you ever done basic calculus?
I don't believe calculus.
Okay. You don't
Don't
believe?
believe calculus.
Right.
No.
First of all,
Calculus is a magic spell. Calculus is not real.
Oh God.
I have a question for,
I think that's pretty much done.
Yeah,
he's done. But
well,
Adblocker,
Claim.
I wanted to thank Adblocker for doing that for us.
Oh,
Thank
sure.
you very much. And,
No problem.
Claim, you're done because you've just crossed the line into troll territory, and I just don't have an interest.
I've run into other flat earthers that have made like similar claims like that, that money is magic and like because it has like symbols on it and stuff.
Wait,
but
money
I just
is
want,
magic. How does that even work?
Claim. What are you taking for your cold, by the way?
Dayquil.
Good stuff. Can somebody make a parody song of the song by Queensryche?
Right.
What is that song? I don't believe in love.
Yeah,
I never,
yeah.
I don't believe in math, and I never will.
Like you're not just focusing on prayer to get better. I mean, you're taking stuff that is supposed to make you better because we understand how those chemicals work.
Dayquil doesn't make you better. It just releases
I got the
symptoms.
song, Steve.
Yeah, I love that song, Queensryche.
It's a kind of magic.
I don't know why
Operation Minecraft.
imagine that flat earthers don't.
There you go. That's the song you want.
Science is real.
Some of them don't.
It's just that we realize
all of them
that
don't.
Sciences can be observed, just like how with that illusion that you did.
That's why we. That's
You
where
can
hard,
test.
we
You
can
can
test
test
hard
the
science.
illusion to find out that the two blocks are the exact same color.
Yes.
Yeah,
But you denied they
but you
were.
didn't do that,
But
and
you
you
denied
did.
They are
Yeah, you
exactly
denied
the
it
same
before the
color, but
test.
your brain can be easily fooled. That's
Right,
the
and that's
point.
what the point that we tried to make to you guys, but you don't.
Yeah, we agree with that.
You don't want to
but
test.
that's why we test
You
it.
don't want to test to see if the
Claim.
earth is round or
Claim.
No, we've made those. We've made those. Yeah, we've made that. We've made those. We've
What
made
we're saying
those
here-
scientific.
Okay, guys, one at a time. One at a
Yes,
time.
we have
One at a time.
the theories that have come before.
Eulogy,
We've
go
done
next.
this, man, hundreds and hundreds of
Hang
years
on,
ago.
let Eulogy go. Go ahead.
Yeah, Copernicus. And
We're talking here about an observation. We know that observations can be fooled. Okay, your observations itself can be fooled.
Yeah, but you have not yourself tested.
Hang on a second. I haven't finished yet.
All Earth and flat Earth.
Well, I haven't finished yet. The only way we can actually verify whether or not your observations are true, or whether or not your observations are a fact that your brain is tricking you, is to actually go in and compare it using empirical methods. That's exactly what Ad just did there.
That's how we roll.
That's how we're thug life.
That's not how you have not rolled that way.
Okay, I will ask you one simple question to now determine your ability to do critical thinking. Do you know who Eratosthenes is?
No.
Eratosthenes.
Oh God.
Okay, you have done no research into determining whether the globe Earth is fault or not.
Yeah,
that question answers everything.
If you're going to argue flat Earth, how could you not know who he is?
I don't think he gave an answer to that question, but I mean, we can assume that he.
He said no.
Did he? I thought
I
somebody. Right.
I wanted to make a general point that is also, inferable or at least possible, given what we just saw of what Claim did with the optical illusion, which I think is applicable for beyond flat earthers and maybe also applies to.
It's a cool illusion, ain't it?
Yeah, it's fucking right.
You,
The point is this: these people, or many of us, I'm not gonna do in group and out group. Many of us, what we do is we rely on common sense and intuition. That is what a lot of flat Earth arguments rely on. They rely on intuitions and common sense of observations on the Earth, and then they project them to domains that you can't infer they're projecting to.
Right.
And you know why? But you know why they?
Yeah, go on.
You know why I think they do that, Nootropic? Because they don't have any other skill sets to draw upon.
Yeah.
And that's the God honest truth. The having reason and critical thinking is great. But we do know that our minds can be twisted, and sometimes just common sense doesn't exactly apply. Another perfect example is the one I use all the time with the Monty Hall problem, right? Common sense seems to dictate that the Monty Hall problem would say,
The Monty Hall problem?
Yeah.
Challenge him on that one.
You what?
Does Claim know how the Monty Hall?
No,
Monty Hall problem was?
I don't know. I don't know what it is either. So
I'll run it for Druce, and then if Claim wants to weigh in, I'll ask his opinion. Because this is one of those things where people's common sense, like Tommy Hall, was like, "Oh, you're wrong, Steve." And after I explained to him, I did the enumeration. He finally agreed. Okay, yeah, you have to be right.
I'll let you know one thing though. Anybody who's
Would you
ever
say
studied
that-
probability, anybody who's ever
I'm going to
studied
name three
probability-
names.
Hang on.
Claim,
And I
shut
want
up
you
for a
to
second.
tell me
Claim,
that these people don't have any skill sets.
Claim, hang on, he's talking.
Claim.
Don't interrupt him,
Just
please.
shut up for a second,
Go ahead.
seriously.
Go ahead, Urology.
One thing here is
Making the
anybody
claim
who's
that
ever
flat
studied-
earthers don't
Oh,
have
for
skills.
fuck's sake, shut the
I will
fuck
deal
up.
with you. I will deal with you in a second. Okay, you have plenty of time to talk. Trust me. Okay, don't interrupt him. Go ahead.
All I'm saying
Urology.
is anybody who's ever studied probability in any way at all, this is literally a first year example that was always given at any probability course. So if you study this, you would know what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
So
but he's also
I'd like to just simply see how.
He doesn't
just
even
like
know
to
who
see what kind of
Eratosthenes
mathematical
was.
ability you have.
Okay, so here we go. Here we go. So this is how it's run. Okay, there was a game show back in the 50s and 60s called Let's Make a Deal, and the guy's name that ran the show, the host, was called Monty Hall.
Oh, I know this now. Sorry,
Okay.
yeah, I do know what this is.
I'm going to run it anyways. So
Yeah, go on.
Monty Hall you have 3 doors, right? And he has to offer you. Okay, let me run from the beginning. He has 3 doors, and behind each door is a prize. Behind one of the doors is a car, and the other 2 doors, we'll call it a goat. Okay, we'll call it the booby prize. Okay, so you have 3 doors. Now you have to pick a door, and he has to allow you 2 things. One, he always has to allow you to make a change, right? And he always has to open a door after you make a choice. Okay, so there's 2 conditions. He has to offer you a choice, and he has to open a door. So if I have 3 doors in front of you, and I'll run it with Claim, or I run it with Druce first. If you pick a door, Druce, and let's say you pick one, and I open door number 2, do you want to keep and I ask you, do you want to keep the door that you have, or do you want to switch to the 3rd door, the one that's unopened? Do you better your odds by switching, or do you better odds by keeping the door that you initially have, and why?
Or is there no difference?
Or is there no difference? Yeah.
I know, because I remember the problem, that by switching the door I improve my probability of winning. I cannot explain to you why.
Okay, what about you, Claim? Do you understand the scenario?
I understand the scenario, but I can't understand how the probability would change of winning.
That's what I'm asking. Okay, let's run. Hang on, let me do this. So let me run it with you really from the beginning. Now you imagine 3 doors in front of you, right? 3 big doors, right? Enough to have a car. And I pick one, and I'm in my mind. I'm picturing where the car is at. Okay, so what door do you pick?
Did you ask me that?
Yeah. What door are you picking?
Let's just put a hypothetical out there.
Yeah, hypothetical. So pick one of the doors.
I don't answer hypothetical questions.
Well, it's not even a hypothetical. It's just, I mean, it's a gameplay.
Steve, I think
don't answer hypothetical questions.
Yeah.
Well, he said that I think you got him up to that point already. He said he understands the problem.
Okay,
right?
so you think that it doesn't matter whether you switch doors or not, and you keep the same door. Is that correct, Claim? You think it doesn't matter? It doesn't change your odds, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, but you'd be wrong. In fact, you have a 1/3 increase in your odds by switching to the other door. Okay, and that's a mathematical proof. It could be proven just like any other mathematical proof, and do what's called enumerations on it. But your common sense tells you, most people say your odds are the same. You're 50-50 because you have 2 doors left. Truce.
Sorry, I need to mute. Sorry.
So when you have a door open, you have 2 doors left. Common sense, if people don't know probability, go, oh, look, I've got 2 doors left, must be 50-50. Doesn't matter whether I switch or not. That's because they don't understand the probability of the situation. Okay?
All right, that's great. So that means that the Earth is a ball.
No.
It's an example of mathematics that you don't understand.
It's another example of basic stuff that you don't understand. When I'm saying that common sense gets you into trouble when you try to apply it outside your region.
The reason I don't understand it because it sounds like a sample of many different people making the same error, and then they change their decision, and then have a 1/3 increase in being correct.
Okay, so can I weigh in on this discussion?
If one person did that experiment 50,000 times, you probably come up with a different.
No, matter of fact, no. Okay, one second.
Let Steve go, because actually this will prove the point.
Yeah, actually,
because
this
is about probability.
Yeah, this does demonstrate you don't grasp it. If you do the experiment 50,000 times, 2/3 out of those times you will win if you swap every time. Which means that it's called the law. There's something called the law. Oh my God, Jesus Christ!
No. It's called the law of conditional probability.
No, it's not even that.
He's talking about expectations.
Yeah, the expectations. As you do more trials, the average becomes more what you expect to think.
You don't understand as well.
It's
called the law of large numbers.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. The law of large numbers. So the law of large numbers states that as you do more trials, your expectation get closer to your actual values get closer to your expectations of the probability of the distributions, right? Because as he's talking about this probability, you have what's called a probabilistic distribution, right? And your expected value should be that you win 2/3 out of each time. The more experiments you run, you will get closer to that 2/3 value. So running it 50,000 times will only enhance the fact that we're telling you it's always better to switch. Because if you only do it 10 times, your expected value is 6, but you may get 4, you may get 5, right? You may get 7, you may get 8, because you're only doing a limited amount of trials. So the more trials you do, you're going to get closer to that expectation. But yes, if you swap, every time you swap, you always have a 1/3 greater chance of winning. But go ahead, Eology. You take it from there.
Actually, I've just got one point to make. I just want to go back to the cough mixture. This is basically the way they would have tested your cough mixture in a rough sort of way, is they would have done multiple tests, multiple samples, multiple trials, and they would start to collate the data to see where it's pointing.
What are you taking for your cough, Dress, by the way?
Me, whiskey.
Nice.
All right, go ahead, Eology. I mean, explain the claim that I couldn't think of laws of law. You know, I have a video I put on the law of large numbers. And I can't believe I couldn't think of it for law. Actually made a video.
Law of large numbers is a little bit more complex than that as well. It also
I know that's the general, right? I have
it's a general. You're only talking about what's called the first moment, the mean. It also includes the other subsequent moments on top of that. But think about the first step, though. There are 3 doors. If you choose one, what is your chance of actually getting the car? I'm asking Claim here.
1 in 3.
1 in 3. Okay, very good. That's very good. Now, the host will take away 1 door, one of the remaining 2 doors. The thing here you have to remember is that the host knows where the car is. You don't know where the car is, but the host does. So he will always choose a door that does not have a car. That's where the magic of this particular question lies.
Yeah.
It's what's called asymmetrical information.
Mm-hmm.
He has information that you don't have. If everybody was blind to that information, then yes, your probability would be absolutely half-half at the end of the day. But he has information that you don't, and that's what's affecting the probability at the end.
Absolutely. You're not privy to that information.
Can I just jump in? So when he takes away one of those doors, he's got 100% probability of the fact he's taking away a door without a car.
Yes,
because he knows
he's
that.
taking away a goat.
So
Yes,
he's basically
away a goat.
He's then reducing the option between A. That means then that B and C, if we've chosen A, which were, to our view, a 50-50 chance.
Yeah, it's asymmetrical up to the point. Well, hang on. It's asymmetrical up to the point he opens the door. After he opens the door, now he's imparted that knowledge to you.
Yeah.
That's the key.
This makes sense.
Because once you see that door open, you know that the other door has a 1/3 greater chance of being the car because he didn't open that door. That's where the quote unquote magic comes into this thing.
That's clever. I like that.
So yes, it's always better.
I always knew you got a 1/3 better chance of doing it. I never really understood why.
You essentially add the chance of the door that you just opened onto your switch door.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So in this case, it's doubling your odds.
Yeah, because how many goats are there? There's 2, right? 2/3. So you basically have 2/3 of a chance of picking a goat, and what he's doing is eliminating one of them, right? And so
which is why you're left with a 33% chance.
Right, 1/3 has to go somewhere.
Therefore, it's a 67% chance to not have a goat on the other door.
The best way to actually show somebody is actually do a really quick enumeration, and that's basically just say, look, in the first trial run, assume the car is on door 3, okay? So the car is in 3. You pick door 1. What happens? He can't open 1. He can't open 3. He has to open door 2. Correct? So this is how it runs. Pick door 1. He opens 2. You swap. You win. You pick door 2. He opens 1. Swap. You win. Pick door 3. You swap either way because it doesn't matter what door he uses. You pick. You lose. So out of 3 different scenarios, you pick door 1, door 2, and swap. You win. 3. You lose. So in that scenario, 2 times you win, 1 time you lose. You have a 2/3 chance to win. Because you have 2 wins, 1 loss.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to drop 3 names, and I want you to say that they don't have the necessary skill sets on par with you and Obeid and the rest of these guys.
No, wait a minute. Why don't you respond? This is just going from A to. Why don't you respond to what was said to you about the Monty Hall problem? You didn't respond to them.
Do you accept it now?
Clearly got that wrong.
Yeah, clearly. do you
clearly
accept
I got it wrong. How did I get it wrong? Because
when y'all finish this,
overall, I said I was unaware of the problem.
Right.
Right.
No, once the problem was presented, I said I don't understand how the probability changes.
Right. But okay, that's fine. Do you understand how probability changes now, though?
Yeah.
Okay, so you agree that it's better to swap?
No.
Okay.
Then you're wrong.
Well, it is.
Then you don't understand
Then you don't
what we've
understand it.
discussed.
Right.
Well,
I understand what you discussed. It's just that I don't agree.
Picture of me face palming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's
you understand it, but you don't agree.
Yeah. Here's the problem. You clearly don't understand it because this is something you don't agree or disagree. This is probability. This is math. Okay. This is 1 + 1 = 2. You literally are telling us 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2, because this is the exact same thing.
I don't think it's like that.
It is like that. This is analytical.
Well, no. That's
proof.
not the same. No. That's not the same. He's saying let's take him a bit. He said he understands, but he doesn't agree. So what he's saying is he understands all the maths, but somehow he doesn't believe it.
So you don't believe the math is true, even though the math is showing us that it's better to swap. I think that's even worse.
That's
so you're
just
saying math
Right. This sounds like, I mean, I would have to see the original equation. This is something you got to realize. This is something that you guys have studied over a period of time.
Mm-hmm. True, but I've explained it.
I've a little better than I do.
I've explained
this was just presented to me 5 seconds ago.
I've explained this to 5th graders, and they get it.
They just because they just say, "Oh, I get it," that doesn't mean anything.
No, but they can explain it back.
Okay, so now I'm gonna drop 3 names, and I want you to explain.
No.
How they
Wait
don't
1 second.
have the same
Hold on.
skill sets that you have.
There's the calculation to it.
That's
Clay.
that's Bayesian.
Was that Bayesian? I
Yeah.
thought that was Monty Hall.
No, that's Bayesian.
No, it has to be because it's conditional probability.
That's Bayesian probability.
Bayesian conditional probability.
Yeah, he's not going to understand Bayesian theory. Come on.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
let's show me the
I can
calculator.
understand any theory that I read.
Okay,
Alright,
wait.
there you go.
Here's the point. Here's the point of all of this.
You can't
Was
present
that
something to me in
you
5
can't
seconds
just-
and expect me to just know every.
Okay, wait.
That's fair enough. We're not saying that.
The point of it, all of this, the optical illusions, the probability, the 0.9, is that if you rely on your common sense, it goes wrong quite often.
Thank you,
That's the
Neutrale.
point.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to say that.
I already understand your position. I'm just saying that in the example of the 1 = 0.9 repeating to infinity, right? These things are a marker of position. So
what level of mathematics did you study?
Or marker of position.
What level of mathematics did you study to claim?
Well, I failed calculus, so whatever.
It doesn't matter about calculus. Forget about calculus. Forget about calculus.
So whatever's before the one right before calculus is what I've mastered.
Okay, algebra, and that's fair enough.
No, hang on a second.
I think it's
guys, hang on a second.
Go ahead. Theology, go.
I did calculus when I was in high school. People do calculus when they're in different grades. I don't know what grade you finished at and what kind of topic you did. So I'd just like to know what kind of level of mathematics you are at.
Probably trigonometry, the math right before calculus.
No, it's not a math right before calculus because you can skip several of them.
Pre-calc or algebra, probably.
You can jump a lot. Yes. Did you do Cartesian equations?
Huh?
Did you do charting? Basic charting?
Yeah.
You did basic charting.
Talking about matrices?
No.
Basic charting.
What
He's
is
talking about coordinate geometry.
XY axis. You have your 4 quadrants.
Coordinate geometry.
Yeah.
Yeah, geometry. Yeah, I took geometry like in the.
No. Not geometry. Coordinate geometry. Graphs, plotting graphs of lines.
Like if I said, like for example, if I said do a parabola.
Yeah, I understand.
X squared. You know what a parabola would be on the XY?
Parabola. Yeah, I understand parabola.
He's done this before.
Steve, can you share me? Can you screen share me?
Okay, so now my question is this right
here.
Well, we haven't finished this question yet.
We'll get to your question. I promise you.
So your problem.
Which one's better?
No. But you can't just jump from one thing to another. We got to resolve.
Are you going to
first.
test him? You're going to test him?
Yeah. Claim,
okay.
Which one do you like better? Which one do you like better? Which one do you prefer?
I like the bottom one better.
Okay, and why is the bottom one better?
Because it's difficult for me to figure out which number can fit in X and Y at the top equation.
I think we've actually gotten a very good analysis of his psychological position right here, right now. He likes the bottom one because it's easy. He likes the flat Earth one because it's easy.
Yeah.
He went straight for the flat one, except for the circular one.
Yeah. Do you know what that
Yeah,
equation?
but the other telling thing.
Hang on.
Hang on. Can I say the other telling thing is he says he couldn't see which numbers fit.
Well, hang on. The first one,
does he? Okay. I do see the numbers that fit. Okay.
No, you don't. No, you have
X
not
could
solved this.
either be 2, and Y could be 1, or Y could be 2, and X could be 1. In
that
the
would be
top
3.
No,
that
would
be 5.
Wouldn't fit.
2 and 1.
No. First of all, you have to understand that the top equation is called a relation. Okay. Right.
Okay, so they're both good to me. Now that I know that
they're both valid. They're both valid, but you have to do a little work to determine what X and Y are.
Well, the numbers are not 3. The numbers are 2 and 1.
No,
you just showed that you.
I don't care what
Only numbers that fit are 2 and 1.
No,
hang on a second. All I care is what does the chart look like. What would the chart of the top one look like? What would the chart of the bottom one look like?
Obeyed. I just want to say, I think in some countries that they've never used the word chart. They use the word graph.
Yeah, just figure. What is it? What graph is it going to be? He's not going to know what it is. Can I just tell him, or just tell him it's a circle? He's not going to know.
Well, the thing is,
straight line, isn't it?
Yeah, it's linear.
The second one is a downward sloping straight line.
That's right.
Yeah. It's a linear equation. That's all. And the second one's the top. The first one's a relationship, which is a circle. But they both are solvable, right? I mean that.
My maths is just slightly better than high school. My maths is just slightly. The only reason I've got better maths is because I've had to use quite a lot of it in work, and I've had to go back and learn some of it. But that's something I would know from being in high school.
But just because the bottom one looks easier.
This is something that you see in year 7 and 8. This is one of the most basic things you'll ever see.
Well,
if anybody has actually gone through high school, they would have seen this.
To ask somebody like which one they like better, like I mean,
well, yeah, fair enough. Fair question, but I think his first response was very telling. I like the
I
think. Can I just make a point of order? I think
he's been in an environment where people have been questioning him for the right answer for the past like 2 hours. So of course he's going to go for the one that's simplest because he wants to get the right fucking answer.
But I want to help. But see, we are going to gang up on him. I don't want that to happen. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that was my point.
Right. I got it. Hey, so Claim, you can solve the bottom one pretty easily, right? You can.
I solved the top one as well.
Oh, what's the top one?
X could be 2 or 1, and Y could be 2 or 1.
No, because that would be 4 and 1. That'd be 5.
Or yeah.
Oops.
Yeah. No, the solution would be X. If X equals 2, what do you have? You have 4, right?
Yep.
Okay. So if Y is equal to 0, what do you have? Okay.
0.
So 4 plus 0 is 4, right? So X would be equal to 2. Y would be equal to 0.
You say -1. Let me see here.
Where are you getting -1 from?
Damn it, man.
No. He's saying
what is the solution for the top then?
2 and 0.
There isn't a single.
There isn't a single solution. This is a relation.
Yeah, 2 and 0.
Yeah, I think you probably should. You come up with a couple of them, but that's
if
a
you
one.
but if you restricted the solution set to integers, then it's going to be fine.
Yeah, I mean, these are integer solutions. There's going to be a non-integer solutions as well.
Right, but here's what's most.
It's going to be a range, right?
Yeah. Here's what's most telling, with what Claim said. He said, X could be 2 and Y could be 1. He said that.
That's just flat out wrong.
I know. That's my point.
Yeah,
because 2 squared is 4, and 1 squared is 1, and 4 plus 1 is 5.
Right.
By the way, we
screwed that up. Yeah.
And he said he screwed it up. So
it's fine. But we should point out because, and this is something that he wouldn't recognize. But when you put two equations like this together, we have to remember that the x in the top and the x in the bottom are different. These are not two sets of linear equations to solve. Okay, they're two independently sets of equations. Because whenever I see two sets of things like this, I think that they're going to be related. So there's no one set of x that you're going to find that's going to solve for both of those equations and y. It's like I can't do it off the top of my head if there is one. Anyone want to try? I don't see. No, you couldn't. It wouldn't be possible. Because it's. But you see what I'm saying?
What? Sorry, I zoned out there for a second.
Whenever I see equations like this, I think they're linear equations where the x is equal to the same x as the top as it in the bottom.
Oh yeah, because they're not actually.
They're separate equations here.
Well, they're actually shorthand for a set.
I went straight out saying that they're two separate equations.
Okay. Yeah.
They're sets, right? They are actually what you're doing is you're shorthand writing the set of all points x, y, such that x squared plus y squared equals 4.
Yeah, but you're missing my point. The x in the top is not equal to the same as the x in the bottom. That's my point.
Well, no, let me explain that because, right, when you, I missed out the y, but the point is when you're writing that in that way, you realize that the x and the y are variables. They're not necessary things to solve. That's my point, and that's why you shouldn't assume that they're the same letters.
But whenever whenever you see equations on top of each other using the same variable, I always think of linear equations.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah,
just out of habit. Okay.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I guess that's
but
right. But I guess that's the limit of language or symbols because we see things x, we see another x, and we think, yeah, it's the same thing.
All right, so moving on. What is it? Who are the 3 names you wanted to give us for whatever reason? Because it has nothing to do with anything, but we'll indulge you.
Sure. You automatically dismiss it.
No, go ahead. I'm asking you.
If you want to conduct that experiment here right now, like you might get a false positive. Like if you did it multiple times, like what they're telling you is that like.
What's the 3
reality? The top and bottom equation have the same variables.
I've just explained that for that very reason.
We've gone on with that one.
Yeah. Let's get on to the 3 names because I don't think we're going to
Yeah,
convince us about maths is probably not a good subject.
Right.
Yep.
So what's the 3 names?
Square root of 3 is 1.73205080076.
What's this? Sorry.
He's just showing you can use a calculator.
No. What are the 3 names?
Can you say that again?
Okay, forget
Can
the
you
math.
say that again?
No, forget the math. I'm done with math. Done with math. Moving on.
Yeah.
What are the 3 names? I told him we'd get to this. So what are the 3 names?
Under scrutiny, your guys' little illusionary demonstrations don't hold
You
up.
claim you don't know anything about math. We're moving on from the math. Okay, that's
about
ridiculous.
math.
No, clearly you don't.
You really don't.
You
Trust
really
me, Clem,
don't.
you don't. I don't know a lot about math, and you know less than I do.
So moving on. What are the 3? What are the 3 names you want to give us, please?
Okay, I'm gonna give you 3 names, flat Earth names, and then I want you to declare that they don't have the same.
Give us the names.
Skill sets, same level of skill sets that you guys have.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Give us the names first of all.
Okay. Is this an agreed upon little test here?
No, we have to know the names.
First, we don't agree to the condition that we have
How
to
do you make
agree
any
to
judgment on
blah,
people I
blah,
don't
blah.
know the hell you're talking about?
Okay. Jeranism.
Jeranism is an idiot. He knows nothing about science. He's one of the dumbest people we know.
I can demonstrably prove Generism is an idiot.
Yeah, matter of fact, we're meeting up with Jeranism in about February. He's coming down to my neck in the woods with Geist, and we're doing an experiment on that's using the Hawking experiment with lasers. So we're going to repeat down here. So yes, Jeranism is actually going to come down to show him, and he's actually going to get rid of his channel when he realizes that he was wrong all this time. So
Jeranism doesn't even know how a barometer works.
Yeah.
And hold on a second, just one point. The reason that I say that he's an idiot
is going to be so amazing. You're getting ready to repeat the Hawking experiments with the lasers over the lake.
Yes, we're going to repeat that experiment in a couple months.
And so what happens if you're wrong?
I will win the Nobel Prize. Well, Reg will. He's the one directing it. We're just assisting. Geist is heavy in it too.
So you win either way.
I'm just carrying Red's nutsack. That's all.
No problem. All right.
And the reason hold on a sec, wait a sec. The reason that I made the point that Generism is an idiot is because he put up a video saying Stonehenge is fake, and I pointed out 20 factual errors that he made in that video, one after the other. And he then came back and said, well, how can you say that? Have you ever been to Stonehenge? I live less than 10 miles from the fucking place. I have been there hundreds of fucking times. I actually am so interested in archaeology. I've been spending the last 30 years studying it.
And I know a lot about that site. So there are 75 stones there. 17 of them were moved. One of the last time they were moved was in 1950. First time they were moved in 1901. I can carry on like that. And I know this.
How did they get the?
All right, so we've all established.
Anyway, so that's fine.
How did they get that construction up there?
Hang on, we're not talking about Stonehenge. So Drainism,
it's next to a road, dude.
That was the name that you gave. Everyone in this room thinks Drainism is one of the dumbest people we fucking know. Nice guy. I mean, I've talked to him. He's very good at. Hang on.
I just threw him in there.
He's smart. He's smart when he comes to.
I'll give you two other names.
He's smart.
Thrown to the lions and dealt with.
Can I finish the sentence?
Dang, guys,
He's smart when it comes to making videos. He knows what an audience wants. He's smart at making, being able to build a channel, and he's smart at with lying to people and fucking with them. But other than that, he doesn't know science worth a shit. But go ahead, next.
Okay. The next name is Dr. Zach.
Don't know who that is.
No.
Never heard of him.
Okay.
All I can think of is if his first name is Doodle, tell him not to go to Holland because he'll get laughed at a lot.
Your thing, Google.
Okay, can I mention some general points about these names, right? So he said, I'm going to give you, you said, you're going to give us 3 names. And then you said, and you're going to tell me whether you have more skills than they do. Is that what was the thing you said?
The condition was that I want you to declare that they do not have the same skill set or level of skill sets that you guys have.
They don't.
But why? Okay, wait, hang on. But why? Let's say they did. What would that prove?
So that would prove that Steve keeps harping that flat earthers don't have any skill sets, and this is why they think the earth is flat.
That's not what he said, though. It's not what Steve said.
It is what he said.
No, it isn't.
Is that what you said, Steve?
I think it's pretty well what I implied. Yeah, I think he's right on that one.
Okay, nootropic. So allow me to finish this little experiment.
My point being, I mean, he's not nootropic's not completely wrong. My thing is that every flat earther I've ever dealt with didn't have any skill sets. Right?
Great.
They didn't understand basic shit.
Great. Now
this guy
know who Dr. Zach is.
Well, hang on.
Okay,
Yeah, but
so you can't.
I do.
You can't.
I do.
Who's that? Who said that?
Who is it?
Guys.
Yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy.
Does he have any skill sets?
Nope.
This guy did the laser test. It looks like.
Okay.
And I'm assuming he fucked it up royally.
Dr. Zach can't get his fucking flat Earth map straight.
And so, but it took notice of Hawking to recreate that the experiment.
No, Hawkins did it on his own. He didn't. Hawkins doesn't probably give a rat's ass what.
No, Hawking is a puppet.
You think that those kind of people on
Hawking is a puppet.
Radar? Really?
First of all, he only did this experiment.
How did Hawkins automatically do his experiment 2 weeks after?
This guy did his experiment 3 months ago. Come on, 3 months ago.
Okay, well then it happened right after Dr. Zach did his. Anyway, okay, you don't know him. You're not gonna comment.
I know him.
He knows him. He says he's an idiot. I trust
him.
Guy
is clearly the slowest person on this panel.
Oh my fuck! Serious?
No.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. Okay, guys, go for that.
The third name
let it go, man.
is Robert Bassano.
The fucking cold color? Really? That dude?
Wait, Cold Moon? Are we talking about Cold Moon guy?
No, he's the guy who fucking cold. He's the guy who's fucking hiding out.
Who's got the echo?
Ermine.
She's
okay.
I thought she was asleep.
Is he
go ahead. He's the guy who has
so Geist is the only one who knows.
He's the guy who.
Well, I don't know.
The guy who calls up like telescope. I mean, goddamn, like people who are running like telescope observations like that, and ask them like really off the ball questions to try and trap them in something. He's the guy who's also hiding out in Colombia because he's failed on his fucking child support payments. And that's where he's hiding out there in fucking Colombia. I know about Brazano. Bash Prompt fucking knows all about fucking Brazano. Actually, fucking Bash Prompt actually recorded fucking Brazano. So I know about fucking Brazano.
Brazano is hoping that the FBI uses his flat Earth maps and don't find him. That's what it's. Anyway, look, I want to mention about the skill set thing. I don't deny that there could be flat earthers who have skill sets that I don't, or skill sets that any people in this room don't. But even skill sets that are relevant to determining the things we're talking about in relation to the Earth. But that doesn't mean that they apply them correctly.
Yeah, or have critical thinking skills, right?
Yeah, right. That's the point.
And by the oh my God, I do know this guy. By the way, Dr. Zach. I watched this video before. He's the one that has this video that the sun's getting smaller as it moves away from us because he fucking doesn't understand the concept of atmospheric distortion, and he doesn't understand that the corona of the sun, the actual angular size of the disk, is going to differ in size because of how much air and atmosphere the sun has to go through.
You just said that doesn't happen at all earlier.
I'm about the corona, not the disk.
Yeah, the corona is not the same as the disk. Okay. So this guy doesn't understand that the actual size of the angular diameter of the disk does not change. He doesn't understand that it's going to be a corona around the sun higher in the sky as it goes down toward the horizon. It has to pass through more atmosphere, okay, and it's going to look like it's a little bit smaller. But the only thing that's changing is that.
What, you don't mean if it goes through more of a substance, the refractive index might change slightly?
Well, and also in this particular video, it's actually going behind a cloud as well. You can actually see the little cloud on there.
And he filmed it with a fucking, I think it was an iPhone with some welding glass or something in front of it.
Yeah, you can actually see there's either a mountain range or a cloud that the sun is going through because it's clipped. I've seen this video before, and then it's going behind that. Yeah, you could easily see in this video that is obviously there's another mountain range further behind that the sun is going down.
I would like a quick empathy
Robert
reach out to
Bassano, what's your declaration on his skill set?
Well, hang on. Do you want to see this? Do you guys want to see this? What I'm talking about, real quick?
Yeah. Can someone actually give me a link to Mr. Robert Bassano because I have no idea who he is.
Well, the doctor.
I'll link you to one of Bash's. You know Bash Prompt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just go to Bash Prompt's channel. You'll see all kinds of shit about fucking Bassano.
Doctors.
Yeah, he's like Special Forces, former SEAL. He fucking cold call up. The only thing he does is like I said, cold calls up like some research station and asks them like some off the wall question and then try and trap him in like, oh, I thought you said this, but now you're saying this kind of fucking thing. That's the only thing his claim to fame. He has no other thing. And he was on Red's Rhetoric channel and Red stomped him on a couple math questions when it comes to circumference of the Earth.
Is he actually a doctor?
No, he's not. He's a deadbeat father who lives out in Colombia because he's back on his child support payments.
Yeah, this is just a bullshit video if I've ever seen it. Something, I mean.
Oh, look at change size. Not.
Yeah, so this guy. This guy's doing the experiment on the laser test. Oops. Well, whatever. But
yeah, like Geranium's fucking laser test over Monterey Bay by having his wife or whoever on the other side flash the laser up in the sky and trying to be able to see the laser. Of course, you're going to see it when it's pointing straight up in the sky, not going across the flat. The water.
That's a lie.
Yeah, I've seen the video.
Straight up in the sky.
I've seen the video.
He did the exact same experiment that Hawkins did.
No, he didn't.
He aimed a torch.
Hawkins recreated his experiment.
No, he didn't.
He aimed a torch. Wait. He aimed a torch.
Instead, what Reason did is he went up to Monterey Bay and he either was him or his wife on the opposite side because he kind of leaves that part out. And what he's on the side of the town of Monterey, and it's kind of hard to explain without bringing it up. Anyways, and instead of taking the laser and shining it straight across the water as in a beam to a point, all he does is film the laser shining up, the illumination of the laser from the distance. He doesn't show it impacting any particular point. He just shows it. Oh, you can see the laser from across the water. The green laser, but he's not showing
the experiment.
He's not showing it hitting. He's not showing it hitting a target or nothing.
Once you see it, you'll find out he's lying right now.
I watched it. That's how I know it's a green laser going across Monterey Bay. How do you think I don't know this?
Hey, GV, can you just post the link and I will go and watch it while you guys argue, and then I'll come back with a neutral critique,
And everybody that knows me knows that I'm so fucking fair, it's untrue.
That's great. That's great. That's a good quality to have.
Also, Drano doesn't know how anything about a barometer works either.
Oh no! As I said, I did want to do a quick, kind of like
I just threw Jared
reach out
in there for
just want to reach out to Claim and say I hope your cold gets better, because if it's the same one I've got, it's a bitch.
Yes, it is. Chest cold.
So basically, what the takeaway claim is basically your entire grasp of science, physics, and the shape of the Earth is basically the University of YouTube. Because the three people you named all come from YouTube. So instead of having the actual people that actually studied this stuff and actually gone to school and actually got an actual education, you've basically relegated yourself to the mindset that these idiots on YouTube have basically underlined the foundations of all of science, and that any one of these guys should be eligible for a Nobel Prize if they can demonstrate anything that they're in any of these videos
Don't make him laugh, Steve. You're gonna fucking kill him, dude.
Guys, I'm just about to watch the video. Can you make sure I'm looking at the right one? I'll just put the link in the side.
But here's my point. It's easier to watch YouTube videos and actually have to do the work to understand this stuff.
You haven't done any work, and ridicule is not evidence.
I went to college.
That's your only claim to fame is ridicule.
No, this is not ridicule. We have actually demonstrated to you why you're incorrect. We've actually demonstrated
one thing.
Well, we've demonstrated you three things that you're wrong
on. That's what you have tried to do. You have only brought up varying arguments that you think I may not be familiar with, and then attempt to say that since I don't know this particular situation, that
to be fair here, he is correct. That is what we have attempted to do.
Yes, man, we get that. He doesn't understand well enough. I know.
He has a low starting point that we're unable to build upon that to show him where he's wrong.
Right. The problem is claim we don't see.
I don't have to know how to build an engine in order to drive a car, bro. So I don't know how to.
But if you tell me that the engine doesn't work,
in order to draw a car.
But if you tell me the engine doesn't work,
so if I can see a car, then I can see it, and I can explain that I have seen a car.
Claim. Do you understand?
So I don't need to know how the car runs and all the physics. And all that stuff,
but claim, if you are saying,
I don't have to know the mathematics.
Claim. By the way, when I'm talking, please don't talk. If you are claiming that the entire,
I was talking. You would keep interrupting.
If you're claiming that the entire paradigm of the entire fabric of our society,
paradigm, don't use that word.
I like the word. I use the word paradigm. And you want a paradigm shift that you want to have flat Earth rather than a spherical Earth, right? You're going to have to know something about the topic. These people are going to have to know something about physics, okay? You can't get away from that, right? You have to understand basic maths. You can't get away from that, okay? If anybody's going to actually demonstrate that this flat Earth model works, they're going to have to know basic math. You do not.
You're a funny guy. All right,
well, we've demonstrated this.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't at all.
Okay, I've just watched Journalism's 4-mile laser test.
And did he point the laser in the air, as Geist said?
He aims it at the board, and what happens when it hits the board?
You said he aimed it straight in the air. His wife.
Yes. When he aimed it at the board,
You're
which
a
way?
liar.
When he aimed it at the board, which way did the laser go?
This is the point I was going to make. Okay, carry on, guys.
Well, what do you think, Drews?
Well, according to what I know about light, the angle of the incoming angle should equal the outgoing angle. Therefore, it's not. It would actually almost say that the thing would have to be under the sea to be hitting it where it was, and from like about 20 feet away.
So what is he doing? Is he raising the laser pointer up?
Steve, what happens is geraniums is on, if you've been to Monterey Bay?
No.
Okay. Anyways, Jism is on fucking at Lover's Point across from the bay. On the other side is his wife or somebody else or whoever. Anyway, somebody's shining. There's a white board out there, and what they're doing is they're shining the light at the board from the top down to the board, and then Jism can see the fucking light from the other side. which
This
means
is not a Jeranism experiment. This is a Dr. Zach experiment.
no. This right here is the link right there is in the side chat. That's Jism's video. Anyway, Steve, the light is shining at the board at an angle, and it's reflecting off the board at an angle. It's not going straight across the bay. The laser is not on a stand with a level pointing straight across. He's shining it at a board from top down to the board, and then
he didn't level. Wait, okay. First of all,
Okay, so I'm
hang on.
I just want to give some criteria.
Hang on. The chick's cute, by the way. He didn't level the laser.
No, it's being handheld. I'm gonna freeze frame it there. Oh, damn it, freeze frame. Okay. I'm gonna back this up a little bit.
You're not sharing your screen.
I'm not. I'm trying to find the exact point. I'm talking to you.
Don't show moving images on Steve's channel.
I know. I'm not. I'm just trying to find the point where it shows him
pointing
down.
Point to claim.
Yeah.
How does he think he's going to do an accurate experiment if the laser is not perfectly leveled?
Well, there were a number of things that I had a problem with. One is they're not taking an accurate elevation of the point they're standing on. They're making an estimate, which to me is problematical from the start. Two, they're not actually putting the laser on a stand with a level to show that it's actually flat. That should have been shown on screen, and it wasn't. Three, you don't really even see where the laser's being set up on the opposite side of the bay. So that would be questionable to me. And four, obviously, this is a flat Earth shill material, and it's all CGI. The last one was a joke.
I'm just give me a second here. I'm trying to advance this so it shows.
It obviously wasn't very funny.
No,
I think he's a paid show for NASA.
Mm-hmm. I've done work for lots of different governments around the world. Does that make me a paid shill?
His wife's pretty cute. How do you get a? I mean, she likes she like dumb guys? Is that the something that
she's in it with just as much as he is?
Yeah, I know.
Annoyingly as it may sound, he may be wrong about the Earth, but he does have a 12.5-inch penis.
That was the joke I was going to make.
Okay.
Oh fuck! Sorry, cock blocked.
Sorry, man. He cock blocked me.
All right.
Literally.
Google Hangouts. Close enough, I guess. All right, can you share my screen, I guess?
Sure.
Or my YouTube video, whatever.
You shared.
Okay. You could right where my end of my cursor is, that little dot right there. That's this right here. You notice how he's pointing downwards with the laser? Guess what happens when it comes out?
Well, it's going to be reflected off the opposite.
Yes, but it's going to be down and back at the same angle, right?
Yeah, the angle incident is the angle of reflection. They're equal.
Yes. But you notice that the laser is not on a tripod. It's not on a level. All he's doing is pointing at this piece of white board. Like he's trying to say, this little point right here, you shouldn't be able to see. You're not seeing this. You're seeing it coming up and hitting the fucking the inversion layer, and that's what you're seeing. You're seeing a reflection.
How come he just?
Because the laser comes down.
Why did he do it that way rather than just like do it straight across?
So he reflected it off the water.
Because if he took that laser and put it on the say a foot off that right there and try and shoot it across, he wouldn't see it. He knows he can't see it, so he has to do this very.
This seems like really weird because normally you would take the laser and you just put it, like you said, a foot above the water. You make sure that it's level. I think Red's had like what a wooden board he's going to use for that. He already
we're gonna. But you notice right now he's putting it in basically the same spot, but you can't see it.
Yeah, but
he'll keep waving it around.
But the laser's not going to go off in a direction like orthogonal to the board. There, it's going to reflect off at the angle of incidence.
Yes, well, you've also got to take into account the angle that he's holding the board at as well.
Well, yeah, but that's minor though.
It's still going to go straight into the ground.
But it's still going to go into the ground because the angle of incidence coming in, it's going to reflect off of the same angle that it's coming in on. It's not. What does he think it's going to do? Go off with like a 90-degree? Does he think that's how it works? It's a laser. Maybe if it was reflected light, you would make it some light out there, but a laser's not going to fucking do that.
You know, one of the greatest phrases I've come across in the last year.
Sharks with freaking lasers on their head?
Well, I think he's got to be know he's.
And it goes over the truth-seeking toolkit that appears to be lacking in both young Earth creationists and in flat earthers.
Well, I think Jeranism knows he has to be fucking lying his ass off on this. I mean, he has to be thinking to himself, people are taking me seriously. They're idiots. There's no possible way that he can't look at that and go that he fucked that experiment all to hell.
Right.
There's no possible way. He's got to be dishonest.
Right. I agree.
Well, yeah,
I think this is. I think
Dr. Zach experiment that Hawkins recreated.
You keep making that claim, and I still haven't heard whether that can be backed up by evidence or not about he's recreating.
All he has to do is claim has to do is show us the date that Hawkins thing was recorded.
That's true. That will do me. So claim what I was going to say, because I think this is quite interesting. Because obviously Steve, some friends, they're going to get together. They're going to recreate this experiment. You know what I would love from you, and I think this would actually be a really interesting way of tying this together, is what type of sort of when they're documenting this video evidence, obviously they're going to have a flirter there as well as Steve being a blue baller.
Yeah, Chisholm's going to be there.
Yep. So what type of sort of, for me, what I would like to see is I would like to see the laser set up. I would like to see that it is level with a spirit level next to it, showing that. So we've got some good empirical measurements that we can look at and go, okay, we agree with the setup's okay. We should do the same with the board at the other side, or whatever the target mechanism we're going to use at the other side. Have that filmed. I like the way Jeranism filmed from both sides. I think that was kind of cool. And then would you agree that would be a good way of setting up that experiment, so there would be the least chance of any misunderstanding of the data?
What we're going to do is,
I got to say that I'm unfamiliar with the Jeranism experiment, so I have to take a look at that myself.
What we're going to do is we're going to do the experiment one day.
He screwed it up.
We're going to do the experiment one day.
You have to have constants.
What we're going to do is the experiment on one day, and if there's any problems Jism didn't like, we're going to go ahead and fix those problems and do it again the next day.
Yeah, it's going to be very methodical. I mean, there's going to be no room for him to say that,
One other thing as well, Steve. Can you do it at the same time of day as well?
It's going to be, sure, it all depends, maybe an hour or whatever. Because it's basically going to be across Big Bear Lake up here in California.
Yeah, it's basically, I think it's going to be about 3 miles distance. Actually, there's 2 points that you can probably take it from. I know there's a solar observatory that Geis had got authorization for. It's a
What's the bulge in 3 miles?
It's about 8 feet. It's not a bulge. It's not bulge, but it's about 8 feet. We should get about bulge. Yeah. Well, it's not. Yeah, it's not a bulge, but we should get about 8 feet difference. That's what we calculated.
Curvature.
There will be a bulge. There will be an 8 feet blockage between the 2 points. That's a bulge.
It's not a bulge.
No,
it's a curve.
It's not a bulge.
It's a bulge. It's a curve. A bulge.
A bulge and a curve are not the same.
Does a soccer ball have a bulge on it?
Of course.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, and then at this point, I'm using the word A to mean the letter A, and you're using the word A to mean.
Yeah, he's not using the word bulge right. But anyways, the laser itself.
Is he trying to say that a soccer ball has measles bumps in it or something?
He's just saying it's
there's an 8 foot inclination, okay, from point A to the middle, in between.
No, not the middle.
B.
No, not to the middle. The end. Wait. The observation point.
Hang on a second. There's an 8 foot inclination. So what?
He doesn't understand the difference.
The water is higher.
Altitude off a plane.
Yeah, it should
be.
It should be
that the water is higher on one end. The water is going to rise up.
According to ball math, there is a curvature of 8
what
feet
on earth is ball math?
between point A and point B from 3 miles of what he says. Okay, so this means that from point A,
you don't understand how water functions. Water functions
oh my God,
always on its lowest. Okay,
forget it. He's using wrong words, but we get what he's saying. Yes,
Yeah.
From point A to point B.
According to the definition of bulge, it's a noun, a rounded swelling.
Yes,
or
and it's
protuberance
swelling
that distorts a flat surface.
Right, a protuberance, right? Something that extends past the sphere itself. If you had if you had a swell that come out from a side of a soccer ball, like if it had a weakening of the wall, that's a bulge. That's a bulge, okay?
Well,
But
that's what you're saying.
No,
You're saying there's an 8 foot inclination. You're saying there's an 8 foot.
But it's not sticking out. It's following
not protruding. There's nothing protruding. It's still a straight line. The laser's straight. Do you understand that the laser's a line? The laser's going to be a line. It's really right. It has a very, very small degree of separate or spread. Okay. So when the laser is going to be on one edge, one side, okay, it's flat, it's leveled, right? Now, 3 miles later, it should be about 8 feet higher than ground level. Now, does that make sense to you?
Because essentially, the water has fallen away due to the curvature of the
Yes. But the laser's straight. The laser's straight.
Don't forget the straightness of the laser is not the same as your eye level.
Right, eye level and the level of the laser are going to be two different things. As a matter of fact, you could actually measure the difference for that too if we wanted to, for an average 6 foot guy or something like that.
Yep.
Okay, that's great.
But we're going to be doing it from one. If you do it from 1 foot off the ground, then obviously the control point is 1 foot. Then the observational point should be 1 foot, and they're going to measure it from there.
Exactly.
And then you just factor in, then you just add the 1 foot in to get the entire thing. From
Because when you measure altitude, you measure altitude from the concept of sea level.
Yes.
Do you understand that? Doesn't matter where on the globe you are.
I understand everything you're saying.
Yeah. So basically, if the Earth
so listen, just make sure you guys have the sea level exactly correct on both ends, on both sides of the lake.
It's where the sea level. It's on a lake in the mountains.
Yeah, it's really we don't. It's really not that. It's not really something we have to really worry about. It's the lake itself. It's pretty flat. There's no degree of one side or the other. It's going to be that much difference in level.
And
okay?
I'm assuming the lake surface itself is also fairly unperturbed.
Yeah, they're going to be smooth water, but the laser itself, he's not understanding that if the Earth is flat, then we should see the laser only a foot off the ground at the observation point.
I do understand that.
Okay. So if you don't see the laser a foot off the ground, then obviously it's not flat.
Okay, buddy. Have at it. Why are you guys waiting till February to do that?
Because that's when that's when Reds is able to come down here.
Okay.
And
We all have lives.
And it's a little cooler, and there'll be less atmospheric disturbances.
That's true.
Yeah. Reds has got this fucking planned out. He's got this down, the methodology down. We've all been over it. We've listened to the presentation.
Why hasn't he done it himself to prove it to himself yet?
He has.
You do realize that there's a bit of investment involved in order to do these kind of experiments. You just don't do them every Tuesday.
He's actually done.
He made the hypothesis because he already did the hypothesis on with the math. Now he's going to go out and experiment
He's
and
done
make sure the
many
math.
other methods. He's also done the. He's had a camera on a ship, watched it vanish over the horizon. I mean, he's done a lot of different ones to try and just basically punch these flat Earth numpties in the throat with words.
He wants to come out and visit people as well.
Any other sort? Any other sort? Because there are people who.
I don't know what words you said there.
I said he hasn't done any of the sort. So now what I said.
He hasn't done any of the sort.
To unpack that a little bit.
Are you trying to say he hasn't done anything of the sort?
Yeah. So
he has. And I can give you a link to the video if you'd like it.
To unpack that a little bit.
Would you like a link to a video where he did that?
No. I'm not denying that he did the experiment. I'm saying that he has not put shoes in our mouths or something, whatever you said. So now
punch them in the throat with words.
Yeah, there you go. So now there are people who have done that experiment all the way through, not just to appease their cognitive dissonance. There are people who have
I don't think you're using that word. I don't think you're using that correctly.
There are people who have watched. there are people who
I
have
don't think
watched
so.
the ship go over the horizon and then pull out a binoculars and saw the ship come back into view, and then they watched the ship.
I call you liar.
And then they watched the
Yes.
ship go out of view in the binoculars.
Yeah, I call you liar
And
as
then they
well.
pulled
I've
out a
actually done
telescope.
that test.
Then they pull out a telescope and the ship comes back into view.
I call you
I've
liar.
actually done that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel
Please-
about this
please
shit anymore.
prov-
Like bulges.
Please
and
provide
putting
evidence to
growth.
support that. I want to see that. And I want to see that the fact they've measured their elevation, because then I can sit down and I can do some simple
You're
maths
gonna
and work
find
out
out
the
in
horizon.
February. You're gonna find out in February.
Well, you're making a claim. I want to see your evidence because that is bollocks.
You made a
There's no
claim
way.
too.
And we've backed up our claims.
See, here's the thing. Yeah, here's what I noticed, Claim. We've all explained to you math. We've explained to you science. We've explained to you countless things. Do you know how much evidence you've given us for a flat Earth so far? Nothing. You gave us some names. You gave us some shit videos. You haven't given us any science
And you backed
whatsoever.
up on your point of view, so I'm helping you.
What?
Your point of view
I
was
bet.
that flat earthers don't have the skill set, and that's why they think the Earth is.
Actually, my
And you
original
brought out people like Jism and fucking,
who don't. Yeah, what I actually would have said was I said Nootropic was actually talking about people using common sense and rationality, and I basically said flat earthers take that, they inappropriately use it in areas that they can't use it in because they don't have the skill set to understand that there are limitations to our common sense and to just using simple reason. Because they don't understand there's other means of acquiring knowledge that they don't understand. They have an epistemic limit that they don't get, and they're not willing to accept the fact they're not bright people.
No,
They're not educated.
They don't understand basic math, and basic physics.
Right, they don't.
Okay, so
Do you want to do my question?
I named a physicist, a physicist, and I named a
Physicist?
studying
Which-
physicist.
Just out of curiosity, which physicist do you name?
Dr. Zach.
Dr. Zach is a physicist.
Dr. Zach is a physicist?
Yeah.
I find
What's
that
the
doubtful.
qualifications? What's his actual
There's another guy who.
Okay, hold on.
What's his
Don't go to
qualifications?
anyone
Yeah.
else. Don't go to anyone else. Dr. Zach.
I
what
know
are his
because
qualifications?
you don't want me to name people with actual skill set.
No, I want you to back up your claim on Dr. Zach.
Dr.
What's
Zach?
his qualification? What's his exact?
What is his degree?
I'm going by what he says.
Well,
I don't have to
so
back
what
up
is-
my claim. On anything.
Okay, so
I'm
what
going by
did
what
he
he
say that his degree
announces
was?
himself as.
So what did he say his degree was?
I don't remember.
You just said physics.
Right. You said
Yeah.
that he
Now it's
was
not
a
physics?
physicist. So you kind of need some sort of degree in order to work in that field. So what is his degree?
I said I don't remember
Then how do you say it's
Right.
physics then?
Yeah,
because he announces himself as a physicist.
I can
So you're
say that
claiming-
I'm a magician. Does it mean I'm a magician?
So you're claiming he says he has a degree in physics. And he says he has a PhD in physics? Do you happen to know what video this is on? I mean, I'm just curious.
Just check out this channel. He only has like 2 or 3 videos.
He has 17 videos. Not a
Oh,
lot,
okay.
but
Yeah, not a lot. So.
well, I'm sorry. I don't take people at their face value when they're a flat earther and they say they have a degree in something. It just kind of
Great.
science.
Great. So
What?
ask him to prove it. I'm just going by what he said.
Well, you
Now,
well, you
as
don't
far as
know-
Bassano
we don't-
is a
first-
studying physicist.
We don't. First of all, we don't know if Dr. Zach even said that, so we have no idea what the hell Dr. Zach is. So ignoring Dr. Zach because he could be a freaking janitor for all the fuck we know.
And the guy
okay?
with the fire and ice theory claims to have studied physics in
Can you
depth as
stop
well.
galloping and just get on with the freaking questions?
Huh?
Why
Now
are you
who
So I just want to make a point here. I mean, it's like I say I've studied archaeology a lot. I would not claim to be an archaeologist. You stand me next to someone who's a professional archaeologist who does this for a living. Yeah, and there are going to be bits that I'm going to be quite good on, but I'm not going to have the breadth, the depth, or total understanding of that subject that someone that has been professionally trained in doing it for a living.
Right.
It's the same way as if you want to come and butt heads with me and start talking about asset management, ITIL-based processes within organizations, how to do business optimization. Unless you've done that for 30 years, I'm going to kick your ass up and down the street.
Yeah, I've taken physics and math, but I will get my ass handed to me by an actual physicist, or even eulogy. Eulogy here. Eulogy kicks my ass in mathematics, but he would probably never say, "Steve, you don't know shit about math." But I'm not a mathematician by any means. Well, maybe you. I know geology. Would you say I suck at math?
No, you can do your math. Hell, I wouldn't even consider myself a mathematician either.
You know math pretty well.
But this is the point of the fact that we tend to approach these subjects from the point of having a certain level of humility and a certain level of questioning about what we're saying. It's the same way as, and it's the same way as when you said, "Oh, look at this." I went and I looked at it, and then I came back with a response. And the reason I brought up Aristophanes specifically is because he's the person. It's the first time in recorded history that we had someone make a calculation for the diameter of the Earth, and it was surprisingly accurate. You know, it was less than 10% out from the measurements we use today.
Over 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, I found information about Dr. Zach if anybody wants to know.
Yeah.
Oh, hit us with it.
I've been trying to find him.
I went to his channel and I went to the discussions page where somebody asked him about why doctor, what's your education? If it's not a secret, kind regards. And Dr. Zach responds, I was asked this question many times before, but I never answered it. But I will answer it this time because I like the way you asked me. My name is Zach, but I am not a doctor. But a few years ago, I started a YouTube cartoon series, another channel. The main character was a doctor, and I called it Dr. Zach. So I changed my ex channel's name to Dr. Zach.
So he has no formal education.
He has no training. He is not a physicist.
This is from him. This is his words.
That didn't respond to his training.
It's in the discussion page. You can read it for yourself.
He created a character named Dr.
It's in this discussion page. You can read it for yourself. It's his response.
You're retarded.
Yeah, he clearly
I'm
is
fucking retarded there. Jesus Christ.
You said did I ask you? I don't remember responding, but did I ask you that you said he had a PhD? Right?
Yeah, I said I don't know.
You said you think he said
no. I don't believe he said he had a PhD,
Yeah,
but he did say that he was a physicist.
Okay.
He makes
So
fizzy
clearly,
drinks.
clearly that was just a bullshit claim.
Right.
Makes fizzy drinks.
Because he himself.
It's not
he
exactly
himself
a claim.
said straight out.
I'm repeating to you what he says in his video.
Well, clearly he doesn't seem to indicate anywhere that he has a background in physics.
I mean, there's more to this if you want me to read it.
I'm looking for it. I don't even see what I'm on that
Just
page
go,
right
go
now.
to the discussion page and scroll down where it says 8 months ago. He was responding to a guy named Lucas Hammerwitz.
I've got it here.
Within the comments.
I got it.
I got it. Yeah.
Would you like a link to this, by the way, Clem?
No.
Why not?
Why
I thought
not?
you were after the
Because
truth.
you're going to read it.
Why don't you evaluate it for yourself? We might be getting it wrong. This is about being questioning. This is about having.
You're not going to read it incorrectly.
No, this
You don't
is
seem to
about
trust a lot of what
whole
we say,
lot
so
of
that's the point of
people.
what I'm making.
This is about a whole lot of people getting together and analyzing something together. Now, you clearly do not want to do that.
Right.
What? I'm analyzing the words that you're reading.
No, well, why don't you want to analyze the first source material?
Man, okay, so somebody posted it.
Yep, that's because I'm kind that way. I like empirical evidence.
Well, he doesn't tell anything about his education in his post. He just says that he's not a doctor. He originally created a character for kids, and now he just continued to use the name for adults, Dr. Zach.
Okay, thank you.
So he's not really a doctor.
Exactly what I fucking said, but whatever.
The fact of the matter is, if he's asked a direct question on what his actual qualifications are, and he kind of skirts around this issue, not even trying to give his qualifications, it's a pretty good indication that he has none.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't say anything. He at least would have said, "I'm not a real doctor, but I have a degree in this, or I've taken a background in this." He gives
I've been
no
in this field
indication.
for however many years.
Right.
It's got none of that.
Be that as may, I mean, if this is the type of people that you're using as examples, wow. I stand more now.
I'm not the only ones, though.
I stand more by what I've ever said before.
You said, don't say any more names. I don't want to hear any more names.
No, you said you would bring up 3 names, and we've now gone through those. We've now gone through those 3 names. Would you like to bring up another one?
Yeah, we gave us 3 names, and we've shown you those 3 names don't know what the fuck they're doing, or at least don't have any qualifications. Would you like to try somebody else?
You
I swear to
didn't
God,
show that-
I've
you
never
didn't show that at all.
I have never talked to a flat earther that had any basic skills. I have never had. I mean, if once I would like to, but I'm not lying to you. I mean, I've never met one. There's flat earthers that do. I mean, some young earthers that do, even though I think the young earthers is absolutely bullshit like flat earth. But I've at least talked to young earthers that are very educated. But I've never met a flat earther that is educated ever. Just never happened.
Okay, that's fine.
Would you like to bring up another name?
I could. I mean, but I don't know his name. He has the fire and ice theory on flat Earth.
Fire and ice theory.
What's the fire and ice theory? Are you, I don't know, have you been watching too much Game of Thrones?
It's Yngwie Malmsteen.
Yeah, let's keep this simple.
Dude.
No, hold on a
Shut
second.
your mouth. I love
can
Yngwie
you,
Malmsteen.
can you explain the fire and ice theory to us, Clay?
Yeah, it was on Rising. Was it on Rising Force?
There you go, Steve.
Yeah,
you're
yes.
getting into my cool category now.
Dude, that was my favorite albums of all time. Was
There you go, man.
Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. Fucking
You
A.
can't
I love you.
I'm giving you a high five through the internet.
Sun.
First one I had.
He thinks the sun.
You guys haven't.
He thinks
lived
the
to
sun
listen to that
gives the Earth energy. The Earth stores energy, and then the moon takes energy from the sun, and it's a cycle.
Wait, say that again.
He thinks the sun gives off energy, the Earth absorbs energy, and from the sun, and then the moon absorbs energy from the Earth, and so forth and so on.
Wait. First of all, okay, and
he thinks the thermosphere. He thinks the thermosphere could be actually cold or something. I think that's part of the
So you're talking about Brian. You're talking about Brian Mullen, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I asked him to explain his theory to see what he understood of it.
yeah, that is the most elementary bullshit explanation.
Like bizarre.
It's like saying sunlight hits the earth and the earth absorbs sunlight. And your point being what?
Oh, he's also going into the moon giving off negative temperature.
Yeah, that doesn't work either.
So he's a cold lighter, right?
Okay, let me ask you a question about the cold light. Do you believe in the cold light claim?
Oh,
Do you
I haven't
believe
seen.
it
I haven't,
gives off a
I haven't
cold?
seen enough evidence for it. Yet.
Would you have any belief one way or the other?
No, I mean I don't know.
Okay, well, at least one of the guys you put forth does believe that, and we can show him to be trivially false by showing that the sun and the moon can be. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
You know, the fire and ice guy
Let
doesn't believe
me
that. He said he's
finish.
trying to, do
Would you mind
experiments
muting him?
to prove that.
I would
Go ahead.
appreciate it.
So
anyway, I'm going to finish.
Hang on, Claim.
But
We
you
can show
lied.
him. I am
Claim,
going to
hang on.
finish.
Relax, Claim.
We can show it to be trivially false by having the sun and the moon in the sky on the same day, and have no variation of the temperature.
Yeah, I'm looking at this guy's video now. Oh wow, has this guy got issues? He's into aether theory.
He's theorizing.
Who's this guy now?
Brian.
No, he's hypothesizing.
He's experimenting to try to prove it.
Okay, this is,
Well, he's not
He's not experimenting. He's actually.
He didn't
he's
say he believes it.
First of all, hang on. He's not doing any of the above. He's conjecturing, is what he's doing. Okay, there's no hypothesis going on here because hypothesis has to be based upon some kind of fact. This is complete bullshit, is what he has on the thing here. And
He
first
does
of all,
at one point send up a rocket, and he thinks it's going through liquid for some reason.
Send up a rocket.
He thinks it's going through liquid. What does he think?
He
air
didn't
liquid?
send up a rocket. He was talking about the GoPro rocket.
Right.
Talking about how it suddenly stopped and it sounded like it was stopped by a liquid.
Right.
Well,
and
right.
then it fell down very slowly, as compared to the booster that was ejected from it. So he theorizes that it was falling through liquid.
Wait, one of them fell down slower than the other?
Yes.
Well,
Did one of them? Well, first off, that makes sense because if they're falling, they would fall at the same rate.
Under ideal.
Unless there was
conditions.
like a parachute.
There was no parachute.
Then why would they fall at different rates if they're falling through the same medium?
Like I said, he theorizes that the nose got caught in a liquid. and started falling slower than the piece that was ejected.
What liquid?
But they both fell through the same
We
medium.
don't know the liquid. Somebody theorizes that.
But they both fell through the same medium.
He's not
Helium-3.
I just looked at his video. He's not talking about liquid. He's talking about aether. Do you know what aether theory is?
Oh god, electric universe bullshit.
Yes,
Yeah.
because the sun is.
Can someone throw me a link for this guy?
Because on this. Hey, listen.
Is this the electromagnetic propagation thing?
I don't know. No, but well.
It's a weird mishmash.
Yeah,
Going back to the sort of Victorian concept of the universe being filled with ether.
The sun, he's what I can get from this video. He's conjecturizing that the sun is basically a plasma relationship to the Earth, which would be EU theory, and then he's conditional that the moon is aether, going through aether, and it's like, look at ether theory has been debunked. Okay, the reason being is very simple. Ether theory doesn't explain all the observations, and relativity does. Okay, so if somebody wants to go back 100 years to aether theory, great, go for it. It's not going to be doing anybody good because relativity explains everything aether does and more. It's not needed. As a matter of fact, in the last couple of years, we realized that the whole principle behind ether theory was the fact that they wanted to have a medium for which light can propagate through, and now we realize that light makes its own medium as it propagates. It doesn't require a medium to propagate because it creates its own as a property of the electromagnetic wave of photons. So of the quantum packet. So we know more than we never knew before, and so anybody who brings up aether theory, you're a dumbass.
Is
So yes,
that what
he
he
doesn't know.
says?
Yes. Well, that's what I gleaned from reading his board. He's bringing up freaking Lorentz aether theory, which is 150 years out of date or some shit. They don't understand. They don't understand modern physics.
Does Eric Dollard understand modern physics?
Who?
Eric Dollard.
Yeah, I don't know where he is.
Take a look.
Should we?
Eric Dollar, some dude who supposedly went out and it's basically dealing with Tesla's experiments with radiant energy and wireless transmission of power.
Oh, that's just cool though. I'm cool with that.
Well, but he hasn't done it.
I've been shocked by Tesla coil. It hurts. Bad. It's like 100,000 volts. Yeah, but that's just cool.
Yeah, it's one of those, Tesla knew everything and everybody's trying to hide Tesla's true free energy and all that stuff.
Well, he was like Jesus. So yeah, I mean, Tesla was like amazing. He's like my all-time favorite scientist, I think.
No, but there, how people say that
I know.
Tesla can.
He can raise the dead, walk on water. Yeah, I know. No, Tesla was brilliant though, but yeah, people
Hey,
read
a Tesla coil stops pregnancy.
Well, if you shock the shit out of them, you kind of can kill the person too.
Yeah, send 10 milliamps across the heart. Yeah, there you go.
I just felt we needed a little bit of levity at this point of the conversation.
This Brian Mullen guy is a jabroni. You can tell just by listening to him. Hot Earth or hot sun, cold moon.
All these people remind me of Ronnie. I have to mention his name once in a hangout. The Clown Car Posse is exactly like this, man. They just don't get basic shit.
I will say that he did set up his laser experiment much better than Jeranism, so I will give him that. But then he has to argue about the fact that the Nikon camera he's using because of the because of the zoom lens, and that's why it's causing distortion, and it makes it look like an optical illusion that the laser is actually rising in height.
Well, it was, for example, when it comes to some of these the flat Earth stuff, the Bedford level experiment, the British Flat Earth Society try and go out and reproduce on the same canal, and they actually proved that the Earth was round because they couldn't find the goddamn guy in the kayak who was at the other end. They were trying to find him, but they couldn't see him.
Yeah, I have to say, Clem, the reason that I have such a problem with the whole concept of flat Earth, above and beyond just purely the science,
is the fact that you would be dealing with a conspiracy theory that would have to take in so many different people, so many government agencies, so much international. If we could get that amount of international cooperation together to basically make everybody think it's globe Earth, global warming would not be or flat Earth warming would not be a problem, would it? Because they'd just get the same guys together and say, hey, we need to do some shit about this or we're all going to die.
I'm just curious, why would you bring up Eric Dollard? He doesn't appear to be a flat earther.
Because he understands the physics, right? And,
except he's not a flat earther.
Yeah, the whole point of this was
he hasn't studied flat Earth to even.
He believes that space is there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Then why would
so
that
why
be
would
an
you bring
example?
him up?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
How does he support your position? I think is
At
what
all.
I'm trying to say.
Because he opposes relativity.
Well, that's not a big deal. There's a lot of people that actually have problems with general relativity. There are certain issues that are worthy to discuss against relativity. I'm not denying that. I mean, if I'm not mistaken,
The only reason I brought him up.
There's a problem with
it wasn't for flat Earth support.
But that's what we're asking you, flat Earth, right? Nobody's questioning
A denial of relativity does not automatically flat Earth.
I have issues with relativity when it comes to quantum mechanics. So what? What's that got to do with anything?
It supports the lack of gravity.
No.
What?
No.
What?
No. Now you just went to the
Gravity
Twilight
doesn't
Zone,
just disappear because relativity is wrong. What the hell?
And I barely understand the issues with relativity right now. I know they have to do with the Hamiltonian operator, but I don't know that much about it to be versed in it. So I'm going to just say that there are issues that people are aware of that they're trying to resolve. It's not going to destroy relativity, but it just needs to be something that needs to be accounted for.
The simple question is, does that physics support the fact that gravity doesn't exist?
No, of course gravity exists. Yeah, I mean that's people
Therefore,
that
the argument is spurious.
Even if relativity is completely wrong, gravity exists. Even if Newton was wrong, gravity exists. What we do in science, dude, is that we try to come up with a model that explains observation. Gravity exists as a fact. Now we come up with models to explain it. Newton tried with his model, and he did an exceptionally good job. We still use his model today for non-relativistic speeds and very simple modeling. Okay, but at a certain point, you start getting to relativistic velocities, about 0.20% of the speed of light.
Himself attempted to do an experiment showing.
Can I finish what I'm saying because it's kind of important?
Spin of the Earth and gravity.
Can I finish my sentence before you go
well,
on to some other
there's no such thing as gravity.
Can I finish my sentence before you go into something completely tangential that has nothing to do with anything? The point being is that even if relativity is wrong, gravity exists. Do you understand that these are models to explain observation? Nothing is going to change the observation of gravity. Nothing can change that. It's reality. Models can explain it differently, but the observation of gravity is the same. We observe gravity, period. It exists.
Yeah.
You don't understand. You don't understand anything about basic science, do you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think you do.
Keep repeating, but you just keep repeating that gravity exists.
We observe
things
gravity.
Fall down. That's proof. That is the observation of gravity.
A second grader could understand this. Things fall down.
That is the observation of gravity.
Why do things?
The theory of gravity attempts to explain the observation.
Which it did a terrible job at.
Well, because you didn't understand, because you're a numpty, is a different thing entirely.
Okay, first of all, the theory of gravity has been around since 1916, I believe he published. So it's literally 100 years that it's been around.
And that's why it should be
and it's survived.
Reevaluated.
What do you think is wrong with the theory of gravity that you can demonstrate for us?
It doesn't exist.
That's an assertion.
Wait. So gravity doesn't exist. So if you jump out of a window now, out of the 10-story building, will you still survive?
No.
So why is that? I thought you said gravity doesn't exist and you can just simply float the fuck away.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's what gravity is. Gravity is things fall down. That is gravity.
That's not gravity.
What is that?
What is that then?
Density.
What?
What is? I don't even. We will never understand what flat earthers mean by density. Don't try. They don't even know themselves.
What the fuck is density got to do?
Density is a word that they misuse. They don't know what the hell they're talking about, and they just like to throw that word out there. Density.
Let's go ahead.
No,
and
I've got another very simple question. Would you be crushed just as flat by a ton of lead as you would by a ton of feathers?
Yeah, of course.
So what?
And let me go ahead and give you a simple example that disproves your density claim. Bullshit.
No, it's not.
Let me give you a simple example. I haven't given you the example yet.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
the simple example to disprove that is we can have vacuum chambers. If there's a vacuum chamber, there's nothing inside of it. There is nothing to be dense.
There's no buoyancy. There's no density. There's no air resistance. And yet things fall, and they fall at the same rate.
Yeah, due to the density of the objects.
What density?
What does that mean?
The density of the objects.
You're talking about the density, for example, of a marble is what causes it to fall. What about density causes it to fall?
Its weight is heavier than the air, than the atmosphere around it.
There is no atmosphere around it. It's in a vacuum chamber.
It's in a vacuum chamber.
Exactly. So in a vacuum, they have no choice but to fall.
Well, why does it fall? What is it about
there's
density?
even less air to prevent it from falling.
Why does it? Hey, wait. Question.
Oh, that's a good point.
Why doesn't it fall upwards? Wait, why doesn't it fall upwards?
Oh my gosh.
No, seriously, why doesn't it fall
Explain
upwards?
why that's a good point, Mr. Van.
Because if there's no density in there, if there's nothing in there for it to go against, you're saying that the thing itself weighs more. What is weight a measurement of?
Hang on a second. I'd like to point this one.
No, let me finish.
Really clearly.
Let me finish this one.
This is a good point. Let him finish.
Let me finish this one. What is weight a measurement of?
It's not gravity. They can.
What is it a measurement of?
What is it? He's asking you what it is. Define weight.
What is weight a measurement of?
Weight equals mass times velocity, or something like that.
No.
That's force.
Wait.
That's not even what
That's not even
we're
force.
after.
Force is mass acceleration.
We're after a definition. We're after a definition, not a relationship.
Yeah, give us a definition. You don't put it in a formula. Just tell us what weight is. If I say, hey, if I weigh 200 pounds, what does that mean? What is that telling you?
Okay, weight, a body's relative mass or the quantity of matter contained by it, giving rise to a downward force.
You're quoting the dictionary. He's quoting the dictionary.
It's not a bad definition.
I thought you wanted a definition.
It's
no, but what you mean by that?
It's definition.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very kind of definition.
It's
it
not
works,
the physics definition. It's not.
Okay, let me look up the physics definition.
Well, how
so
about
you
this?
don't know. You don't know.
Why is it
Why
that
would I care right off the top of my head? I'm not just gonna memorize everything I've ever
you don't have to memorize it. You can work it out.
And then spit it off the top of my head. I'm gonna tell you.
I like to ask.
I can look things up.
Hang on,
It's
you don't have to memorize.
Now
it.
the physics definition says weight equals force, not external. And it also equals mass times the acceleration of gravity.
Okay, do you realize?
Wait.
Okay, so wait, listen very carefully. That's true. That's true. Okay, so look at weight is equal to the mass times the acceleration of gravity, right? So mass is directly proportional to the mass of the object in a gravitational field. The only difference between that and Newton's equation, F equals ma, the acceleration is the same as g. So when things fall down, it's accelerating at the exact same rate of g. That's why we can take that equation, F equals ma, and put it as F equals mg, and that's what weight is. That's why we weigh different on the planet Earth as it does somewhere else, like on Jupiter. Now you're getting it. Now you're understanding that weight is a relationship.
Now I'm getting nothing.
Wait, I'd like to know why you
exist, and you haven't been to the moon to see a difference of weight.
Do you understand that? Do you understand since weight is by definition mass times the product of the acceleration of gravity?
Acceleration, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
the gravity.
They put gravity in there so that you can be happy.
Oh, geez.
I thought you just said that gravity doesn't exist. So why would there be weight if weight is a function of mass times the acceleration of gravity?
Yeah, exactly. According to you, we can't have weight.
It's not exactly the
No, all
acceleration of gravity.
All he's done is
mass times acceleration.
All he's done is
gravity.
And then
What causes that acceleration?
They have determined gravity to be 9.8 meters
per second
squared.
Yeah.
Yeah, where? On where?
Okay,
where?
so that's how they have defined. That's how they have defined this particular speed. That's how they have defined this particular acceleration. So they put that in the equation to make you happy.
Hang on a second.
To make us
9.8 meters. 9.8 meters per second squared. Where are you taking that measurement from?
From all of your assertions that is
you're asking
measurement for gravity.
Well, and even more important, and I'd like to point this out, is you haven't been able to give me a definition of what you mean by that. You've now given us a definition of what physics means by that.
Van, can I please finish? I didn't finish.
I was in the middle of something when y'all jumped in.
Oh, Jesus. Can I please just finish just one point, please? 9.8 meters per second squared, is that constant throughout the entire universe? Is that anywhere throughout the entire universe it is 9.8 meters squared per second squared?
There's nothing moving at 9.8 meters per second squared
That's
at all.
That's not what he's asking you.
You just said that the acceleration of gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared. Is that anywhere? Is that absolutely everywhere?
Is that ubiquitous? Anywhere you go, is that 9.8 meters squared?
Is it a universal constant?
Earth is the only place to go.
Earth is the only place to go? So what's the moon?
The moon is within this closed system. The moon is.
He didn't ask for where. What is it?
He did ask where.
No, he didn't. He said, "What is it?"
Did you ask where or what is the moon?
Both.
Okay, the moon is located inside of a hard shell that we call the firmament, and is much smaller than 1,500 miles across.
Okay, so what is it then?
It is let me see here. I would have to. I can't give an exact answer on that, but I would have to say that I think about this a lot. But the only answer that I can really come up with is that the particular reason that we can only see one side of it, no matter where you are on Earth.
I asked you, what is it? Don't give me a property of it like that. What is it?
So I'm trying to answer this the best I can. All right. So I said I don't have an exact answer for that because I don't know. I only know what I've been taught.
Okay, fine. But
school.
are you okay? Fine, but then are you
with the moon rock and stuff like that?
Are you also asserting that it's 9.8 meters per second squared on the moon?
Or even wait. 9.8 meters per second doesn't happen anywhere.
It doesn't happen anywhere.
Whoa. No. So even even on the Earth, it's not 9.8 meters per second squared, which, by the way, is not equal around the surface of the Earth. It's as an average.
Steve, that's going a little too far.
Come on!
What?
I knew where
gravity.
I knew where Obaid was going with it. And anyway, go on.
You guys are way above his pay grade here, guys.
Yeah, actually, I've got a really simple question to ask, and I think this is a good one because you say that the rate of things falling is based on their density with regards to the objects around them. You know, like the atmosphere or liquid or whatever we're talking about. That controls the rate of descent. Let's just use that as a nice term. Would you agree to that?
Yes.
So if I put a pound of lead and a feather in a vacuum, the lead should fall faster?
No, because there's nothing to block the feather from moving the same speed as the lead.
But it's not as dense.
Yeah, you just said it was proportional to the density, or is it at least related to density?
Right. The atmosphere adds to the density. It affects the density.
Here, wait.
No. Wait. I've got to follow up because I've thought this through because I knew this was going to be his answer. So if I get a pound of lead in an atmosphere
and something with an extremely low drag coefficient that weighs a lot less, the lead should still fall faster.
In a vacuum?
No, in an atmosphere.
Of course.
And that's where you're wrong, because the reason that the reason that the feather falls slower in the atmosphere is called drag. Yeah.
By the way,
so if I create someone with almost zero drag, it will fall at the same rate of a denser object.
By the way, just at a point of order, I know this is going to get people up in arms, but a pound of lead and a pound of feathers don't weigh exactly the same.
No, I didn't actually say a pound of lead and a pound of feathers. I just said a pound of lead and a feather.
But a lot of people were like pound of lead, pound of feathers. Actually, there is a difference between the two, but that's going to get into nuances we're not going to get into right now.
We don't go there. I was keeping it real simple.
But here's what I want to tell Claim. Look it. Do you agree that if I drop something, right, and I want to find out how fast it took to hit the Earth, I could do that? Do you agree with that? If I'm at a tower, right, and I drop a ball, and I count 1, 2, 3, 4, and it hits the ground, right? I can determine how fast it was going when it hit the ground. Do you accept that?
Yeah, and it's gonna fall at different rates based on.
I'm not asking about rates.
Atmosphere.
Just focus on my question here. Can I determine how fast it was moving when it hit the ground?
Yep, in each individual case.
Okay, so is that a yes?
That's a yes.
Okay, so if I can determine how fast it's hitting in the ground, then I can actually, by the same what's called kinematics, say, okay, at t equals 0, right, at the top of that tower, I have 0 movement, right? It's not going anywhere. You agree? The ball's just for the initial condition, it's not going anywhere. And then I can determine how much acceleration is required to get the exact speed it needed to hit the ground that we've already determined, right? Do you agree with that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Do you then agree that the exact speed required, or excuse me, the exact acceleration required to hit the ground is going to be 9.8 meters per second squared? Always. Well, plus or minus wherever you're on the Earth, but for the average, 9.8 meters per second squared would be the gravity that we're going to find is required, the force required to make it hit the Earth at that particular speed, which we've already determined. Do you understand?
And that's why you reach a terminal velocity, because you can't accelerate anywhere past the terminal point of velocity.
With the force of gravity.
With the force of gravity.
Under the force of gravity, yeah. But excluding that, do you understand that we're measuring something? We're measuring how fast does this ball need to accelerate from t equals 0 to t equal whenever it hits the ground to reach that velocity needed to say, okay, at this point we've determined how much energy the ball hit the ground with. We determined what speed it was going. Now we need to determine the gravitational force acted upon it, or any force, to make it accelerate. And then we find out that every single time it's 9.8 meters per second squared that you say don't exist. Why is that?
Because it doesn't exist. There's nothing moving at 9.8 meters per square that's attracting the ball from the top of the tower to the Earth.
You did not answer my question. That's an acceleration, not a velocity. We've already established a velocity. The velocity was the kinetic energy at the very end of we'll say 6 seconds later. So t equals 6. I already know the kinetic energy, which is 1/2 mv squared. So I can figure out, based on the kinetic energy, based on the mass, take half that. I can figure out by taking the square root of the velocity. So I already know now the velocity. I know the mass. I know the height. I know the kinetic energy. All I got to do is rearrange a couple formulas in basic kinematics, and I can determine the acceleration. The acceleration is going to be 9.8 meters per second squared, which happens to be exactly A equals G. And you're saying that doesn't exist?
Yep.
Actually, I'll ask one more question.
No. We're not going to gloss over this. Why does he get to get away with saying it doesn't exist? I want to know what is wrong with that science.
This is part of the same question.
Because this can be attributed to the weight of the object.
I didn't mention anything about weight.
No. This will just prove my point, and I think this will establish where Steve's going as well. If I drop you out of a plane at 500 meters, and I drop you out of a plane at 1,000 meters, when you hit the Earth, will you be going faster if you dropped out of the plane at 500 or 1,000 meters?
Neither.
What?
Very good. No, that's the right. That is the right answer.
Well, you mean he means to say that it'd be the same, but yeah.
Yeah.
The same. Okay. Neither.
Neither is not the same. Neither means that something completely. Well,
yeah.
Okay. So you agree that they're going to be, once you hit terminal velocity, they're at the same speed, right?
Now that then, if under the density model you're talking about, I would then say why.
Why do you have terminal velocity?
Because if I've got a dense object and I drop it, isn't it just going to, the further I drop it from, isn't it just going to keep accelerating towards, whatever that object's falling towards? What's stopping it going any faster than that? Unless it's a force like gravity.
Your theory is saying that gravity is stopping it from moving faster as it approaches the Earth.
Yeah, because there's no external force against it.
Listen, man. But the gravity theory should continue, since it's a pulling force. It should continue to speed up. It should not reach terminal velocity.
Well, except you're forgetting a very important thing called drag.
Yeah.
Okay, so then that's the same answer with the weight density.
No.
If your answer is drag for gravity, that is overcoming the pull, the attraction from the top of the tower of the plane to the Earth, then that's the same thing.
You're not even wrong.
Did anybody ask him what he meant by density?
This is so potato.
You're retarded.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Did anybody ask him what he meant by density? Did anybody ask him?
Yes, he doesn't know what it means.
I did, and I never got a decent answer.
Yeah, he doesn't.
We got sidetracked.
Hey, Steve, can you present me, please?
Sure, and I still don't.
Because
I don't.
he
I
hasn't
don't think you know
explained
what
what he
drag
means
either.
Yeah, that's the problem. He could be having his own
My
weird idea.
explanation is just going to be definitions. It's just going to be textbook definitions.
No,
you said gravity is not an acceleration, right?
Disagree with you.
Yeah, the definition.
What?
The definition. Okay, maybe he's naive. The textbook definition of density, and I'm not going to go look it up, but basically, density is how much mass you have per unit volume. Okay, so if the molecules or atoms are more compacted together with the same amount of mass, it's more dense. That's what density is. It has to do with displacement in space-time. Okay, so how you're using it is not how anybody that I've ever heard using it besides flat earthers. Okay. And in fluid theory, they call it rho, as Drew has put up here with when it comes to buoyancy. Okay, rho is the measurement in a fluid of the density of the fluid.
Okay, yeah, so that's what we're talking about, rho.
But that's not telling me anything.
Anyways,
here's rho is
acceleration of gravity.
So you can laugh all you want, but he just said rho is this.
Right.
Anyways, here's
two-way fluid.
Okay, first of all,
so we're calling air a very
super
thin fluid.
Yes, there is but you're right. Air is a fluid. Okay, however, it's very, very not dense. Okay, the biggest thing about air,
we're talking about the density of the object
carefully. Listen to me
as it travels through.
You don't listen to anybody when it comes to trying to help you explain science, do you?
It is not the density of the air.
It is not the density; it's the drag coefficient. Okay, the drag coefficient, which is the flow of air around the body, that's what's causing terminal velocity. Okay.
That doesn't have anything to do with the rho that you just talked about.
You don't even know what rho means. Have you ever worked with Bernoulli's equation?
I'm glad you just taught me what rho means. You said rho is the drop.
No, rho is density.
In air.
No, rho means density in Bernoulli's equation.
The density of what?
Of air or any other fluid.
Okay, so that's great. So that's what it is.
You have no idea what the hell I'm talking about.
No, you don't have an idea what I'm talking about.
Well, that's true. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to deny that one.
That's the only thing you might agree on.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't have a clue.
I took fluid theory. Did you? No, I didn't think so.
Of course not.
Yeah. So.
And yet you somehow know more than him.
Does drinking whiskey count as knowing fluid theory?
Sure.
Oh, cool. We're drinking a very nice Glenmorangie today, by the way. I highly recommend it.
I'll take the bottle at this point.
Hey, fuck, I probably need one too.
You know, at this point, I'll take it intravenously.
Falls much slower in an aluminum tube.
Oh, fuck my life. You want to get into like Lorentz laws and Galvin laws, and it's not an aluminum tube. I believe it has to be an iron type tube.
Aluminum.
It's actually aluminium, but we won't go there.
You bloody Yanks. Come on, call it by its right name.
Aluminium.
Aluminium. Come on, guys.
Aluminum. I think aluminum is sensible. It's more sense selection. But anyway, that's
Look,
fine.
there's one reason
I thought-
always to argue for English spelling. It means we get to win at Scrabble every fucking time.
It might work.
Yes, notice the I at the end of the word.
The problem with
It's not there in English or in American English.
The problem with aluminium, I don't think it conducts. Has low permeability, so I think that copper would probably be better to have an effect. But yes, I guess aluminum would work. So.
Mm-hmm. So in any case, the reason.
But what does that got to have to do with
for terminal velocity is the exact same reason that you imagine gravity exists. It's drag.
No.
But it's not just drag. What I'm saying is that if there was an actual force pulling something towards it, then there would be no terminal velocity, my man.
Except there would be terminal velocity because the terminal velocity is how much gravity can affect going against drag. Once it hits the 0 point, it no longer accelerates further.
Balances out. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and dropping a magnet through a tube is a completely different thing going on. Okay, because I don't know if you think you understand induction or know have anything how things are induced. It has nothing to do with the same thing as a kinematic dropping of something from a height. Nothing fucking to do with it why it slows down.
On the object.
Yeah, there's electromagnetic forces being.
In any case,
Is he trying to say something? Is he trying to say something about induction forces and eddy currents being induced?
Yeah,
in the
he's talking about Lenz's laws.
Oh, for fuck! Well, that also assumes that you are using a metallic object that you're dropping a metallic object through the tube.
Well, you're dropping a magnet through it.
A magnet through a ferrous tube.
Yeah.
Well, that's fucked up because you kind of know that there will be an effect with the magnet going through.
If you understand induction, right? But he doesn't know anything about that stuff.
Yeah, right. You can't explain why the magnet falls at a regular rate through steel or gold or any other thing. But then there's a problem with the.
We can explain it quite easily, actually.
No,
yes, yes, we can. Anybody here knows about Faraday? We've all taken physics, my friend.
You said the magnet falls at a different rate through copper.
We will through copper, based upon the I think it's permeability of the copper. I don't know which has the higher permeability, copper or aluminum. I would think it's copper, but I'm not going to go really look it up. Because magnetism has to be able to go through something, right? Even air has a permittivity based upon temperature and pressure and humidity. There's a lot of factors go into it. That's how easy.
When are you going to prove that's
how easily the magnetic lines of flux.
I had fun.
That is how easily.
Talking about every other.
That is how magnetic lines of flux will be determined whether it's easily cut through something or not. Certain materials, magnetic lines of flux will be able to pass through them easier than other materials. Okay, do you understand that?
I actually want to say, Claim, thank you. This is a really interesting subject.
No, it's not.
Magnets falling through aluminium tubes. And they can explain it, and they do explain it.
It has to be non-ferromagnetic, right? Copper and aluminum are non-ferromagnetic. So, but I just which one's going to.
But it is about induction.
Yeah, of course it's induction. You're inducing a magnetic field.
No, I thought it was gravity.
No. Well, it falls into gravity, but
there's more than one force in the universe.
Right. Do you understand there's electromagnetic force? Right. Gravity is the weakest of all forces. Electromagnetic force is much greater than the gravitational force.
Gravity is not a force at all.
Yeah, in Newtonian physics it's a force. In relativity, it's not.
There's also a rising force.
Yeah, I mean it's the same way as if I burn you and cover you in acid, that's two effects happening to you at the same time. It doesn't matter whether I'm burning you or just soaking you in acid. They are two forces affecting you.
Y'all got a lot of comparisons to me dying.
Do you know what the four fundamental forces are?
Hello?
No forces.
There, I mean.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me think. Magnetism.
Well,
according to what you have been taught and brainwashed to believe, you got magnetism. You got.
That's not a fundamental force.
That's part of a fundamental.
It's electromagnetic, strong,
strong
gravity.
Yes.
Strong, weak, and gravity.
Yes. And which one?
Electromagnetic, strong, weak, and gravity.
Yes. And which one is the weakest of all those forces?
Wait a second. I'm trying to understand what the strong and weak forces are.
Oh, they're called the strong and weak nuclear.
Yeah, don't go there. Don't go there. He's way past the line of what I'm going to get into with this guy. If he doesn't, I mean,
you said that. You said that back at 2 + 2 is 4.
I know. Okay, that was too much for you.
I'm still hanging in there with you.
Yeah, I assure there's nobody in this room that I assure you, nobody in this room will tell you, or that wouldn't tell you that I cannot explain to you weakened nuclear forces. Okay, this is what I went to school for. I do understand.
Listen,
I do understand.
I didn't ask you.
I'm not going to explain to you what
weak and strong nuclear forces are. I asked you what the strong and weak forces are, and you said they're nuclear, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
And weak nuclear force.
You're trying to be as combative as you possibly can.
I'm not trying
to. I'm just trying to. Share information.
I'm just noticing that every time we're trying to explain something to you, you don't listen or want to understand the science.
The guy said electromagnetic, strong, weak, and gravity.
Yeah.
I said what are the strong and weak forces?
It's shorthand for certain
strong and weak nuclear force.
Yeah, strong and weak nuclear
force.
Talk about
that's all I was asking.
Hey guys, just 1 second. Pause 1 second. I think we've got to recognise that. I think, and I just want to say something nice to Claim. I think you've done very well because it's not easy when you've got 5 or 6 people that are questioning what you believe.
I think he's done horrible.
So I want to take my hat off and say I think he's
you're out of your mind.
I think he's kept at least a reasonable level of
personality-wise, yes. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
okay,
and I'm not saying that anything he's saying is right. I'm just saying that he has managed to keep his composure in the stream.
No,
I think fair respect for that.
Yeah, sure.
Fair
Except for I was called a retard.
Yeah, but it's still, when somebody's this astronomically ignorant, I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, quite literally astronomically ignorant. It's a nice double meaning.
A nice guy, yeah. Claim I like you. You're a nice guy, really are. You know nothing about the science whatsoever.
That's what you say.
Well, yes, it is. And I think that's pretty much the general consensus. If anybody, we have 50 people. Well, no, we dropped down.
I haven't even attempted.
We've got
and I'm still responding to your questions.
Well, we've got 35. Well, we got 35 people. Yeah, no, you're not responding very well. You're responding, but not very well. We have 35 people watching plus 10 in here, so like 44 people plus or minus.
The vast majority of your responses have been
Yeah, it's been all but incredulity. Incredulity is not a response. Okay, so at least it's not a valid.
The thing about Claim, the thing is, if you want to assert that somebody's wrong about something, you kind of have to tell them how they are wrong, why they are wrong, not just simply say they're wrong.
And this is what we've tried to do within this hangout in a nice way. Gravity, for one thing.
Okay, gravity. Yeah. Okay.
So we can look at that from
I have discussed that for quite some time here. And the only thing that you guys have said is that you have measured the acceleration of gravity. And
I explained to you how that's done in detail. I explained to you
centuries and centuries.
I'm explaining that acceleration is not gravity, and you're just saying that it is.
No.
That's what accelerometer measures is.
I explained to you in very, very detailed explanation of what is happening, and that acceleration, right? The acceleration that we call that acceleration gravity. You can call it anything you want. That acceleration is 9.8 meters per second squared. That is the acceleration.
We call it fludup.
We call it gravity. You can call it force.
So there's a opposing acceleration called drag that is also 9.8 meters.
No, it's not an acceleration.
So how does it become equalized and then
once the pull of gravity is matched by the drag,
which is 9 point, it has to in order for it to
no.
No, my motherfucking ass, bro. Listen, man.
Get a fucking brain.
Listen,
ignorant ass.
In order for you to match something, it has to be the exact same speed.
No, it needs to be the opposite force that creates enough force against it.
Hang on.
No, it's not.
Come on.
Claim.
That's what he meant. Let's be a little bit charitable.
No, that's what I said.
Claim.
That's not what I meant. That's what I said. I said the opposite force called drag moving at 9.8 meters per second.
You have
causing terminal velocity.
You have what's called an equilibrium condition, a free body diagram. Have you? When you get a chance, go look at what's called a free body diagram.
He's not going to get that.
Well,
Okay. Here's correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Right. So here's how it works. Right. So you've got a downward force of gravity on the object, and then when it's moving downwards, you've got the air resistance or drag, which goes up. Right. Pushes up. Now, that is a function of the velocity that it's traveling at. So as its speed increases, that force increases. Eventually, it equalizes gravity. Is that right, guys? Did I get that wrong?
Yeah, that sounds about good to me. Well, it's not pushing up, but it's the resistance. The resistance is a function of the velocity that's being generated. So it's effectively, it's like if you take a Newtonian liquid. If I push gently into it, I can go through it. If I push harder, there's more force resisting me being able to push through it. It's a similar type of property. Yeah. And again, anyone with a better physics knowledge, correct me if I'm describing that badly.
You can apply what's called Pascal's pressure law, which is the pressure exerted on a closed fluid at rest will be transmitted equally and undiminished throughout the fluid into the walls of the container. So as you press down, like hydraulics, if you're pressing down on something on the top of a fluid, so if I'm pressing down at 1 psi, the entire fluid has 1 psi on all the walls of the container. So,
okay, but I'm just trying to explain to him why is it that the forces equalize and how that occurs. I think I got that right.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, what you said was fine when it comes to that.
So it's not a force pushing up; it's a force preventing it.
Yeah, it's just
from
resistance.
Going down.
There's no force. There is a force pushing up.
Direction.
Yeah, there is a force pushing up. If you do a free body diagram, the drag is going to be an arrow going up.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yes.
Okay, so now that's how it works. Do you get that claim?
It doesn't sound like you get it. You guys get it.
No, they agreed with me.
Yeah, we agreed with them.
What do you get it? We're not asking if they get it. I'm asking if you get it.
So why do I have to be the only one who gets it?
Because I'm asking you.
Your own.
Because
no. Don't get it.
Because
everybody gets it.
Nobody gets it.
No. Because you asked how does it work? How is it that the force is equalized? And I explained it to you.
I didn't say how it's equalized. I said it is equalized, and that's the excuse that the same excuse you're using. That's the same excuse I'm using.
Yeah. Anyways, guys, I think it's getting.
I think we've reached the edge of the flat Earth debate.
Yeah.
And as we can once again by someone who doesn't even know
No. What you've done, Claim, and as I say, I am known for being incredibly nice and fair. In fact, I get shit for being too nice.
He does. I've actually given him shit for being too nice.
Yeah, and
you're all owned.
No,
What?
you. I mean, one, you've proved, and I'll just go through this. One, you've proved the fact you have no idea of the history of how the spherical Earth model, for want of a better way of putting it, came about. You've demonstrated that
I mentioned Copernicus.
No,
Copernicus has fuck all to do with it. Yeah,
I rest my
Copernicus
case.
was 1800 years after the event.
Hey, Copernicus was had to do with the
eccentric model. What are you talking about, like Plato?
Aristophanes.
Aristophanes, okay.
Yeah,
so,
go on. This is why every time I make a point.
Okay, so Aristophanes imagined that the Earth was a ball.
Eratosthenes, who?
The man you said.
Every point that I made, I put
imagine
information.
that the Earth
Every
was a
point.
ball.
No, he actually did an experiment.
He actually did a practical experiment.
Yes.
And this is why. And this is why. And this is why you are sounding
in the side chat.
I put the link in the side chat so you can go and look at it to see if you are actually taking a critical. Hold on a second, Claim. I put a link in the side to take you to the history of Aristophanes, so you could go and see the experimenters did, and you could exert what you claim to have, which is critical thinking. What you are proving is, no, I'm not going to look at anything. I'm not going to accept anything because this is what I believe. This is why I am now, which is now why I'm getting fucked off, because at every stage I put fucking information for you to go and have a look at.
Which experiment did he do?
Go and look it up.
You know what? That's your lookup. That's going to be your thing to go look up on your own. So next time we run
about
Wait, let me finish.
experiment?
No, that's a cat. No, that
You're throwing out random experiments.
Plato has to do with the sphericity of the Earth. You think Copernicus had something to do with that? Jesus Christ, you're a fucking moron.
You brought up Plato.
This is why you look like an idiot.
Yeah. Foucault's pendulum has nothing.
There's a lot of people out here that are more will.
You do realize that. You do realize that these people that you're trying to say had something to do with the spherical Earth model is like trying to say that Beethoven invented rock and roll.
He did. That was actually Mozart.
Or Picasso was an absolutely stupendous physicist. I mean, that's the level of error that you're getting here. And this is why I'm getting frustrated.
You're not even wrong.
So you believe this experiment?
It's repeatable. First of all, you don't know what the experiment is because you don't know what the hell we're
looking
talking
at the
about.
diagram of it.
Okay, it's repeatable, and if somebody was right. I believe, and I haven't looked at this in a long while, but
This
I believe
is
it was
the same experiment you're about to do in February.
No, it's not.
No, it's
no.
not. What
No,
are
you're
you
fucking
looking
close.
It says the first experiment at this site was conducted by Robotham in the.
That's the Bedford level experiment.
It's completely different. We're not doing the Bedford.
So
we're
that's
doing
why
the
I asked you which experiment are you talking about?
We're talking about the experiment. I will very kindly go back up through the track.
Who lived in 200 BCE did
in
this
Alexandria.
and he used experiments using shuttles and sticks. Okay. But I believe it was
shadows and sticks.
I believe he was pretty damn accurate. Like somebody said, within 10%.
He was within 10. He was within like I forget the exact numbers.
He was within 10%.
That's amazing.
Of the final result.
Amazing.
Using a fucking stick and a guy walking 800 miles south for him.
I love you, Bulldog. By the way, he's like tides go in, tides go out. You can't explain that. Eulogy. Did you ever see my meme that I made for Nephilim Free? Because you'd be the only one who probably gets it. But it was like insertion and deletion mutations. Nucleotides go in. Nucleotide. Hang on, I'm telling you a joke. It was insertion and deletion. It was insertion and deletion mutations. Nucleotides go in. Nucleotides go out. You can't explain that.
You might as well just simply say ejaculation of water goes in and it comes back out again as well. Fucking, it'll make exactly the same amount of sense.
Anyway, guys, I think I have reached my patience level.
Yeah, me too.
You got peak density there, right?
No, but here's what's going to happen now.
Here's what game we're playing, and you're saying, bingo.
Yeah, here's what's going to happen. Claim now in his infinite stupidity, as a flat earther, is going to say, hey, look, I took on all these smart people, and I proved them all wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Smart me. I'm so smart, and I'm so brilliant.
Oh, God, round of applause for Claim.
Yeah.
I just want to do my Nephilim.
Ignorant ass.
I wish my camera's on so you can see me bow.
I'm going to do my
but I will tell you this, Claim, I do like you. You're a nice guy, and I give you props for being cordial. I give you props.
And I will stand by my statement that I think you've come in here.
I stand by my statement. I own you.
Well, I tell you what. I tell you what.
Why is this chessboard covered with pigeon crap?
I'll use one of my favorite quotes, which is, "If you're gonna have delusions, have great big satisfying
exactly
ones."
big grandeur. You know, I tell you what. So we've got 42. We have 40. We have 42.
Steve, is that one that you're looking at, the free diagram?
What's that? We have 42 people watching. So when this video ends, remember to come back to this video and comment. And comment if you think that he owned us. Okay, I want to know anybody. I don't delete comments. You guys know this. I want to know.
The majority of your retarded audience is ballers.
I don't have very many flat earthers, but there are some out there. Kane's one, but
I'm pretty sure there aren't that many flat earthers. Full stop out there.
Yeah, full stop. Now what am I looking at
here?
here?
They all fell off the edge.
Okay.
Yeah, 2,000 years ago.
But you're going to have a drag coefficient, right? And you're going to have a drag that's going to be on the opposite. So air resistance going up. Yeah. Now, I wouldn't... See, on a free body diagram, though, I don't think you... Do you continue the line past the point of the sphere? I think it'd just be a little arrow underneath, wouldn't it? I haven't done a free body diagram in a long time.
Okay, so this...
But yes, it's in the right vector.
Eratosthenes experiment.
But hang on, I want to get.
Hold on. Say it again. Say his name again.
Aristophanes.
Eratosthenes.
Or Aristophanes.
Yeah, I didn't think you guys could pronounce it correctly. Now, like I was saying, his experiment, the guy that you know who the fuck I'm talking about.
Truss linked it just recently. It's called Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Okay,
now,
whatever.
He's got his Wikipedia link there. The very first article on that Wikipedia link is his experiment.
Really?
Really?
Okay, so I'm asking you, is it repeatable? And
Rumpus, it's okay. I've got this covered. I've been losing my shit.
Why don't you guys repeat?
Definitely repeat.
Why don't you guys repeat his experiment?
It has been, and
we have.
Yeah, it's not that hard of an experiment.
Where?
It's easy. It takes a stick and a car.
Well,
wait, no, you.
Yeah.
Where was it recorded?
The original one was done in Egypt.
No. The modern one. The repeated one.
Do it
there
yourself.
Isn't
you can repeat it
necessarily
yourself.
one.
Okay, so
it's a simple, simplistic experiment.
No, you said it has been repeated.
Yes, it has. I have done it.
Okay, did you record it?
Why would it matter? You're not going to believe it anyways. Why would it matter?
Why didn't you record it? If you're so
Why would
correct.
I? Because I was curious. I went and did it for myself.
Yeah, I mean, for somebody who didn't know what this was and this experiment was not more than 30
expect
seconds
us to
ago.
take your word for it.
Nobody's saying.
No,
nobody's,
no,
fuck you,
I
nobody's
do not
saying.
want you to take my word for it. I want you to go
He
out
wants
and
you
do
to go out to the experiment.
No, he doesn't.
I'm telling
Fuck
you right
you.
now. I want you to go out and do this experiment.
No,
you know.
you're right. You do want us to go out and do it because you're too lazy to do it yourself.
Oh, jeez. Okay, well, I'm not going to... hang on. I'm not going to tolerate that kind of stuff. I mean, we're not going to sit around calling people liars that they're my friends. It's not going to happen. I take people in my friendship, with people that they tell me they've done something. I'm not going to question it. So I don't really want you to sit there and call Van a liar. If he says he's done the experiment, he's done it. He has no reason to lie about that. But
And you know
why
what?
would he record
Consider
it?
me
Though?
having not done the experiment. Do it yourself.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that you could do.
It's simplistic.
Okay, as you're a YouTube warrior, I've actually put a nice YouTube link that you can go in and disagree with.
Well, the thing is, can I
there
just
you go.
mention?
Look, wait. No, you can't. This experiment right here, Eratosthenes, is an experiment that people are doing in this video. I'm watching it right now. Somebody obviously reproduced it.
Booyah.
Okay, can I say something? Yeah, I suspect the reason why he said that is because earlier me and maybe others before me and after me asked him to do experiments, and I said, why haven't you guys done this, right? And this is kind of a touche response, right, which would amount essentially to a tu quoque fallacy, right? And that's what's going on here.
Well, not exactly. Tu quoque means you're living your life hypocritically.
Yeah, that's not tu quoque. Yeah, tu quoque would be, I'm trying to tell you to quit smoking at the same time I'm smoking. And you're like, well, smoking can't be that bad as you say because you're smoking yourself. That's tu quoque.
Don't do what I do, do what I say.
Well, why isn't this tu quoque?
Well, that's what, because tu quoque is not you too. Tu quoque is hypocrite. You're living hypocritically.
Yeah, do as I do, not do what I say.
You're doing something contrary to what I'm telling somebody, and somebody using that.
No. Tu quoque is you. It literally means you as well in Latin. That's what it
does
means.
literally mean that, but that's not what the fallacy is.
Yes, that's
The fallacy. The fallacy is you're saying, somebody's saying X, and you're saying, well, you do X too, so therefore
that's
not X.
That's no.
Well,
well, maybe
it's not quite going the full way.
Yeah,
it's not going the full distance. It's like Steve said a minute ago with the example of smoking. Smoking is bad for you. You don't do it. Well, that can't be right. You smoke.
There you go. That's tu quoque. So it's you're being hypocritical in your actions.
Mine is still anyway. Regardless of the labels, they're still both fallacies. Okay.
Yes.
I think we can agree on that. And that's
claim is a fallacy.
That's what
just in
he's
case
doing.
you'd like to know, Claim, we have an actual physicist, not a Dr. Zach physicist, an actual physicist in the room now.
Oh, don't stroke his ego more than it really is.
Yeah, don't stroke the rumpus cat.
Rumpus.
Well, he should be able to explain to you guys that you're lying.
He'll explain. He'll explain
He's
to
an
you.
actual
You're a little
physicist.
piece of shit.
You've heard me kind of lose my shit a little bit over the last few minutes.
Yeah, you don't want to get Rumpus
The
started.
last six
I've been
several
going.
hours.
I've been going
We've been
really
at the
light
same
compared
level
to
at the
Rumpus.
last several hours.
Hey, okay. Oh, how about this? Hey, Rumpus, are you there? Rumpus?
Oi, Chelsea supporter, get your cap on.
See what happened is Rumpus scared now because he knows Flat Earth is true and he doesn't want to say anything. So I can understand. Yeah. You scared him off.
He's logged in and he's gone off to get a beer, hasn't he? I know him.
He doesn't want to hurt you guys' feelings.
Yeah. No, we can't hear you.
No, we can't hear you, Rumpus.
So anyway, I put there a nice video for you to watch. Oh, he's run away.
No,
can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I put a nice video in there for you to watch on someone recreating the Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes.
He says a tosser.
Yeah.
All right, so watch that video. Hey, Rumpus, can you
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So
Brilliant.
Rumpus, we're going to ask your opinion as a physicist. What do you think of flat Earth?
Oh no! What's your qualifications to say you're a physicist? Let's start there.
Well, I studied physics at university, did a degree course, I got a degree, and had to answer questions about it.
So is flat Earth correct? Explain to us why we're wrong that the Earth is not. We're saying Earth is not flat. So tell us the truth. As somebody who studies physics, is the Earth flat? What do you think of those people?
No. For the very simplest reason, if you want, we have pictures of it being a globe. I mean, that's the very simplest one. Another easy one. We see boats going over the horizon. They disappear. That would only happen on a flat Earth. With the flat Earth, any sort of flat Earth model requires the sun changes
You're being
in
too
size.
nice. I give you your softball. Come on.
Sorry. And of course, it's physically impossible because a flat Earth would immediately wrap itself, because of gravity, would immediately wrap itself into a sphere. Once it got, I think it's about the size. It's a couple of miles wide, about 3 or 4, 5, 6 miles wide. It immediately turns into a sphere, so it'd be completely unstable as a flat Earth.
So are flat earthers intellectually or scientifically illiterate?
I think their scientific illiteracy is actually usually one of the least of their problems. They seem to have a whole range of problems, of basic problems about interacting, understanding information, articulating information, understanding what evidence is, understanding maths, understanding physics, understanding logic. Yeah, there's a whole series of problems, and I'm generally having an IQ of less than 100. I mean,
what picture are you talking about that proves the Earth is a ball?
There are many of them.
Yes, satellite.
I'm talking to Rumpus.
Satellite pictures, pictures from Apollo, Chinese pictures, Japanese pictures, Indian pictures, British pictures. Oh, look, they all go up there and they all take pictures.
Soviet pictures.
Apollo one.
Yeah, we explained to you Himawari a while back, hours ago. We explained to you Himawari. You just passed it off like it was nothing.
Yeah, we have live pictures of this circle Earth.
Because I explained that every NASA authorized picture from space of the Earth is a sphere. You guys said it was oblate spheroid that has no visual. You can't
because
see
you have
the
no
difference.
idea of scale.
Yes, that's right.
See, the difference is like
that's one thing I've got to mention. I think
.001 difference of the shape of.
Yeah, Van is absolutely one thing I absolutely do not have an understanding of is scale.
Oh, amen.
This is the key.
Okay, so then I'm looking at the NASA photos right in my head.
Actually, I've got an example.
They
I've
all
got a fantastic example of this, actually.
Sizes of the continents, okay, for one thing. And then
I don't even know what you're talking about.
When you examine the duplicates of the clouds, you see that the clouds were just arbitrarily duplicated and placed on the photos.
Are you talking about composite photography?
I'm talking about the official NASA photos of Earth from space.
Photos aren't going to do it, right? Photos.
All right, now you got the boat over the horizon, which I talked about earlier.
Okay, first off, photos were not
some man.
Photos were hold on. Don't move on. Stick with one thing at a time. Photos were not debunked.
Yeah, you said asserted that they're not true. Yeah, you have not given us any indication. Did he bring up they're fake?
Hey, just out of curiosity, did he bring up the size of the continents in the pictures changing?
No,
not earlier. No.
And clouds duplicating apparently.
But you've given no indication that the things are fake. You've only asserted it. That's not debunking. So don't think for a second that it's debunked.
Okay. You just said.
Yeah.
Can you bring my present me, please, Steve?
Sure.
Okay, so we're still on the pictures from space.
You notice here there's different size in the continent of the United of America.
Hold on, I had to wait till it shows up on my computer. Hold on a second. Okay, yeah.
Okay, it's the same size globe.
Mm-hmm.
And this globe is the same size in every picture.
Right.
So you can't use pictures as an argument.
Okay. Anyway.
See how he just brushes it off?
Because that's the
you can't figure it out.
I can figure it out. It's clearly different distances.
Yay!
Yay!
That's his point. Are you happy that I figured it out now?
Yeah, but if you notice the globe and the pictures.
All right, so I'm trying to respond like rationally and calmly, without a lot of
what by calling me a retard like you did before.
Retarded.
People of lying. You've accused several people of lying. That's not rational.
Well, I want to ask him one last question before I turn this over to you guys because I'm going to lay down. But why is it you can't see the North Star from like Australia?
You can see the North Star from Australia.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you
live in Australia?
Whatever you like, you can see it.
Claim.
The problem is the distance from.
Claim.
And why are you presenting me?
Where do you live? Where do you live?
Well,
you live in North Carolina. Well, I live in Australia, and I can't see the North Star for shit.
Well, you need to get a better telescope.
You don't need telescope.
You don't need a telescope.
It has nothing to do with telescope. It's yeah. You can have the greatest
You
telescope.
need a better telescope.
No, listen to me very carefully.
It's too far away from you.
Listen to me very
You realize we
carefully.
have different constellations down here.
Yeah, listen to me very carefully. You can have the most powerful telescope ever devised. You cannot see Polaris from that hemisphere.
Okay, just prove it.
Okay, get a program called Stellarium and let's go through it. And I'll show you exactly how easy it is.
I'm not going to go through Stellarium, which is a fake program. Now, what I'm saying is,
it's a fake
the
program.
man
That's
actually lives in Australia.
Yeah.
Why doesn't he just pull out a telescope and point it at the North Star?
Which direction? Okay. Okay. Wait. What direction?
And film it and prove the whole flat Earth community fake.
You cannot point it to Polaris from Australia because there's no direction you can point because you'll be pointing it through the Earth. Can a telescope? Listen to me.
According to our theory,
can a telescope see through the Earth?
According to our theory, you can.
Okay, that's simple.
Shut up, everyone! Shut up for a second.
Simple. Can you produce a picture?
Tell me which. No.
Let you all
tell
go.
Me, if you say
tell
that
the Australian guy to pull out a telescope and point it at Polaris.
Okay, fine, sure. If you tell me which direction to point it in, I'll happily point it. Tell me which direction to point it.
You can figure out the direction, my man.
Why can't you do that?
Right, I can figure out the direction. The direction is going to be going through the Earth. So you give me the directions you wanted to point it in.
Steve, this is really simple. Claim, have you seen a picture taken from Australia showing the North Star?
Ever?
I don't think so, no.
Why is that?
Because the people who live in Australia, that guy right there refused to film.
Are there no flat earthers in Australia?
You do realize that there is a very good reason why we can't see it is because if we wanted to see the pole star, we kind of have to point. We kind of have to point our telescope straight into the damn ground.
Right. Yeah. It's just.
But you've just admitted you've never seen the photo, so how can you say you can see it?
Right, you have all these flat earthers in Australia. How come they're going?
Because according to our theory, you can see it.
And you
can. So why is there no photo?
So why don't you just demonstrate that you can't see it?
There are flat earthers in Australia, and they cannot see the pole star.
Okay.
No flat earther.
All right, what's his name?
Australia claims to be able to see the pole star.
What's his name?
A4 is one.
Yeah, A4 is one, or who's the other?
A4's is in Australia, and he says that he can't see the Polaris.
I haven't heard him use those words.
All right,
but
so
you could ask him. You could ask him to do that, and he will. If he's remotely honest,
try to be
he won't.
accurate with what you're saying.
I've been to Australia.
Oh wow, that's amazing coming from you.
You just made a claim for something you had no evidence on, and now you're telling us not to be, and now you're accusing us of accuracy.
Yeah, because the experiment needs to be done by an Australian, somebody who lives on the continent.
It's not an experiment, really.
You can't experiment with Stellaris and you know what I'm saying?
Polaris.
I said Stellarium. That was what I meant to say. Stellarium. You can't experiment with Google Earth and stuff like that. You have to do the actual experiments.
No, wait. Let me address this. Actually, you can, because I love this program. You can actually say, okay, at this particular time, if I'm looking at the horizon from anywhere in Australia, okay, and I'm looking at the poles go around the southern celestial sphere.
You got a man who lives in Australia. Why don't you just use a real life?
You're being quite rude, Civil. He was trying to explain something there.
So I have two poles now. I have one pole that's in the Polaris, it's the North Pole, and I have the southern polar sphere. Now, as I watch the stars go around, the stars go around the southern sphere.
Somebody told you. There's no
stop
southern
it?
pole.
I swear to God, the next time you interrupt me, the next time you. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna hide you. Why I'm tired of you interrupting me. Okay, because other people like to hear this stuff too. So as the stars go around the southern pole, we can hypothesize or have conjecture that at a certain time we should see Polaris come up over the horizon at some point and then go down on the other side of the horizon. This never happens. You could sit there all night long, any day of the year, or any night of the year you want. You're never going to see Polaris go around because it's circumpolar to the northern hemisphere. Okay? So yes, there's nobody in Australia that can see Polaris. That is a fact. And if it was so easy for somebody in Australia to see Polaris, to be like, oh, look, I'm in Australia. I can see fucking Polaris. Therefore, it's flat Earth. That has never happened in another world. Matter of fact, Jamal Williams, who used to be a flat earther. Let me finish. Stop interrupting me. Jamal Williams, who used to be a flat earther, is no longer a flat earther for this very fucking claim. He understands now that you cannot see Polaris. Therefore, the flat Earth model is wrong. So he is something that we've actually converted in this very hangout. We got to understand flat Earth was.
And he lives in Australia?
No, but that doesn't matter. Why does it matter?
So he just accepted what you said and then became a ball.
He condemned.
Civil, you've got personal testimony from someone in this hangout who is in Australia who says he can't see the pole star, and it's not due to the fact that he hasn't got a telescope because he can see all the other stars that he's supposed to be able to see.
Who's currently lying to me right now?
Fuck you, dude.
Who's that? Who's that?
I'm Rumpus, and I'm currently showing you a diagram here, but maybe I've changed my avatar here. And this is a picture. This is a picture taken at the equator, very close to the equator, with I think the North Pole to the right and the South Pole to the left. This is a long exposure photo. And this cannot happen, by the way, on a flat Earth, because this is actually demonstrating that the North Pole has a particular point in the sky where it's North Pole. Of course, in a flat Earth, there is no particular point in the sky because, of course, in the flat Earth model, the disk around the edge is all pointing south. But here we can see there's an axis of rotation going in this direction, whereas, of course, in the flat Earth model, it goes up north, so, goes up in the air. So in the flat Earth model, this one on the south side would actually be sort of underneath the flat Earth. So this picture in itself, this one picture, invalidates the flat Earth model just like that.
Is this the equator long exposure?
This is at the equator. It's about 6 hours, I think. What is it? 10 hours or something. 10 hours, it says in the text. I've taken it at the equator.
Now,
because it's only at the equator. It's only at the equator. Hold on. It's only at the equator you can, or very close to the equator, that you can see both the North Pole, the North Pole Star, and the Southern Cross.
And that's a cool picture. I mean, that picture right there. Anybody that has a fucking single brain cell would understand flat Earth was obliterated just by that one photo.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway,
you don't have
from a flat Earth perspective.
Rest my case.
Yeah, notice how his response to that.
I respond to your insults. I respond to your ridicule and insults with I just brush it off. So I can get to the information.
Well, the information is this was taken in Ecuador. In South America,
insults and ridicule are annoying. So I just whatever, you know what I'm saying? I just Yeah.
Hey, by the way, hey, okay, we got Bulldog in the live feed. He lives in Australia. Hey, Bulldog, can you ever seen the North Pole Star ever from Australia? You know, and Bulldog is a troll. He'll love to fuck with people. So, you know, if he answers,
Yeah, why'd you ask him?
You know, I like Bulldog.
Civil, do you have any flat Earth friends in Australia? Because you could go and ask them. That you know
Okay, so until the experiment is tried, then
it's not an experiment. It's a second grade observation. You look up. Oh no star.
Well,
Australia.
I'm explaining that the distance it prevents you from seeing it, and you need a telescope.
See stars. We can look. We can see stars in the northern hemisphere, so it's clearly not a problem of distance because we can see it. And given the fact that even on the flat Earth model, there's only 25,000 miles.
No,
hold on. Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence. There's at least a maximum of 25,000 miles between people.
You're not going to let me respond to anything.
Well, you can if you just like. I would like to be able to finish my sentence. So
you're not going to let me respond to this.
Yeah, you can, but I just like to get one sentence out. There's a maximum distance of 12,500 miles, so it doesn't matter between being at the North Pole and the South Pole, according to you, about seeing stars because we can see them in the northern hemisphere. So there's not a problem with distances. It's not a problem of resolution of your eye. So you can't use that excuse.
I just want to, and I will use that excuse.
Well, you could.
Well, you're a moron then.
Okay, so now the response to the information, rather than your ridicule and insults, okay, is that
get on with it. Do you have problem forming words or something? Get on with it.
I'm just not going to respond to you at all.
All right, well, he's not
You're
responding.
A
moron. The thing with the Solarium is, you know what? I've used Solarium a lot, and I like the program. And what's funny is, if I look at the sky and I see like Orion, which is one of my favorite constellations, because I love looking through Orion and Sagittarius and Scorpius with my telescope, and I could actually say, okay, it says it's coming up at like 5 a.m. or something like that, right? Not right now, but whatever the hell it is. I can go outside and go, okay, at 5 a.m. Oh shit, there I see Betelgeuse. Oh, a half hour later, I see most of Orion. It matches up exactly what the Solarium shows, right? And on the opposite spectrum, when I look at Polaris, which is north of me, there's a couple star clusters there. They're called double star cluster, and I can who's breathing in their fucking mic? Jesus Christ!
Not I, said to fly.
Okay, so this double star cluster, which is easily resolved with about 20 millimeter ocular and about a 3-4 inch telescope. Beautiful. I can always tell what it is because all I got to do is look at Polaris and say, okay, where in relationship to Polaris, it's always going to be circumpolar. It's always going to be above my horizon. It never sets. So all I got to do is look at my Solarium probe. Okay, is it on the right-hand side? Is it on the left-hand side? Up, down, whatever. And I can point my telescope there and I can see it because it's always above the horizon because of my location. It is an absolute conclusive evidence that the sphere that is revolving around Polaris, and we have another pole on the other side. And based on my location, I will never be able to see the southern star, the Southern Cross, but I can see the Northern Cross.
That's a very great point, Steve.
Are you in Australia, Druce?
We've got Druss in England here, and he can try and see that. So hold on, sorry to interrupt, several. Druss could actually try and use. He's got a telescope there. Clearly, he could try and see the Southern Cross from the Northern Hemisphere, and you have exactly the same problem.
Sorry, just want to prove to claim that I've got a telescope. There you go.
There you go.
So we can do this one.
So we can do that. Hold on. So we can do.
I've been trying to say.
So let me just finish my point. So he could perform the experiment you wanted Obey to do in Australia. He could do the same one here with his telescope and try and see the Southern Cross tonight, and then he could get back to you and then say, "Civil, you're a moron."
Yeah, Bulldog says. Bulldog says.
He could point at a constellation that he's not supposed to see from the Northern Hemisphere that is closer to him.
Do you know what
from our paradigm, I'm trying to explain it to you, but you just impatient. Okay, now this particular shot on the screen now, right at the equator. Okay, from our paradigm, the firmament rotates around the Earth, so it causes this distortion.
It goes on an axis.
Okay, so you blame the distortion on the rotation of the Earth itself. Okay, so we say that that was.
Can you qualify what you mean by distortion?
Rotates around the Earth. The long exposure star trails.
Okay. Where's the southern end of the rotation?
on either end of the
where we've got. Do you agree that the northern axis of that rotation goes to the North Pole? But where do you think the southern axis of that rotation goes?
Oh my gosh.
Do you understand the question? Do you want me to explain a bit more?
I understand the question.
Right, in which case then, that you can see there's an axis of rotation there, which means we presumably agree that one axis is going off to the North Pole, which in the flat Earth model is in the center of your model, which means that if the axis is going, if the axis is going up to north, then it must mean that the bottom bit is going underneath the flat Earth, because your South Pole is all round, is in multiple places.
It's funny, but yeah, that's how we view it.
No, just ignoring the point.
No, I'm not ignoring the point at all. So now, since Josh has a telescope,
he's ignoring the point.
He's
I'm
just
not ignoring the point at all.
Claim,
so I'm trying to get to my point that you keep interrupting. Okay.
I have a telescope.
So now my point is that the star chart, certain stars are too far away for people to see. Okay, so if he's in England and he can't see a certain, what is he not supposed to see? Everything below.
I can answer this because I've just done a bit of research. So we're going to use the Southern Cross as an example. Now, the Southern Cross is actually an interesting constellation because as long as you're less than 35 degrees, I think, north of the equator, you can still see it. So you can see it from parts of Mexico, further south, parts of North Africa, further south.
The reason is because it is not directly pointing at the southern celestial pole, though. It's not quite there.
No, which is fine. I cannot see it from my latitude, which is what, 55 degrees
things
north?
about that, yeah.
Okay,
so
now
I
there
cannot.
should be a constellation that he can't see that is not so super far as the Southern Cross.
The Southern Cross isn't super far. That's my point.
I'm talking about. Listen, we're not talking about the ball. We're talking about the flat Earth model. Okay.
Yeah, and
so from our paradigm, we think that these things are too far away to see.
So you give me a constellation that I cannot see from the naked eye in the UK, and I will prove that I cannot see it with a telescope. You tell me. You're the expert on flat Earth. You tell me.
I'm the expert on all constellations, huh? Okay, and their visibility at different latitudes.
Okay, then I will give you another example. In fact, one Steve brought up because Steve
Josh, you had a great way of doing it. You can say you compared what someone with the naked eye can see in the southern hemisphere with what you can do with a telescope, and there's no way. So I think you'll just stick with that model because that's a good argument. So they can't use the distance argument. Also, because of course there's only 25,000 miles across, and we can see things that we obviously know that we can see stars that are billions of light years away. But even if he doesn't accept that, you can say with your telescope you can compensate for any increase in distance that he might claim you've got going over the flat Earth.
Would that be acceptable to you, Clem? Would that fit your model?
Repeat it.
So I have a telescope, which is why I particularly put up the resolution of the telescope, which is a 900 by 70. So you can go and look up what that means. You can go and determine how powerful it's not an observatory telescope. It is a good amateur telescope, is what I have.
Okay, now
it's also
does that ever tell you how far you can see?
Infinity.
Yeah. Because that's the focal length. But what I've said is it's purely optical. There is no digital to this at all because I'm cheap and I don't like spending huge amounts of money on this type of stuff. But it does have. I do have a good stand which gives me the angle of elevation, so I know what angle I can set it up to look at specific stars, which is what I do with my children, and that's why I got it. And I can look at it and I can see Saturn. I can see Saturn's ring. I can just about see the spot on Jupiter on a good night. And I can see the moon, like
you see
awesome.
Flat, fuzzy
Anyway, the point is, Civil. If you think someone in the with only their naked eye can see a star in the southern hemisphere, and he's got a telescope in the northern hemisphere, he should easily be able to see everything that someone with the naked eye can see in the southern hemisphere with his telescope.
Everything, because this infinity thing is an
Well, hold on.
imaginary-
Yeah, but we're talking about something that someone can see with their naked eye in the southern hemisphere. Therefore, he should be able to see that same thing with a telescope in the northern hemisphere, according to your model.
But you just have to tell him where to point it.
Depending on how far a telescope can see. Now, because you imagine that it can see to infinity, which is impossible.
Well, so can eyes. Yes, but the point is, it's as much greater resolution than human eye. So, yes, but if you would say something in the naked, it's not infinitely far away. It's only just the other side of the Earth. It's on the northern hemisphere with his telescope versus a naked eye on the southern hemisphere. He should be able to see anything anybody can see with the naked eye in the southern hemisphere with his telescope in the northern hemisphere.
I have a simple way to fix this.
Okay, so anyway,
I got a simple way to fix this. I've got a simple way to fix this. All you have
to simply find a constellation that cannot be seen in the northern hemisphere.
That would be the Southern Cross.
Southern Cross.
No, I'm saying something a little closer to.
No. The southern.
In order to appeal.
Listen, hold on a second.
I have an idea.
The reason that I chose the Southern Cross is because you can see it from certain points in the northern hemisphere.
I have a much simpler experiment you can do.
Are you going to use Orion? Because that's where I was going to go.
No.
See it with the naked eye.
No. All you have to do is this. It's so simple. So simple. Look it. Claim. Get in your car. Point to Polaris, okay? And you spend the entire night before looking at Polaris. You'll see that Polaris never goes anywhere.
I don't have a telescope. You
don't need a telescope. Listen,
give me a chance to finish.
Okay, you don't need a telescope.
I haven't finished my experiment.
All you need to do is start traveling south. And as you travel south, you'll watch Polaris go below the horizon. And you won't be able to see it at a certain point. And if you're staying... Yes.
Well, hold on.
Yeah. We call that a problem with distance.
No. You're actually seeing
just like on a highway where the light poles on either side of the highway reach a convergence at the end, and they look like they're on the ground.
But they never go below. Okay, but they never. They never cross. But
that's great. That's wonderful. Now,
so look at
my experiment to Druss.
Okay, I'm not done. I'm not done with this. So he's just okay. He doesn't let anybody finish his train of thought. And this is what I want everybody to do. If they don't believe this, all they have to do is because Polaris is a circumpolar. Everything goes around that, right? So if you're in the same location, you're gonna see all the stars go around it. It never moves. Now, if I start heading south, what's going to happen? I'm going to see Polaris start going further down the horizon because at a certain point I won't be able to see it anymore. Now the difference what he's talking about, when you have two parallel lines like railroad tracks, they do tend to converge, right? But they never cross each other. They will never actually cross each other. Now Polaris goes below the horizon. It doesn't converge on the horizon. It actually goes down below the horizon. That would not happen on a flat Earth model. So it's not a matter of perspective, okay? So this is something that anybody.
But that's not a simple experiment, Steve. That requires him to drive all the way to the equator. Whereas the experiment we were suggesting here with Druss.
Well, you don't have to drive that far. You just drive a couple hours, and you can see that it still goes down quite a bit. You can still measure the distance.
I just want to ask, Clem, whereabouts in the US are you? You don't have to give me the city. Just give me, your state or your count, or a big city near you.
I think he said he was in South Carolina.
Yeah, or North Carolina, didn't he say?
Are you near Raleigh? Because I've been there.
Richmond?
I don't even know if he's talking anymore.
He's probably... he's unmuted, isn't he?
Yeah. No, he's certainly...
No, he may just... Look, the only reason I was going to say is if I know what latitude he's at...
North Carolina.
Yeah, are you near Raleigh?
Yes.
Okay, cool. That's fine. I know Raleigh. I've been there a few times.
And somebody muted me again.
We got 50 viewers at this early in the morning on a Sunday. Wow.
It's all the UK people coming to watch me. Or Runners.
Yeah, that's right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
You keep on
muted. You're unmuted now.
Yeah, you keep on muting people coming. No one's muting you, I don't think. You're doing something to make yourself.
Well, I hit him from broadcast because when I'm talking, I'm getting tired of him talking.
Yeah, but he kept on just then he kept on going mute, unmute, 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 and no one was muting him.
Go ahead.
So
Claim.
I've got two experiments I'm going to do for you. One, the reason I chose the Southern Cross is because it is visible from certain parts of the Northern Hemisphere as we view it from our worldview.
But I'm asking that you not do that.
So therefore, you've got to give me a constellation which, in your view, is close, which I should not be able to see from the naked eye. How do I determine what your rules are if you can't describe them?
Because it's what I did describe them. Okay, now I'm going to describe them again. All right, so I said that there are supposed to be, according to you guys' model, constellations below the southern hemisphere. I mean, in the southern hemisphere, below the equator, that you cannot see with the naked eye. Okay.
So would you say that a constellation? Wait, hold on.
But you choosing to pick the farthest one away. The southern.
No, I'm not. That's the whole point. Would you say that a constellation you can see from the northern hemisphere would be closer than one you can't?
What?
So no. What I'm saying is that I can't see the Southern Cross from where I am. If I go down to, say, North Africa, which is still in the Northern Hemisphere, and I go to sort of Marrakesh or around Timbuktu, I should just about be able to see it there, about 35 degrees north.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, that is north of the equator.
I'm not saying move your position. I'm saying...
No. I'm just saying...
Choose a constellation that is closer to your position that is supposed to be not visible in the northern hemisphere,
I'm closer.
Which is the Southern Cross. And the reason I'm choosing that is because the Southern Cross, I can't see it. I'm quite far north. I'm the same latitude. I'm further north where I am than New York. Okay, I'm quite a long way north. I'm about 1,300 miles north of you. Yeah, so I'm quite a long way north. If I go down to North Africa, which is still in the northern hemisphere, yeah, I can see just on the horizon at the right time of year, I can see the Southern Cross, or I can see a bit of it, or most of it, I think. I'd need to get an astronomical model just to look at that. So that, by definition, because it can still be seen from the northern hemisphere, would you count that as one of those close constellations?
Okay, so you're saying you can see that with the naked eye in North Africa. You can see the Southern Cross.
Yes.
In Northern Africa with the naked eye.
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying that your telescope should be powerful enough to see it from England to the Southern Cross from England. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that if it was above the horizon, I could see it. Yes. This is why I've been very specific for you, Clayman.
Okay,
I'm trying to help.
I got you. Now, can you show me the Southern Cross on a photo or something, right quick?
Give me 2 minutes. You guys chat. I'll go and see if I can get a decent model up of North Africa showing the Southern Cross.
North Africa? No, I'm talking about like how this guy is showing a bunch of constellations. Obeid is showing a bunch of constellations.
Okay, I can use another really simple one if you want.
That's from my place. That's from Sydney. Can you present?
Okay, so that's from the ground looking upward.
That's my
Where
night
else
sky.
would you be?
What else would it do?
Where else would you be?
Yeah, that's how all astronomical maps like this that show the constellations are taken from the perspective of us viewing from Earth.
Not all, but there are some maps.
Name me one constellation
wrapped around the Earth.
Wrapped around the Earth? What?
Okay, Eridanus there, which you see, which is the big snaky thing, which goes up towards Betelgeuse. Yeah, and around August, I can just about to see the first sort of 4 or 5 stars of Eridanus. I don't really get to see the sixth star there because you don't see much below Rigel, which is the bottom star of Orion. Bottom star of Orion. I can just about see some of that. As I say, around August is about the best time to see it. I love Orion. Now Orion's interesting because it starts to come back I start to see Orion again as winter gets into progression, and as we get towards summer, so as it goes sort of January, February, March, I see more and more of Orion as it comes up above the horizon, and I actually look for that. In fact, I will even be sad enough to do this, that when Orion rises, if you click on my cam, yeah, it comes up over there.
You know, also the funny thing about the Orion constellation specifically is, in the southern hemisphere, we see it upside down.
Yes, that's the other thing.
Yeah,
yes.
that's a very good. That's a brilliant point, by the way.
Now, I cannot see Orion with my telescope now.
You know, and by the way, it's not just Polaris. You can't see anything of Ursa Minor from the southern hemisphere. It's the entire constellation.
Yeah, there's a whole world you won't be able to see. Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
And yet,
Okay, now you
and
have
if I
a
look at Earth,
problem
if
with
I
the upside down visual as well.
no, they see the moon upside down there too. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
Right. And you guys have a problem with this.
No, that fits
that's exactly what
that's exactly what it's supposed to be.
No, it doesn't, because
sure it does.
If a constellation is 17 billion light years away, you should be able to see it.
17 billion light years away.
Wait, what?
A constellation
17 billion light years away.
A billion trillion light years away. You should be able to see it at the same orientation as anybody on Earth.
Okay.
When you look, you Civil,
do
can you
realize that the
understand?
universe has a horizon as well as us.
Civil, if you're standing on something and looking at something in the distance, but if you turn yourself upside down, for instance, if I hang you,
you should not be upside down.
Civil, if I hang you from a rope by your legs, then you will see everything upside down. That's effectively what happens on the other side of the Earth.
Yeah,
so you don't, the distance away is irrelevant to whether you see something upside down.
Well,
It depends on your. Now, listen, Clay, you really like to interrupt. Now, let me finish. If you standing on a stepladder looking at something, and then I were to hang you from that stepladder, you would see the two things you were looking at completely inverted. That has not required you to do anything to the thing you're looking at.
Oh, okay. So the people underneath the southern equator are upside down. I got you.
Yes, they're pointed. Their up is 180 degrees up, is different to us.
Hilarious.
Because
says the guy that thinks things are 13 trillion light years away.
I think hilarious is a constellation on the flat Earth, not ours.
I think I gave him too much credit. When I first heard that, I thought he was talking about kilometers and miles, but then my brain readjusted. Light years. What the fuck?
No, I'm talking about distances, kilometers and miles. It's just that your paradigm says that there are 700 million trillion light years away.
No, we don't.
Therefore, the orientation should be the same for everyone on Earth.
I've just explained it to you, stupid moron. You could see the same thing inverted just simply by being upside down.
How many hang somebody upside down?
Look at hey, look at claim. What? Okay, if I'm standing up, right? I'm seeing everything like correct, right? And if I start to tilt over and I start to tilt over and tilt over and tilt over, I've reached
do a handstand.
I've seen stood upside down. And so
Okay,
if I'm right.
now,
No.
you haven't changed
Don't
what you're
just
looking
stop.
at.
Will you stop
Listen
doing
to the
that?
rebuttal without interrupting. How about that? You ever tried that before?
Well, I don't think you have a rebuttal to that.
All right, let me try it. Okay. You stand on that side of the room. Put your back on the wall. You there yet? Okay.
Sure.
I'm on this side of the room with my back to the wall. We're both here. How you doing? Now, Druss comes in, or whoever was talking, comes in and draws an A in the middle of the ceiling. An A. The letter A, capital letter A.
Yep.
Okay, you're on that side of the wall. I'm on this side of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
A looks upright to you and looks upside down to me. You're still on a flat plane. Doesn't have anything to do with being on a ball.
That hurts. Okay, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. I don't think you understand the relevant.
You don't think I understand anything. But the problem is you don't understand anything.
Yeah,
you have angular view.
Yeah.
The A is going to be distended. Oh, fuck. Oh, dear.
Yeah.
You see, that would have to be very low for that to happen.
Stop it.
That would have to be very low for you to see a...
Please.
How high is this ceiling?
12 feet usually. Usually like 12.
Right,
7
okay.
feet ceiling.
Yeah.
What do you live in? A
So-
hutch? Like a wooden hutch or something?
Well, it's 4 foot ceiling.
4 foot ceiling. Okay, fair enough.
4 foot
Stars are on the 4 foot ceiling now.
Yep.
Your head's above a star.
Yep.
You stand up and your head's poking through the stars. Is that truly what you're going to say here?
Yeah.
No, just using it as 4 foot.
It doesn't matter if it was 17 billion light years away. The A would still look upright to one person and upside down to the other person because they're on opposite ends of the A.
Okay, let me do just another little experiment for you, which is going to be the same thing. So let's say that we've got a very large cube. Yeah? And I'm standing on top of the cube, and you're standing on the bottom of the cube, and we're both looking at a Goodyear blimp, so, a couple of miles away. Yep. Is that Goodyear blimp going to look upside down to you on the bottom of the cube, and for me, the right way around on the top of the cube?
I can't.
And that's your problem.
Imaginary. Yeah, I don't. It's imaginary.
Look in his head.
Yep, that's your problem, mate.
No, your problem is that your imagination is overwhelmed.
It's nothing to do with imagination. It's the fact that I could get a diagram out and bloody draw it out if I could be asked. But at this point, I'm going to go and feed my children because they actually have some grasp of physics. And I want to keep it that way.
Yeah.
Guys, I just want to say, actually, and again, I'm going to, just say thank you very much, everybody, for the time today. I'll try and pop in later if I can. Claim, good luck. And I mean that truly. And I don't mean that with any, disrespect. I know you have firm and, deep convictions because you wouldn't have argued this long and this hard unless you did. We obviously, debating. It's argument is just a form of debate.
That's the way I'm likely responding to all of your confusion.
That is an interesting viewpoint to take it from.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Who can stand upside down on the bottom of a cube? No one.
It was a freaking thought.
Imaginary scenario that doesn't.
Who draws an A on a ceiling and puts a wall up in the middle of the room that doesn't meet the ceiling? I can use the same argument.
By the way,
there isn't a wall sitting up in the Sistine Chapel that I've got to look over.
Claim, I want you when you get a chance. I want you to download Stellarium. I want you
to on ceilings all the time.
I want you to download Stellarium and I want you to play with it next time.
I play with it all the time. In any case, if you stand on top of a building, if there's an A on the side of a building, and you stand on top of the building and look down on the A, it's going to look upside down. Same difference.
No, it won't.
All perspective. Going to look upside down.
Well, no, look upside down. The legs will still be pointing at you.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're talking about.
It won't look upside down. The A will be below you, so the legs will still be pointing downwards towards the ground, won't they?
Well, it depends on what the A is oriented, point up. Or
well, I'm assuming the fact that if you're standing on a building and they've put the letters on the side, it's going to be going from left to right.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. So that was my point. So you're going to see the top of the A. So all you're going to see is like a little block. That's called perspective. It's the same way as if you're at the bottom of the building and looking directly up, all you're going to see is the 2 feet and maybe the crossbar bit. Yeah, I agree. I agree with where you're going with the point of view of perspective. But when you're dealing with objects,
you're confused.
Not at all. I don't think how was my explanation wrong?
Perfectly fine. Rude,
no. You keep saying I'm confused. I now want you to explain why I'm wrong. Why was that observation incorrect?
Wait.
No. You're dodging the question. Why was that conclusion incorrect?
Oh, that's you, Druss. Hold on.
And
hold on a second. I thought that was somebody else talking because somebody's presenting. Okay, I got it.
Somebody's presenting?
I got it. I'll say now what the perspective is completely correct. So perspective is absolutely correct. So now the problem that you guys are having by seeing the moon completely
you don't have a problem.
Yeah, you do. The problem that you're
So no. Let's wait, Claim. So stop there. So when you said that I was wrong and confused, that was incorrect.
Yes.
Yes, because I thought you
Thank
were
you.
Rumpus, and I was just giving him the same rudeness that he was giving me.
I'm now going to go and feed my kids.
Oh, that's you. Yeah, you. Anyway.
Well, I definitely think this was the scariest hangout I've ever had for Halloween. Just at the sheer, no offense, but the sheer level of stupidity.
Yeah.
No offense.
That shit insanery.
But why do people?
Well, I mean,
people say no offense, and you're ugly as hell.
Well, because I mean, it's I know
Your
it's
breath
how it's
stinks. No offense, your breath stinks.
I know
no
how it's
offense,
I know
man,
how
but
it
you're dumb as
sounds,
shit.
but you're dumb as
Yeah.
shit. I mean, let's be.
You're one
come
of the
on,
most
let's-
stupid people I've ever met.
I mean, but see, the difference is though, I don't want to be insulting to people that want to learn, and I don't want to be insulting to people that have the potential to learn and want and actually go out of the way to learn something. I don't think you do. I don't think you really want to learn any of this stuff. I think you rather revel in the fact that you think that the Earth is flat. You want to be different from everybody else. You want to have this esoteric knowledge that nobody on the planet has, except for like a couple hundred dumbasses who don't know basic science. And I think that if you ever did learn that the Earth wasn't round, you would never look back. Obviously, it wasn't flat. You would never look back and go, "Oh man, for all these years, yeah, man, god damn, was I stupid." I don't think you would do that, and that's the problem. I would be mortified to think for several years.
I did that when I found out the Earth was flat. I said, "Oh man, I can't believe I thought the Earth was round all this time."
Okay, but this is something that second.
So why
graders-
wouldn't I do it in reverse?
Because second graders understand that the Earth is not flat. You literally are dumber than a second grader.
Second graders don't think the Earth is not flat.
Yeah.
All children think the Earth is flat.
No, they don't. My daughter was believe me, my daughter did not think the Earth was flat. She at third, fourth grade, she was actually very good in science. Okay.
I thought you were talking about second grade.
Okay, I'm using a little hyperbole. Do you want me to modify it?
Claim. I would.
They did
Shut
an
up
interview
a second.
of quite
Shut
a
up
few
second.
children asking them,
Can
is the
shut
Earth
fuck
round
up?
or flat? And 8 out of 10 of them
Never
said
learn how to
it's
shut
flat.
the fuck up.
And they
Seriously,
said, what makes you think that?
Oh my
And they
God,
said,
you
I
are
can see that the Earth is flat.
What a fucking tool.
So, okay. How about this? Hang on, Yology. Okay, let me rephrase. You have the understanding mentality of a second grader then, because when they get a little older and they get into 5th, 6th grade, they understand why the Earth is flat. So what you're basically saying, you've just demonstrated to us that you have the mental acuity and the intelligence level of a second grader.
No, I equated your assertion that all children know that the Earth is round.
I am revising
and that's
that.
why you know the Earth is round.
I am revising that. I am
to
revising
the reality of the
since you don't understand
interviews
hyperbole.
that they did for kids.
All right. Since you don't understand
That said
hyperbole,
that-
since you don't understand hyperbole, I'm going to revise that. So
I
basically,
understand
the
hyperbole
only
very
people
much.
the only people that think that the Earth is flat would be maybe second graders and basically.
No, you just said second graders know the Earth is round.
I just said for the 5th time revising this. Why do you keep bringing that up? If I've already said I'm taking that back, I'm changing it, I'm revising my position on it. Okay, like an intelligent person does.
Great.
And says, okay, second graders will say, "Oh, I'm looking at the universe, or I'm looking at the Earth.
Yeah,
it looks
so
flat."
you're
to me."
just trying to find some type of
what I'm
insult
saying, what I'm saying to you,
make your argument work.
You have the IQ of a second grader.
Ridicule and it's just
Ridicule
not,
is
it's
an
not
important
evidence.
tool to use against numpties.
Ridicule and
you're a
insults is
numpty.
not evidence.
We've already given you the evidence. The evidence is over. We've got 8 hours of
haven't given
evidence.
any
You've gone
evidence at all.
for every piece of evidence that we have put forth.
You have not given any evidence at all. You
Okay,
went
well,
on
hang on.
All right.
Yeah, I'm done. We have given you evidence all night. I'm not tolerating this anymore. We are done. You've gotten all your evidence. For you to sit there and after 8 hours of people trying to help you, spat in our face and said you didn't present evidence, I'm done. Okay, so at this point, the conversation's over. We're gonna do a little recap of everything, and I'm gonna end the hangout. You're welcome to stick around for that, or you can leave. Up to you. But don't sit there that we have not given you evidence because you barely understood the evidence that we've given you. You barely understood that it's the second grade shit that we tried to dumb it down to. Okay, so don't say you didn't even know what the fucking words we were using were.
Yeah.
Okay, so don't sit there. We didn't give you evidence.
Well, that's all the maths you need as far as everything communicated.
Yeah, but you forget, General, that is calculus right there, and he doesn't acknowledge calculus is real.
Yeah,
but I was listening in this whole time because the topics range from the 4 fundamental forces all the way down to like astronomy. So here's a path integral formalization of everything we know in physics. So there you go, claim. Try and refute this.
What'd you do? What'd you do, dude? Did you make this formula and just stick everything together?
That's pretty much all the components of every single.
That's all the components. Yeah,
It's like everything.
Well, believe it or not, this is in my feed study.
Fuck,
So-
man. It's like you took. It's like everything is just like stuck together in this one little formula.
Yeah, I'm making the point. Well, I'm communicating it as the fabric of the underlying probability of the universe. But anyway,
the answer is
Are you trying
yes.
to develop a unification
no,
theory?
but I do.
Unifying law.
I do.
Whatever it's called.
I do
yeah.
have
You've
that.
got different kinds of maths in there, though. It looks like even.
No,
I solved the problem. It's 4.
I
You
do
got
include it.
you
on-
got
yeah,
to lean back and forth and say the answer is 4.
Pi. Just go to
42.
pi.
It's 42. It's 42. Come on.
If you answer pi, you're usually
We're going different movies. I'm going with he went with Back to School.
So I also put this in because here's your strong, weak electromagnetism and gravity, and then the theory of everything is still a hypothetical question mark. But here's again a chart to explain to claim that this is well grounded in a lot of work that's gone into trying to explain basically elementary particles, how matter relates to the force carriers.
Yeah, notice he just has strong and weak. He doesn't have strong nuclear or weak nuclear. It's not required because he flipped because claim flipped out when somebody says strong weak. We know what the strong and weak.
I didn't flip out at all. I said, what is the strong and weak forces?
Well, you still don't know what they are.
You flipped out when I asked that question.
So can you tell me what the strong nuclear force is?
Nuclear forces. You said
what is, yeah. What is the okay? Fine. What is the strong nuclear force? Go ahead.
I don't know.
Give him time to Google it.
I don't
That
think
doesn't have anything to do with,
he can spend an
the Earth
hour
being the
googling
ball.
it. He won't be able to tell me.
Actually, it does.
No, it doesn't.
So the strong nuclear force doesn't exist either.
This is the type of sciences that you guys went into. You went into sciences that you think I don't know anything about, which
you don't.
We've demonstrated.
And you don't either.
Strong nuclear.
You don't either.
Yeah.
So now, then try to say that the Earth is a ball because we're smarter than you.
Well, we are.
No.
That's how you present your
And the Earth is a ball.
So I want to
do
know.
the
So
protons and neutrons exist?
most likely.
Do protons and neutrons
most
exist?
likely, yes.
Yes,
Wow.
most likely yes.
So how do they exist?
Oh.
What holds them together?
Uh-oh.
And what
I hear the Google.
binds them together?
I'm not googling anything. I don't
The
understand
force.
the question of how do
Or
they.
alternatively, duct tape.
I understand it.
Yeah.
Okay,
And-
so
and-
and,
and-
on the question.
And they bind the universe together.
And technically, it's
You
not
said
even-
how do protons and neutrons exist?
No.
I don't understand that
No,
question.
how are
do
they
they-
held together?
in the atom. How are they held together?
By the attraction to each other.
What is that attraction?
Attraction is static.
Jesus fucking Christ! Oh my fucking god! Dude, do not ever reproduce.
You may imagine that it's
Don't-
gravity.
don't have kids.
presenting.
I don't think it's gravity.
Look, claim it's in your face and on my chart.
He's like literally on it. Although that's not technically correct. It's not technically. It's the secondary strong force.
The weak is to do with radioactive decay, and the strong is to do with, in this case, the protons and the neutrons.
Yeah, but it's the strong nuclear force is what holds the nucleus together. But unfortunately, it's the secondary effect of the strong nuclear force. The primary effect of the strong nuclear force only exists inside the nucleons itself.
So we
But
just
the
told you I
residual,
was
the
right
residual,
while
the
y'all were
residual
laughing.
force is what holds the nucleus together.
It's not static that holds it
You're all
together.
retarded.
You're getting it.
Static.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Static.
God.
It's static.
Oh.
Protons
Static.
are positive, electrons are negative, and neutrons.
Electrons are fucking nothing.
We're not even talking about electrons.
Electrons are not in the nucleus, man.
Okay, that's great. Neutrons are neutral.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
So how could there be an attraction force between positive to positive?
And neutral. Yeah, ain't no positive to positive.
Dude, they're all
Sure,
positive
that's-
and neutrals in there. In the nuclear itself, there are only protons and neutrons. All protons are positive. So how come the
They're
atom
not
doesn't fly?
attracted to each other.
No, but they repel each other like charges repel.
That's exactly
Remember?
what I just said.
So how come the
So
how come the nucleus
together?
doesn't fly apart?
Because the neutrons, which are
Neutral. They don't do it, so they have no effect.
Yeah, they do have an effect.
No, they don't. They're neutral.
Trust me.
If we're talking about electrostatics.
Steve, don't forget the protons and neutrons do actually travel.
Keep it simple. Yes, I understand.
Don't confuse
According to
the shit
electrostatics.
No, he's confusing himself.
Yes, if you're talking about electrostatics, if you're just talking about the repulsive force, then neutrons have a a neutral charge, right? Protons have a positive charge. Like charges repel each other. So how come the protons don't fly apart from each other? Atoms shouldn't exist, according to you, right?
Nope, that's not what I said. So now,
you said that. Wait. You said that protons are held to other protons and other neutrons by static.
That's right.
How? If a positive to a neutral, how is that held together?
Or positive to
It can't be
positive.
static.
Because reasons.
Positive to neutral, how would that stick together? Positive to positive, how would that stick together? It doesn't. It's not static because positive would fly apart. Positive to neutral has no effect.
Oh my God, he's just falsified atomic theory. We were all wrong. Oh my God.
Because there's electron involved in all of it.
But they're in the
But there's
orbitals.
no-
they're not
Electrons
on the
are
nucleus. Yeah,
There's no
They're not literally in orbit around the nucleus.
Well,
they are literally in orbit around it.
No, they're not. The
Well,
normal
they're in a
model
cloud.
you see is fake. It's fake.
They're in a cloud around. They're on a probe.
Yeah, they're not. I think an orbit would not be, although they're called
All right,
orbits.
so now that you
although they're
learned
called orbits, they're
something,
not.
whoever
actually
said that incorrect statement.
Well, they're called. No, it's not
that'll tell you
incorrect.
that
Incorrect statement.
electrostatic.
Well,
the electrostatic is built up inside that closed system.
Okay, let me claim. Let me ask you a question. The standard
Electrostatic is
claim.
built up in the closed
You
system.
have a claim. Shut up for a second. There is a pod. You have a
I've been
positive.
shitting up.
There is.
When I would try to respond, you guys keep talking.
You have a positive magnet in front of you. You have something that is not magnetic in front of you, and they are close to each other.
Just said
You
that,
have
that's how gravity works.
Can you shut up for a second and just listen?
You said gravity works that way.
Oh my fucking God! Shut the fuck up. Seriously, learn to shut the fuck up.
Numpty.
I said when you try to put a piece of paper up against an electromagnet, it doesn't.
I don't know why, but I think he's my favorite flat earther of all time at this point.
dear,
I've just never
shut-
seen anybody at this level of ineptitude. I mean, I've read a lot of flat earthers.
Steve,
But oh my God!
I think you just demonstrated the most horrifying part of Halloween so far, and that is claim.
Yeah, I mean, just when you think that you can't find anybody that's worse than the flat earthers you've dealt with before, one comes along and totally surprises you. Wow.
Yeah, I can't.
Electro fucking statics, brilliant.
You just try to show that you're smarter than.
We are smarter than you, and I don't. You know what? I am the last person. I am. You know what's funny? I am the last person. I am the last. I am the last. I am the. I am the last person. I am the last. I am the last person to toot my own horn. I'm usually self-deprecating, and I kind of like put everybody ahead of me because I know how brilliant my friends are. But Jesus Christ, yes, I am smarter than you by a goddamn large amount. And I don't think I've ever said. I don't think I've ever said that. I don't say that often to anybody. I think I've said it to Arcane, and I think I've said it to you. The only two people I've said, for the love of God, I am fucking Einstein compared to you guys.
20 IQ points at least, Steve. You're more than this guy. At least 20 IQ points.
This guy would be happy to just push 70 IQ here.
No, I think he's probably about 95.
Oh,
Okay,
you're generous.
Whose stick
No,
is big?
I'm trying to be generous.
Whose stick is bigger than whose?
Well, come on, I'm in here. We know whose is.
Yeah, Dan's got a pretty big dick.
Mine's is.
Mine's is.
Well, actually, what we could do, we could ask him to undergo an IQ test and give us the results.
I thought you were going to say what we could do is whip it all out and see who's bigger. But I was like, fuck. But you guys
pretty low. I scored about 135, 140 every time.
Oh God, dude,
don't believe that.
Dude,
Don't believe
Scored
that.
a 130 on an IQ test.
Huh?
That's a lie.
You're a genius.
That's the only lie we've had so far is that one.
Yeah,
I didn't hear you.
You're a genius.
Yeah,
that's not genius level. Genius level is 160. Or
no, genius is
120 and up.
40.
Yeah, 120 is up. Yeah,
Well,
depending on
it
depending
No, I
depends
think it's
on
near
what
one. I think it's near 150. Or
it depends.
160.
Well, okay, it depends on your scale. There's different. You got to remember, there's different IQ scales, right? And the ones they use nowadays are different from the ones like when I was a kid, right?
It's fucking for using an IQ test from like.
And IQs are
5 year
ridiculous.
Frank's not a big
Anyways.
fan of IQ tests either.
Yeah, I don't think he could pass a 5th grade science exam. He thinks that nucleons are held together by electrostatics.
It's in a desperate state, isn't he?
I mean, but listen, like I was saying, I have been saying this whole time, right? The established curriculum is not correct in many aspects. In many aspects,
which you haven't demonstrated.
History, science.
You have asserted, but have not demonstrated.
Yeah. Math is probably the only really seriously correct curriculum that we grow up with.
You just said that calculus is wrong.
To say that I won't pass a 5th
Yeah, you
grade
said you don't
science,
believe it. You don't say. You said you don't believe in calculus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's a real math.
Only one of the most fundamental parts of calculus that allows us to do so much.
Newton, I tell you what, Newton's telling you to fuck off right now. I'm telling you.
Leibniz would really have something to say to you about that.
Okay.
I mean, if you do not understand calculus or can't use it, then you're about a 15-year-old level of education in maths.
Well, I'm like you. I believe Leibniz
Even
did
less
actually
than
create
that,
it.
Trumpus, I reckon maybe 12-year-old.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying, if he didn't understand, but yeah, for him personally, I would guess he's about the 12. Yeah, I'd agree. He's about 12-year-old understanding of maths. But if you can't do calculus, then I think that's what normally people about 15 do at that age. But he's not up to that. So yeah, I'd agree. He's probably about a 12-year-old understanding of maths, I suspect. Here's a simple one for you, Claim. What is the cos of an angle of a right angle triangle? What's that equal to?
What is the angle?
Cos.
You mean
What's
the cosine?
Yeah, I said cosine.
Oh.
Okay, call it cos.
Yeah.
Cosine. Yeah, the cosine of an angle for a right angle triangle. What does that represent?
Is that trigonometry?
That is trigonometry. Yes.
Yeah,
And
what's
you
the
said that you
cosine
did
of
trigonometry as well.
Okay, let's say it this way. What's the cosine of 90 degrees?
Well, no, I wanted to get more fundamental.
I don't know. I don't even fucking remember. What is it? I remember.
Yeah, I would have to look that up.
No. What's the concept? What is a
-1.
cosine?
I remember that, but I don't.
What is the
remember
cosine of an angle?
Oh, what's the concept?
I would have to get the equation. I forget those equations and stuff. I haven't used
forgot the
Biology is probably the only way to remember what the cosine.
So, do you have any idea what sort of thing would it be?
I'm curious.
When I say the cosine,
that math is so long.
Dude. By the way, it's negative 0.44807. Who the fuck remember that shit? Come on.
That's not right.
No, that's not right, Steve. That's not right.
Cosine 90?
Cosine 90 is 0.
Yes.
Yes. Because you're referring to the x-axis on a Cartesian plane with cosine.
Yeah. You don't know what you're thinking of there, Steve. Anyway, the point is, Civils. I asked you the concept. What is trigonometry? What is
Oh yeah, cosine 90 is 0, sine 90 is 1.
Wait,
Yeah,
can I
that's
just
right.
sing a song?
Yeah, okay.
Don't know much of trigonometry.
Yeah, it has to be 0.
Don't know much of geography.
Right. So, Civil, just tell us what trigonometry is about then. What's involved in trigonometry?
That's because I was doing it in radians.
Yeah, you think radians, right? That's okay, Steve. Yeah.
That would be the XYZ axis.
Jesus. Oh boy. Okay, I'm going to revise that from 12 down to 11 now. This guy is even worse than I thought. And that's pretty bad.
From 12 to 11.
You should have said
I think trigonometry is talking about vectors, right?
No.
Yeah, it's all about vectors. That's right. Yeah, trigonometry is all about vectors. Yeah.
No, it's all about three-fingered gnomes.
Unless you're talking about rational trigonometry, then yeah, vectors can come in.
Oh, you're not doing the
Just
doing
need
the
to wreck it, right, General.
But Steve, let's ask him about rational trigonometry.
No, that's what I'm saying. Trigonometry is.
What's that guy's name? That guy's name, J something Wildberger.
Space, right? Is it
Norman Wildberger?
Wildberger, yeah, Wildberger.
Is that wrong or what?
What did you say?
Trigonometry is discussing the orientation of an object in a three-dimensional space.
Trigonometry deals with triangles, angles.
What the hell?
Trigonometry. Yes, triangles.
He didn't even know. I thought I was going hard with the course. I thought
We're down to 9-year-olds.
and now he doesn't. He doesn't even know it's to do with triangles. I mean, I knew that it's to do with triangles and ratios when I was about 9.
Trigonometry is simply the relationship between angles and the length of sides in a triangle. That's all it is. God damn it!
You could say more generally, it's just about the mathematical properties of triangles.
Right angle triangle.
Well, no, just triangles.
Well, not
period.
necessarily.
Yeah, no. I disagree. I disagree because you talk about the unit circle. You're talking about inscribed triangles, right? So I mean, you think you have to throw in circles.
Okay,
as well.
but that's where you extend. That's where you
when you're extended out, correct?
Beyond just standard Euclidean triangles. Okay,
The most basic
we'll
thing
start
really
about-
is just ratios here. It's really
exactly.
just basic ratios.
Yeah, I think I've
triangles.
got it.
Anyway, this is all quibbling. He didn't know it.
He didn't know
That's
any
the
But
point.
a lot
Right.
of these guys didn't know the answers to his question either.
Which question?
Oh,
Which
my
question?
God.
We
He
all
asked
knew the
two-
answer.
Which
He asked
question?
two
We
questions.
all knew the answer.
Yeah, which question does somebody
It
not
doesn't
know?
matter what you say.
We
It matters
said-
what was said by everyone.
Yeah, but
Okay,
they
so
were-
you asked the
triangle.
question. Steve got the
Okay, I have a-
cosine
I
of
have a
90
question.
wrong.
No, I didn't. No,
You
I
have a
didn't. No,
question
wait,
from Fiona.
bullshit. I did not. I just measured it in radians.
Somebody did.
Point
Fiona,
zero. Point,
Because somebody
zero-
said it was 0, and you said
No,
it was negative
no.
point.
Big.
44.
Listen.
Yeah, in radians. You know the difference between radians and degrees?
Can I
I
just say
like
something? Look,
Clearly
it
not.
It doesn't matter because that's a minor error. You have
That
made
wasn't an
like-
error.
Minor error. Look at this.
You
It's
have
not an
made-
error. Cosine 90
Whatever,
is
it
negative
doesn't matter.
0.0448 in
It
radians.
doesn't matter. It doesn't
Yeah, but
matter.
Steve, why would you
It's
ever
not
work that out? That's an
0.0448.
option.
It's
I don't know.
0.448.
Yeah, it
But it's not
doesn't
wrong.
matter.
Yeah,
Steve,
but
it
you just
doesn't
pulled out a
matter.
calculator to get it.
No,
Steve
it
just
doesn't, it
went around
doesn't
the
matter. The reason why it doesn't matter is because even if it's an error, that's like
Well,
one error in a
knowing
long
the process of how to reach an
No,
answer
wait.
is important
You
too.
have been making systematically and profusely billions of errors and mistakes
Fundamental
over the
errors.
past hour. You didn't even know how to define what weight is. You didn't even know what density
I did
is.
define
And you
weight.
go, you're making mistakes. See, you
I
don't
did
know,
define
see?"
weight.
Yeah, but you did it wrongly.
No, I didn't.
Well, okay. We're you know what?
Weight
We're
as
gonna
density.
we're gonna take it down to even a third grade where we're acting like really something simple. What is the square root of 4?
Oh
No, if we're gonna give him a question, let's give him a righteous question.
What? That's no.
What is the airspeed?
No, I want to know.
Let me finish.
I know
What
what-
is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
What is the square root of 4?
2.
Whoa.
All right. So
Now,
he's
what is the
about
airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
Is that a European or an African one?
So like I was saying,
I don't
the
know.
process to find these answers
I got a
is just
question.
as
I got a
the
question.
process to find these answers is just as important as knowing having the answer memorized as some type of stump question to just throw out at any time that you want to prove
well,
that
we
you're
don't
smarter
usually
than
ask
somebody
second grade
else.
questions.
Can you explain what a cube root is?
The cube root is
Of a
like a
number.
square root, but it's a 3-part root.
Okay, so what's the cube root of
Example.
8?
Yeah.
What's the cube
What?
root of 8? Cube root of 8, please.
2.
God, bloody hell, you're up to
All
about
right.
9
so-
now.
All right. Let's hope for him.
You don't have to listen. What I'm explaining to you is that you're trying to throw out little dumb stump questions, you know what I'm saying, to prove that you're smarter than the next person.
Just you.
And so therefore, since you are smarter than the next person,
just you,
then my assertion that the earth is a ball must be accepted by the dumber person.
Hey, claim.
That's
if
what
I
you're
say,
saying.
if I have a cube root, could you express that in exponential form? Out of curiosity. X raised to the sun. What?
He got the other ones wrong.
Ah, okay, yeah, I'm
Get
sorry.
that. Come on.
Yeah, it's just in reverse. And so anyway, yeah, so I get all that.
What? It's a what?
No, but seriously, what is the cube?
No, but
What
if I
is the
wanted
cube root?
if I want to express,
it's kind of like dividing, and exponential is kind of like multiplying.
I have a question. I got a question. I got a really good one. What is the square root of minus? I don't know, minus 36.
That would be a -6,
which is actually 6i.
All right,
No.
but you wouldn't know that
Oh.
because you think it's an imaginary number.
Oh my
Oh,
Well, you're
you don't
wrong.
believe in imaginary numbers? Awesome.
Wait. Did he say that the square root of negative 36
was minus
was
6, yes.
That's what he
was
said.
minus 6?
Yes.
And he then said something quite dramatic, which we believe it to be an imaginary number, which is absolutely correct. So he's up to about 10 now.
Yeah,
No, he got it wrong as well. He said it was negative 6.
I think you guys
It's
not negative 6.
In your mind, it can't be calculated.
But he claims that imaginary numbers exist. So in his world, that is actually the right answer because he's claiming that imaginary numbers don't exist.
Well, they don't exist on their own number line.
I said 6.
It's called
6i.
Absolute negative. I coined the phrase
6i
myself.
times 6i is negative 36.
6i is the correct number. Is the correct answer. It's not negative 6.
Right.
Yeah, no, but he doesn't believe that I exists.
Right.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's negative 6.
Actually, there's two answers, plus or minus 6. But
you
doesn't
do
matter.
exist from.
The point is,
No, it's not. No, wait.
It's not plus or minus 6.
First of all, hang on. No, the square root of negative 36 is only 6i. That's the principal root. You do not when you take it as square root, you don't get the other negative. It is a root, but when you take it as square root, you only give one answer, which is the principal root. In this case, it would be 6i.
So you're separating.
Right. So that defines direction. That defines direction, and it can only go in a backwards direction. Or if you want to define it in terms of velocity, it can only be slowing down.
Okay. Do you think irrational numbers exist? I'm just wondering about that.
What's an irrational?
Well, Fiona has a question.
You don't know
what?
You don't know what an irrational number is.
Nah.
Can I ask Fiona's question?
Divide
from
10
the
by
outside?
3.
She says, "Ask what the sum of the angles of a triangle is."
42.
180. Okay, so now a rational number, you said 10 divided by 3 is just 3.3 repeating. But okay, so that's irrational.
So it's the repeating.
No,
it's
that's
irrational.
rational.
That's rational.
That's a rational number. That's
Gotcha. Okay.
0.3 repeating is rational because it's going to be expressed in the form of 1 over 3, which is 2 integers, p over q.
10 over
So
3.
what's an irrational number? Refresh my memory on it.
Pi.
An irrational number.
If only we could refresh your brain.
Any number that cannot be expressed as one integer over another integer.
Right. So pi, e, those are all rational numbers.
Oh,
Square
yeah.
root of 2.
Okay, well, yeah, pi is not
Pi, in
an
contrary to
irrational
my
number.
opinion,
Pi
pi
is
is
not
not equal to 3.
Pi is not an irrational number. Is that what you said?
right because pi
Why?
doesn't
Square root of 2.
Pi is irrational. Pi is irrational.
Wait. I want to hear why do you
pi
think?
doesn't
Why do
do
you think?
doesn't do that non-repeating numbers to infinity. It doesn't do that in reality.
Because we
No,
know
does that
We're talking about math.
in improper definition of the result.
there is a formal mathematical proof out there for it.
Which is improperly done.
Wait, improperly? How did you figure that?
This is someone who doesn't know that trigonometry is the maths of triangles. My God. And he thinks he can pronounce on whether or not pi is irrational. You're a goddamn moron.
Could you possibly provide an example of pi not being an irrational number?
You
I will
said
accept
in
your
reality.
He said he needed reminding what an irrational was about 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
It's also transcendental, too.
Yes, that's right.
Now suddenly he's an expert?
Did-
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
So envious.
You're a
The more interesting
stupid
question is:
moron.
Do you guys think pi is a normal number or not a normal number?
I don't know what that is.
In other words, if pi is not normal, then actually it basically can contain any number of different strings. It can contain the works of Shakespeare encoded in numerical form. If it's a normal number, then it wouldn't have those kind of weird things, because if it goes on forever,
I think it can. Yes, I'm going to go with yes. It
really,
is.
I think it's normal. There's no proof either way. But
right. Well, if it's infinite,
we don't know.
presumably it can have the works of Shakespeare in it. Yes, I
if
presume
it's a non-normal number, but they haven't determined whether it is normal or non-normal.
Well, if it's infinite and it doesn't repeat, I suppose there could be different sorts of repeats. I suppose it might not be possible. I suppose.
Right.
Yeah. Infinity.
It gets really. Yeah. Well,
that's the problem.
Yes. He makes my head hurt.
Infinity is imagination. Why don't you build a supercomputer that can do the decimal place for the pi to Google Plex digits.
We could if we wanted to, but it never ends. Sure, we could go to any decimal
Someone
place we
could do
want.
that, yeah.
Yeah, but
someone could sit on a spike for 2 years if they wanted to as well. But you know,
don't know why
it's
they
not
want
terribly
to.
useful.
Yes.
Michael slowly go through your body.
But the Rumpus, who is that someone you're thinking of? Could it be somebody in this room?
Yeah, I think it might have some beneficial effects. Yes, God. I mean, the education system, wherever you are, claim certainly needs to be investigated to allow to produce someone like yourself who has the IQ and intelligence and the knowledge of someone who's only about 11. I mean, you've picked up a couple of other little phrases.
All right, guys, I'm actually headed out of here. I'm actually headed out. Get some
All right,
sleep.
take care.
Yeah, and I think
Mike, Jason, come in. We only got a few. Yeah, we don't have very much longer left. Just going to go off air.
Yeah, I'm going off on my mountain bike
quick.
anyway, and to try and work off contamination from this guy.
All right, cheers, guys. Have fun with this fella.
Catch you later.
Now everybody's leaving.
My wife's been giving me the weird look for the last little bit.
I know General Han Solo. He knows me.
And pi is not a transfinite number either. Somebody mentioned pi is a finite number. A lot of people have a hard time understanding that pi is a finite number, but pi has to be finite because a list exists between other finite numbers, right? Because pi, let's say it's 3.14159, it's going to exist
Finite
between.
number is just irrational.
Yeah, it's a finite, irrational, transcendental number, right? But a lot of people, for some strange reason, they think it's an infinite number, which doesn't make any sense because you can't have an infinite.
Well, it's a
number
bounded
between-
infinity.
No, it's no.
Maybe they mean an
Pi is
infinite,
finite.
Infinite decimal expansion.
bounded
It's a cardinal that
It's called an infinite decimal expansion, right? The expansion is an infinite number of iterations you can do, but the number itself, pi, the symbol pi, is finite. It is a finite number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why were we testing claim? Because I came in the middle of it. I don't know what the point was.
Oh, you know what?
Because they're trying to prove that they are smarter than me in areas of math and science. So therefore, their assertion that the
that is not
must be accepted by the dumber person.
You're not going to. You're not going to rewrite history. What happened was we were having a discussion, and he started going into conspiracy stuff. Saying that there's a cabal and that people are being blinded by the massive amount of corruption and people not understanding what's going on. They started talking about Freemasonry.
But Steve, are you saying there's no such thing as a conspiracy?
There's always conspiracies, but narrow it down.
Isn't that how Steve, are you saying there's no such thing as a conspiracy?
But hang on. So basically, we started going down this route, and somebody had asked him, well, you believe all these weird conspiracy stuff that you have no evidence for. You're a flat earther, right? And he's like, yes. And we're like, oh, okay, that explains it. So you don't have any ability to really formulate coherent, conclusions because if you my philosophy is this: if you're that dumb to think the Earth is flat, everything else that follows, I'm not going to take your word for. I'm just not going to believe you on anything. If you think say the sky's blue, I'm going to go outside and check for myself at that point.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, it would be excusable if he believed the Earth was flat and he hadn't thought much about it, and he lived in a place where he hadn't got any, education, but he actually lives in the world's most advanced nation, or one of them, and he has access to the internet, and he still believes this stuff. That's what I find amazing.
Still no evidence on your part. Only ridicule.
Well, Brett, you provided evidence all evening.
Yeah,
Brett is
not
not evidence at all.
Brenda's having a hard time understanding why pi is finite, so let me explain it to her. Pi is finite because the real number line has numbers on it, right? You have integers on it, then you have irrational and irrational. Matter of fact, you have more irrational transcendental numbers on the number line than any other thing on the number line. So pi is existing between a range, right? It can exist between 3 and 4, or it can exist between 3.0 and 3.2. You can narrow down that range, but it exists between two rational finite numbers, right? So if 3 is finite, right? 4 is finite. You cannot have an infinite number between them. You have to have a finite number. Now, the decimal expansion is infinite. It means it goes on ad infinitum. You can do any, iteration you want to get a certain decimal place. But the number itself is finite. And that's, what do you mean? She says nobody talks that way. That is actually how it is. That's a fact. I mean, that's mathematics.
I've always heard of it referred to as a bounded infinity.
Yeah, no, and I can accept that as well. That's fine. But the number, when you talk about the numbers, right? You have transfinite, infinite, finite, and you also got like hyperreal, surreal, and all these other types of freaking numbers. But the reality is that if you're looking at it from whether it's finite or infinite, it has to be a finite number.
And somebody said 10 divided by 3 is an irrational number.
No, that's a rational number. 10 divided by 3 or 1 divided by 3?
Nobody said that.
1 divided by 3 is a rational number. It is an unending number.
Yeah, because any number it has to be rational.
Those were irrational. Nobody said that those were irrational.
Because 10 is an integer, right? 3 is an integer, right? So it has to be a rational number. It's going to be the same thing as 1 over 3 with the decimal place moved over 1.
Yeah,
so it's going to be 3.333333 repeating.
Who did you think said that it was irrational?
No idea.
I don't know which one of you said that. I said, give me an example of an irrational number. And somebody said 10 divided by 3.
I don't remember anyone saying that.
Cuddy asked for examples of infinite numbers. Yeah, a hyperreal number of 0.999. Oh, excuse me, 9.999 point, etc. So if you start out, if you take the ellipses, like instead of having 0.999 with the ellipses there, you take the ellipses and you put them in the front. That's called a p-adic number. A p-adic number would be an infinite number. So 999.000, that would be an infinite number. The p-adic numbers would be, if I remember correctly. Somebody could correct me on that. It's been a long time since I looked at that shit.
Well, I fed my kids, and because I couldn't resist watching a train wreck, I thought I'd come back.
Eulogy, do you remember p-adic numbers? Or did he leave? No, he left. Never mind.
Does the Flat Earth Society have members all across the globe?
Ironically, yes.
That's funny.
Ridicule and insults are not evidence.
We've given you evidence. You've rejected every bit we've given.
Yeah, the problem
the rejection format is what frustrates people. It's not because you it's not the fact that we haven't given evidence, it's the way you've dealt with it, which has tended to be I put up huge amounts of stuff in the side chat. You didn't bother to look at anything.
Yeah.
I've talked to you in an incredibly reasonable way. I've tried to explain some of the reasons why.
You should have drew my attention to the evidence you were putting in the side chat. Because
I did. I specifically told you that I'm putting this up in the side chat.
What are the benefits of believing the Earth is flat? I just want to know, what are the benefits of believing the Earth is flat and accepting
I can tell you that. For somebody like Claim, it is that he has a certain interpretation of the Bible, and it's to avoid believing that the Bible is wrong and his religion collapsing, or having doubt at the very least.
But my question is very similar to that.
One of them. That's one of them. But
I wanted to ask.
The other benefits are okay.
I can give you a few others.
Flat. Okay, it does. Let me see here. Lend credence to the Bible. Okay. Which lends credence to an existence of a God, okay? So that's part of it. And then another part of it is that the like NASA and their counterparts around the world, right? They have to raise funds in order to do their processes. So what we know is that they're using the funds to pull hoaxes on you guys, right? So this is a misappropriation of funds that could be better used towards all of the problems that people talk about all the time. Lack of food, lack of water, and lack of housing, and all those other things that people talk about.
Claim, what evidence do you have?
Sorry, just one interesting stat to throw back. We gave more money to bail out the bankers than we've given NASA in its entire history as an organization. Next.
So a Flat Earth Society would lend credence to Scripture? Is that what you're saying? Claim.
Well, when you say the Flat Earth Society,
I'm not
a member of the Flat Earth Society, so I don't know anything about those guys.
Flat Earth belief.
Yeah. I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say so. A belief in flat Earth lends credence to Scripture.
Yeah.
Okay. So, if you had a daughter, could I marry her if I gave you a bag of 100 foreskins?
Let me ask you this: is that the only reason that I gave for the benefits of knowing that the Earth is flat?
I just came in, so I don't know what else has been talking about.
I don't know how those are benefits, but whatever.
You just asked. You just asked the question. You were the first person to ask that question, actually.
They're clearly benefits.
I didn't ask it.
You said, "What's the benefits of knowing that the Earth is flat or thinking that the Earth is flat?"
I didn't ask that. I didn't. It wasn't me that asked that.
Who are you talking to, Claim? Me or Steve?
Talking to Drake.
I was gonna say.
No. That was I just you mentioned credence to Scripture or misappropriation of resources.
There you go.
Well,
and also, there's another reason here.
Wait.
Is the infallibility of the Catholic Church.
Well, hang on.
The Catholic Church claims that they are infallible, so they have.
The Church doesn't claim that. The Catholic Church doesn't claim that.
Isn't it the Pope that they claim is infallible?
They have Pope infallibility when the Pope is claiming. When he's saying certain things, he can have papal infallibility, but that doesn't mean the church is infallible. The church makes a lot of mistakes.
Well, yes, but the Pope is the head of the church. The Pope, in many ways, the church is the Pope.
Yeah, but if he says it's going to rain tomorrow and he's wrong, that's not.
Yeah, but the Pope doesn't make pronouncements on stuff like that.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Pope gets told by God things that he knows that he cannot be wrong about.
Right.
Next.
And
but not always.
Exactly. So now,
yeah, I just basically used the foundation for the precept argument.
That's great. Now the Pope's seat, from back in time when the ball Earth propaganda began, okay, was it adopted by the Catholic Church and promoted worldwide? They have the best promotion.
Well, I want to point out something that you guys had missed at the very. I want to point out something that
if people find out that the Earth is actually flat in reality, then that would tarnish the infallibility of the Pope.
I want to point out, because at the very beginning of this, he had actually made it very clear that if he found out the Earth is not flat, he would lose faith and become a non-theist.
Yeah.
He actually said at the very beginning of this hangout. So his religion, his theology, his belief in God and Jesus Christ and salvation is tentative and contingent upon the shape of the Earth. That's scary.
Well, I've said this before and I'll say it again.
That's not the only thing.
I've said this before and I'll say it again. I believe
it's about the Bible being true. If anything in the Bible is
Stop
untrue,
interrupting people.
I've said this before.
Yeah, because you're lying on me and I have to respond.
That's the God's truth.
I've said this before and I'll say it again. I believe the 500. In the last 75 so odd years of space exploration, we've sent more than 500 people into space, which ironically is about the same number of people who claim to have seen Jesus when he was resurrected. And every time, we may not have sent them up there with a decent spacesuit or anything to eat or any water to drink, or heck, they might not even have come down alive. But every time we've sent them into space, the one thing we gave them was a window. And they always looked out the window and they looked at the Earth and they said, boy, howdy, that bitch be round. So I mean, I understand that there's a precept in rational thought that says that you can't simply look at a preponderance of people's opinions and call that truth. But I'm a pragmatic man, okay? And if more than 500 people over more than 70 some odd years have gone into space and said, hey, look at that, motherfucker's round. To me, it's round. And the rest of you people who think it's flat, be cray-cray.
And how did I lie? Because that's exactly what you said when you came in here. We asked you if you found out the Earth was not flat, you'd be like, well, the Bible's wrong, and you would lose your faith.
I realize that you say that you think that partial truth is the absolute truth, but I don't use words like absolute truth. The entirety of what I said was that any lie that I find in the Bible will make me reject the entire Bible from beginning to end.
What is the smallest seed?
And let me point out something.
No. Let's go there. What is the smallest seed?
It's not a mustard grain.
Does the Bible call the mustard seed the smallest seed?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Yep.
And then faith is like a mustard seed.
What does it say is the smallest seed?
The mustard seed.
What does it say that it's the
mustard
smallest seed?
seed. Stop fucking around.
I said, where does it say that it's the smallest seed?
Sermon on the Mount, I think. It was something Jesus said, anyways.
Yeah, the whole thing was the faith started off as a mustard seed, the smallest seed, and then built upon that.
Matthew 17:20.
Here we go. I'd still like him to respond about the 500, but we can wait for that.
He doesn't believe them because they're all Freemasons.
500 of them.
So see how he knows that argument.
There were no.
How is it a coincidence that they're all Freemasons?
Oh no, it's Mark 4:31.
No. Okay, hang on. Boy, oh boy, I got this. There are no Soviet Freemasons. There were no Chinese Freemasons.
They have counterparts.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
You're out of your mind.
No, you know what? You, sir, are ignorant of history. The Soviet Union ruthlessly suppressed the Freemasons. The Red Chinese ruthlessly suppressed the Freemasons.
So did America.
They drove anything that sounded or looked like Freemasonry out of the country. They executed them by the thousands.
Yeah,
okay?
you just had McCarthy in the 50s and some bad stuff going on in the 20s.
Mark, what?
They don't have equivalents. What is the Soviet equivalent of Freemasonry?
Mark, what?
What is the Soviet equivalent of Freemasonry?
Is it in the side chat? Mark 431. Okay.
What is the Soviet equivalent of Freemasonry?
I don't know the name of it.
So how do you know it exists?
What is it? What? Of course you don't know the name of it because you don't know because it doesn't exist.
It's just incredible. I mean, it's like
wouldn't it be called Freemasonry?
What's the name of the Russian vehicles?
The Russian what?
The Russian-made vehicles.
The Russian-made what?
Vehicles.
The Soyuz?
Oh, you know what?
The Trabant? That's a Russian-made vehicle. It's a car. Crashing it at more than 35 miles an hour, I'll tell you.
Don't let him.
What's an Eritrean-made vehicle?
What Eritrean-made vehicle? Eritrea.
Okay, what about a Bosnian?
Do you know what he's doing? He's trying to say you know that there are vehicles, but you don't know their names. Touche. That's all he's doing.
I don't believe Bosnia has a car vehicle manufacturer.
You don't have to know the exact names of every damn thing in the world, man.
And Eritrea doesn't have its own.
I know that this shit exists.
You know what? Here's the problem. Okay, you all throughout this and all goddamn night, it's been the same thing with you. You seem to know just enough information to tell us we're all full of shit, but not enough information to prove it.
Just cry me a river.
You need to know just enough information to tell us we're full of shit, but not enough information to prove it.
Oh, you can tell he knows Arcane.
No, and that's because my rebuttals are too powerful.
I'm actually beginning to think he is Arcane.
I would actually be not surprised because
he sounds like Arcane.
My rebuttals are too powerful for you.
Your rebuttals are completely without substance.
Well,
he knows. You know what? He knows how to turn us all into an Italian firing squad. Yeah, we're our own worst enemy here.
So, anyways, hang on.
You want to get violent?
Nobody wants to get fucking violent.
Well, you want to kick people out. You want to
be a
bigot and not listen to my side of the story. And
oh my God, he looks like Phil Lamar on crack. Holy shit.
Yeah, claim nobody
got some weak source argument.
Okay, guys, the hangout's over. The hangout's ending.
I got to show you I'm not Arcane.
Well, actually, I put a hat on.
Looks like.
Yeah, put a hat on. You might be
Arcane. Seen
Arcane.
Arcane's real face.
I have.
Have you?
I have.
Yeah.
And have you not turned to stone? You're lucky.
Yeah, you know what's funny?
His voice is
actually the one thing about Arcane. Arcane actually looks as dumb as he looks. I mean, it sounds. He really does. He just does. He has that glazed over. I am high as fuck.
Well, that's because he's stoned.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being stoned.
Okay, there's a difference between stoned and Arcane level stoned. I mean, he's high as a fucking. I mean, my God, Cheech and Chong are going, holy shit, dude.
How did you
Back off?
Why don't you just have with the weird avatar with the he got a weird shape on his avatar with the little spikes, the spike things on his avatar.
I see Arcade's not the only one that's high as shit.
Yeah. No, he uses a couple. He uses a statue, an Olmec statue from Mesoamerica. That's one that he uses, and he uses a Tupac. One of the famous Tupac figures. Yeah,
he's also used Gaddafi. He's used a couple of different ones.
Before the hangout ends, okay, we're gonna get any last words.
He's a flathead.
He's a flathead. Okay, so look at. Like this video. After this video is over, I want everybody to refresh and comment on it, okay? Because the comments are disabled for like a few seconds or a minute or something. So comment on this, and you guys tell us if you think Claim kicked our ass or made any good valid points. I want to hear you guys' comments on this video. So we got 55 people watching.
Who's gonna watch an 8-hour video?
You'd be surprised. Actually. Yeah. But I don't want anybody to watch this whole fucking thing. If you've watched this far, then just comment on what you've seen. If you don't pull a Vito on me. Vito was that kind of guy. He has told me many times, Steve, I hate your 8-hour videos because if I start watching one, I have to finish. I'm like, Vito, don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. Watch the 2-hour ones. But I want to see a lot of comments on this one because I'm really curious about how much evidence we gave this guy, and all he has done at the very end is said, you didn't give me any evidence, and I outsmarted you all.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
King nuh-uh.
Okay, can you summarize the evidence?
King nuh-uh.
No, I'm not.
Evidence we
I didn't think you could.
You want us to summarize?
So I'm not. Yeah, I'm not playing that one. So does anybody have any last words before this goes off air?
I do. Believe the 500. Believe
the 500. Went on to irrelevant topics.
I saw you when I was 13.
So therefore, the Earth is round.
Okay, I'll give the single biggest.
This is worth watching. This 8-hour video is worth watching. If you guys do want to watch this from the beginning, well, the first 15 minutes sucked, but it is a good hangout. It is fucking hilarious that this guy's shit. It's just like saying it was just ridiculous.
Yeah. You've been pumping this guy's right arm, and he's been shitting gold.
Oh my God, this is like epically stupid shit.
I'd actually say the single biggest piece of evidence that I like, that's really simple, very demonstrable, and it just shows it, is the picture of the starfields taken from the equator.
I agree. That's one of the most powerful pieces of evidence. Yes.
You know, I mean, I've not heard any compelling explanations of why we'd see that in a time-lapse photo coming out of Claim. It kind of proves.
I tried to respond, but your man wouldn't allow me to respond. Rumpus wouldn't allow me.
What's your response?
You've been here 8 hours. You've been plenty time to respond.
The star trails come from the stars circling around the flat plane.
Then why are they going in different directions?
That's our reasoning for it. That's the flat Earth
in different directions.
Your reasoning for it is that the Earth is spinning.
How does that explain the circle pole around the Polaris, though? It doesn't explain
it at all.
Why are they going
in demonstrate the Earth spinning?
Why are they going in different directions in the North Hemisphere to the Southern Hemisphere?
They're going in the same direction. Crazy. They're going in the same direction.
Why can't you see? Why can't you see the Southern Cross constellation in the Northern Hemisphere?
He doesn't believe us.
Yeah. No. I think we don't look. We don't need to go any further than that because he has now made a clear claim that is easy for people to go and check.
You can see the Southern Cross in the Northern Hemisphere.
You can't see the Southern Cross.
No, hold on a second. Wait, let me clarify. Gus, let me clarify it.
You
can see it from North Africa. You can actually see it north of the equator, but not by very much, up to about 35 degrees.
Okay, so stop calling Gus a liar, Gus.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, so why can't you see it in Reykjavik? Why can't you see it in Ottawa? Why can't you see it in Tuktoyaktuk? Why can't you see it on Baffin Island? Don't fuck around.
Why can't I see it in London? Yeah, you know, it's that kind of thing.
I'm so glad you know geography so well.
Yeah, I'm so glad you don't.
It doesn't prove the Earth is.
I'm so glad you don't. You've been pegging yourself all night.
So I think that single piece, that star field, where people can go and have a look and see the fact that you can observe the star field in the Southern Hemisphere going in one direction and the star field in the Northern Hemisphere going in the other. That is not explained by Claim's model.
Same direction.
That's your claim. People can go and check it out and see that you're wrong.
You say that they're going in opposite directions.
I am saying that. I will state that for the record.
Okay, well then.
Well, with respect
you're saying that the Northern Hemisphere is spinning opposite direction of the Southern Hemisphere.
Well, with respect to the hemisphere, right? I mean, it is spinning the same direction if you're looking at it from the equator, it's got to be spinning in the same direction.
Yeah.
Lord of mercy, that's common sense.
How come nobody in South America can see the northern lights?
Yeah, flat earthers saying common sense that just kills me.
Yeah, I know it's killing you.
How come nobody in South America can see
Your
the
panel,
northern
your
lights?
panel, you have to constantly correct
He
your
asked you
panel.
a question. How come people in the southern hemisphere don't see the northern lights?
They don't have a strong enough telescope.
It's northern lights. They don't have a strong enough telescope to see the northern fucking lights.
I think the best one was the optical illusion. I enjoyed that one the best.
No, I'm not starting another. People are asking me if I'm starting
It's
another.
funny.
Fuck no,
It's
I'm
funny
going
to me too because you never point your observatories parallel to the ground ever. You put them on the highest mountains that you can find, and then never point them parallel to the ground.
Welcome to the new dark ages, ladies
Hilarious.
and gentlemen. Welcome to the new dark ages.
We've
Why
come
don't you
so
pay? Why
far.
don't you pay an observatory
so
$1
bad,
million
so bad.
to point the
don't need to
telescope
pay an
parallel to the
observatory.
ground?
Wait,
and give you real time images instead of having to wait 2 hours for an image.
What do you think? What do you think the northern lights are? Out of curiosity.
What do you call those? Aurora borealis. They let me see here. They are disturbances in the atmosphere, charged particles in the atmosphere.
Oh, okay. So they have to be high up in the atmosphere because of the radiation belts, right?
Do they had to be high up in the atmosphere? No.
No.
In order
No,
to
they sometimes dip to like 10 miles above the earth.
10 miles.
Wow! Yeah, as they're dancing around in the northern, when they're charged like that, sometimes they dip down as low as 10 miles.
Why do you throw up such outlandish measurements? Where did you get 10 miles from?
I just got it out strictly off.
Pulled it right out of his ass.
Imagination.
Yeah, exactly. Out of your imagination. So well done.
Same thing you guys are doing.
Oh
No.
yeah, that's
No,
right.
no,
We're
no.
just
I
making
think
it all up.
I think that we can pretty much like use actual data. I don't remember anything going down as low as 10 miles. That seems awful.
Why do sprites spread out in a circular fashion?
Well,
Circular
first of all,
form?
sprites are way up there. Sprites are hundreds of miles above the surface, right?
Okay.
And sprites we know very little about because we only kind of realizing that sprites and
So you don't have
jets
an
were
answer?
there. Well, no, I'm not an I know very little about meteorological phenomena. That we know very little as a whole. Sprites and jets are still being studied, right? We don't know exactly how they're formed.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So now the explanation for a flat earther would be that the top of the sprite is hitting something and spreading out in a circular fashion like that.
Oh Jesus! First of all, I don't remember sprites going in circular, but I don't even.
Yeah, once the sprite is ejected from the cloud upward, the end of that forms a circular pattern.
I would take your word for it. I don't remember anything like
Yeah,
that.
you're gonna have to take my word for it till you research it yourself.
Is that how that works?
Coming from the guy who couldn't define density and
Oh no! It's okay. First of all, okay, no, hang
all that
on.
stuff.
Hang on. It's not okay. First of all, you're wrong. The sprites don't form a circular pattern. Elves are the circular pattern. Elves are not related to sprites.
At the top of the sprite.
No. Elves are different from sprites. Elves are in the higher part of the ionosphere than sprites are. Elves are what cause the circular things, not the sprites.
Okay. So elf is not a sprite at all?
No, an elf is not a sprite. They're different mechanisms.
All right.
And so is a jet. They're different too.
One's got pointy ears.
That's another thing. The jet, you talking about a jet from a cloud?
That would be a jet comes from the top of a cumulonimbus.
Okay, so they are made up of the same material as the cloud, correct?
No, I don't think so. No, they're ionized particles. Again, this deals with a lot of complex shit that I don't know that much about. So I mean, if anybody else wants to jump in, be my guest. I know my limitations, and I'm fascinated by sprites and jets and elves and pixies and shit, but I don't remember what actually forms them. It's very complicated stuff in the ionosphere.
It's fluffers, I think, that form them.
Fluffers.
Okay, now here's another thing. Why does a smoke trail on a coal train have a smoke trail down, a couple of blocks behind the train. But when you deal with let me see here, like maybe a smokestack.
Going into contrails.
I got 5 minutes until the broadcast ends.
Okay, yeah, a smokestack. Let's say on Earth. Okay, and why doesn't the smoke trail go 1,000 miles per hour away from the smokestack?
It's still in the atmosphere. The atmosphere spins with the Earth.
Yeah, that's magic.
No, it's simple physics.
I understand. It's magic. It's hard.
You got to remember, it's a fluid.
What's there propelling the smoke 1,000 miles an hour?
The spin of
the Earth is what he's.
Oh.
Yeah,
it's at the mercy of the wind and gravity and resistance in the atmosphere.
Right. No, the atmosphere is rigid and it is spinning at the same speed with the Earth. I understand your paradigm.
No, it's the spin of the Earth that causes the weather patterns that we get. So it is actually that differential that helps form it.
Yes, there's a slip too.
That's why you have things like the jet stream. That's why the jet stream goes in different directions in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, because they're spinning in opposite directions, right?
You know what's funny is
northern hemisphere is spinning in the opposite direction as the southern hemisphere, right?
Called the Coriolis effect.
It's not spinning in the opposite direction, you numpty.
Yeah, it's not spinning up in
Coriolis.
And
that's what he's trying to make it seem like.
No, it's not what I'm trying to make it seem like.
I'm surprised that all this hangout we didn't.
Northern jets go in an opposite direction as the southern jets due to the
he was talking
rotation
about
of the
the rotation and how they seem to be going to the side in different directions.
Yep.
Yeah, and water doesn't go down the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere. That's myth.
But it spits the other way.
The Coriolis effect is too small of a force to be on small bodies of water like that, but it only affects like large things like hurricanes.
Steve will be a flat earther one day whenever he
I would kill myself. I would end my life as I know it.
Whenever he researches this information, he's going to be a flat earther because he's actually telling you the truth in some instances based on his knowledge of the material. So I'm
surprised.
If we were to
I'll make
absorb any other knowledge of the material,
hey, Claim, how can we? Hey, Claim,
actually
the next hangout we'll get into evolution. How about that?
Man, I will.
That's the devil's work, Steve.
Because we didn't mention evolution at all this hangout. I'm quite surprised.
It's passe.
I'll make you a promise, Steve. If you ever come out as a flat earther,
everybody has already ruled out evolution.
Steve, if you ever come out as a flat earther, I promise that as soon as I can, I'll turn up at your door and I will solve your problem.
It'll end my life for me. Thank you. See, that's what friends do.
Yeah.
I'm almost ready to start another hangout just so I can hear him say what about biology. But I would have to have somebody run it. I can't do another hangout.
Yeah, I mean, I'd still, if you want to go back for that one, I still loved.
Ready to go another 12 rounds. I beat y'all to death on flat earth.
Okay, you guys want me to make another hangout? And then
I feel beaten.
But somebody has to run it. I can't run it.
37.
How many people dropped out because they couldn't handle the truth?
We got 50 people listening, so I don't mind starting another
hangout.
hangout.
I sit on this wall every day.
Do you want to talk about biology with a bunch of people?
You don't want to do that.
Oh, well, I want to hear your expertise. I want to hear your expertise on evolution.
You just got slapped with the gauntlet.
He's already spent 8 hours refuting the white man's science. Thugga. He doesn't want to keep going.
The white man's science is perfectly sound.
All right, I'll set it up for an hour or two. But can somebody run?
I just explained a lot of the science.
Gus,
what?
Gus, are you going to be here for a while?
Science.
Well, yeah, I am. What are you
not
talking
imaginary
about?
I'll let you host the next one.
Yeah.
No, Gus is too violent, bro.
I'm not violent. Shut up. I'll knock the shit out of you.
Do you know what here we go. Do you know what the chromosome number 2 fusion site is?
No, I don't.
Not you.
HC2.
Yep. All you have to do is slow down so I can Google it. I know exactly what it is.
That is a good answer. I like that, actually.
I will say
that's fucking epic.
Not all G-read sequences are telomeric fusion sites.
I'm going to quote that. Yeah, you slow down enough so I can Google it. Yeah, I'll know about it.
Very simple.
That's one of the best quotes I think I've ever heard for a while.
Oh my God, who's dying in the chat? Gus, is that you?
All you gotta do is slow down so I can.